pro driver pulling away in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche from Martin Conrad, an AM driver in that TalkSport Mercedes. It's a 25.6 second gap with 440 laps complete. So I'm just going to mark that down on my little notepad, and we can come back and see how it is in a few laps time.
Yes, I mean, it'll be a full stint from both of them. Martin Conrad having got into the car 3 laps after Robert Renauer did, and probably get 2 laps less for the Porsche than the Mercedes did, but it means we'll get a good 25 laps, which is nearly an hour's worth of driving from the pair of them before they come in for their next pit stops. And so an opportunity indeed for Robert Renauer just to extend a little bit the advantage of the Porsche in second place. So as we've been mentioning, there's going to be no catching the Black Falcon Mercedes unless A, it has a problem, or the code 60 falls against it. But the way the pit stops are falling now, that's actually going to be a tricky thing to happen, because the Black Falcon car could go. In fact, it will be the last of the leading 3 cars to stop next time around, I think. So we'll see Robert Renauer coming in first, and then Martin Conrad, then Felipe Fraga at the end of this set of stints, which will mean that even if we get a code 60, it won't affect the Black Falcon car adversely.
The 388 ST Racing BMW is still being worked on. That's the car that Harry Gottsacker brought into the pit lane just over half an hour ago, and some rather bleak expressions down there as work carries on. I think they know which problem they're chasing. Just a question of doing it as quickly as possible. But fingers crossed that car can rejoin, running in 3rd position in GT4. So they're fighting for a podium and keeping a keen eye on where the Racers Edge Motorsport Sin R1 is, which is ticking off the laps, being driven by Marco De Leo, and currently 4th in GT4, 16th in the GT series.
And the 114 is back out on the circuit. Lucas Desserich behind the wheel of the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen. It's back out of the garage, and it's showing a stint time of 1 hour and 1 minute, but I feel like it's been a lot less than an hour since I've looked at the cars in pit lane and seen that number listed there. Either way, good to see the car back out on track.
It certainly is. It's Renauer, crosses the line again. That's 442 laps now completed. And there's a big jump as well on the track, I notice, immediately after the start line, where the whole body language of the car changes briefly. And it's not to the extent that where tyres are leaving the ground, unlike at times out of 9 where there's a real old hump there, which the 980 Porsche has just demonstrated. Also, it takes a little bit of time before the car settles into the braking area at turn 11. And this corner very crucial to a good lap time because it determines your top speed down the main straight. There is a speed trap as well at the end of the long straight and into turn 12. Good indication to tell us how fast some of these cars are going. It's a Porsche Cup car though, so although it is good down the straight, it's not quite as efficient through the air as its GT3 counterpart. And of course there's a Gen 1 and a Gen 2 Porsche GT3 Cup, GT3R rather, on display in this race. The newer car sported by Herbert, the older Gen 1 machine for Volt Racing.
Jorge Sluis still out on track in the SPX 3rd in class, the Mark II. Should be seeing him into the pit lane relatively soon for a fuel stop, since when he left the pit lane after getting the diffuser reattached, he did not make the left-hand turn into the fuel station. So I'd expect to see that Mark car coming in relatively soon.
Michael Nielsen is a class leader in the Cup 1 division by virtue of the fact that car still runs, because it was the only car entered into Cup 1. In the 101, Ivo Breukers, back at the wheel of the Red Camel Jordans.nl, is also a class leader, but also the TCE series leader for this one-off race. Not part of the championship battle, but nevertheless out front of all the TCRs. Another class leader is the 450, RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW M4. This is the car out front in the GT4 category from the GT Series division. Brett Strom himself at the wheel of car 450, a car he shares with Darren Jorgensen, John Miller and Danny von Dongen. And that car is 11th then in the GT division, where we combine all 22 cars. Sadly, some of those, though, no longer running. Another class leader is the 991 machine, or 906 machine rather, in the 991 category, which is Alan Metney. And Alan just crossing the line now for Kelly Moss Road and Race in the Gen 2 Cup car. And Alan is ahead, very much ahead of the Porsche Lorient crew, Frederick Ansel. And laps completed for Alan 413, 395 for Frederick Ansel in the Porsche Lorient Racing 911 numbered car. Leipert Motorsport back to the front in SPX. That wasn't the case earlier on today, where they fell behind the 717 Mark II V8, but Leipert Motorsport certainly back where they need to be. They could have afforded to finish second to finish as the champions across all the GT classes, but first place will do very nicely. Car Collection Motorsport lead the A6 AM part of the race at 4th position in GT Series overall, but the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 with Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff at the wheel of that. And of course we know all about the leader of the GT Series overall. The A6 Pro leader is Black Falcon in the white and black WeatherTech livery. Car number 4 with Felipe Fraga taking over from Ben Keating last time out. He's now enjoying this 1 and a bit lap lead over Robert Renault's Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So that's all the class leaders, both in the TCE and the GT Series race.
And I was saying earlier on, we do have this different championships of the continents in A6. There's an overall A6 championship, which Car Collection are currently looking like they will win. Even if they're not going to win the GT Series championship, they could win the A6 Series championship. But then there's a separate championship for A6 Pro, which we probably won't be awarding this weekend because it's being led by Scuderia Praha, and Herbert Motorsport are too far adrift to catch up with Scuderia Praha, even though the Czech racing team aren't here. Car Collection also look like they're going to take the spoils in A6 AM as well as A6 overall, so it's that one is going to depend on how it finishes, because CP Racing are close behind in the A6 AM class, so there are these different categories which they will keep people informed of. In terms of drivers, the Championship of the Continent's drivers champion could well turn into be Daniel Alleman, who has more points than either Robert Renault or Ralph Bone, and the reason for that is unclear to me. That's just because of the way the point scoring is working. Yes, it will be all three of them, so the Drivers' Championship does look as though even with second place for Herbert Motorsport, they could take the championship in terms of the driver standings.
Just a word on the Sin R1, which has gone back into the garage, I'm afraid to say. Marco De Leo brought that in for the Racer's Edge Motorsport crew. They've been fighting various problems all race long. Looks incredible, the aesthetic of the Sin R1, but we did wonder whether its fragility might be its downfall, and it has struggled with, I think, numerous problems, and the design of the car means you have to take the modular body shell off in certain stages, so work on it is not particularly user-friendly either. But great to have it in the GT4 category nevertheless, and when it has run, as I say, it looks very svelte indeed. A little bit Lotus Evora-like, a little bit like a Ferrari from certain angles as well, and of course the more longer distance running they do, the more that they can try and extract that reliability.
I mean, it would be interesting to hear from the team. It's being run, as we've said, by Racers Edge, and so presumably they are an American-based team, but the Sin R1 car itself is built in Europe. I mean, it's a Bulgarian-built car, and whether there is any Sin involvement in Racers Edge, or whether it's all Racers Edge development work which has got it into this race, I don't know, but for my money it would be a great addition to the Creventic series, whether that be in Dubai or any of the European races, or back here at COTA next year. But you know, we've seen the SCG, the Glickenhaus, occasionally participating. We've seen the Renault RS01. You know, these kind of extreme GT3 cars or GT4 cars. And so, if the team have any plans next year to kind of run Creventic races, would be certainly interesting to know, because I mean, you know, we never go well on the debut. It's going to take you a few races to get these things going, and so that's certainly a car which looks the part for my money.
Yeah, and we've had KTM's run in this championship as well, a sort of track day type car that have run as a GT4-esque machine, sometimes GTC perhaps, as a category that has been found a home by Creventic. But Racers Edge Motorsport have used a Sin in the past in World Challenge, again to the GT4 specification, so it's not a stranger to longer distance running. But I see what Paul's saying. It depends where the interest is, whether it's stateside with the team or whether it's European-based, i.e. Bulgaria/Great Britain, where Rosen Daskalov founded the company and has been building those cars. But they are designed to be road cars as well as being raced, and it would be good to get some perhaps involved in Dubai. On for Autorama Motorsport Golf, heading out of turn 9 now, and the light bars for some of these TCR cars removed for this segment of the race, but we may not be too far away from teams thinking about reattaching them for another sunset, 2 sunsets in one race.
Yeah, some of these attachments more complex than they really are, and can be put on very quickly indeed. Not quite at the same standard as this, but when Joe and I were working at the VW Fun Cup earlier this year, they actually raced for the first part of the race without the lights on the grounds. They'd probably get knocked off, and then put them on in the final pit stop before it was due to go dark. So whether that's in the minds of any of these teams. Talking of cars coming into the pits, the 188 AC Motorsport Audi Vincent Rademacher is due in fairly soon. Currently, he's only 1 lap behind Ivo Breukers in the red Camel Cupra, but say the pit stop due for Vincent, that's going to push back the AC Motorsport Audi, but not any further back in terms of its position, just the gap between itself and the class leader.
Joe also makes the point to me that you stick a light bar on the front of a car and it doesn't go through the air anywhere near as well as it would when slightly more svelte as the designer intended. So you want to put them on as late as possible so that you get the advantage of the extra light, but you don't want to slow yourself down along what is a very long straight here between 11 and 12, and the main straight too. It's just a huge great wedge which will affect you aerodynamically. The 450 BMW goes across the line, and Brett Strom continues to drive that in first place, as we mentioned during our class leader rundown. Zorg Rennsport's Simon Tibbett now at the wheel of the 451 BMW, second in GT4, and third position is the ST Racing machine, even though that is still in the pits and being worked on. So the BMW M4 GT4 proving to be perhaps the most reliable of the GT4 machinery this weekend. We saw the back, sadly, of the Winward Racing Mercedes yesterday, and the other car in GT4 is that Sin that we talked about a few times. One car that no longer runs in the RHC Jorgensen Strom team, though, is the 411, which I think for a couple of days this week, the idea was to try and run those two cars as long into the race as possible with the same driver lineup. And then after only 4 laps, they decided to park that, and they basically used the spare car for spare bits, spare components, and concentrate fully on the 450. Seems to have worked because they are running in the class lead.
Ivo Broikers into the pits with the 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra. This is early by my reckoning. 30 laps completed by Ivo, and Francois was out for more than 40. Jeremy Daniel was out for more than 40. So a slightly shorter stint for Ivo. Now, whether that's because they want to get a quicker driver in the car or there's a problem, I'm not sure. Ivo is out of the car, and the team looking around. Wheels are off. But, yeah, Joe Bradley can tell us about it. Joe?
It's not kind of what we've been used to see. The wheels have come off and the wheels have stayed off. The new set of anchored rubber not going on. Now we're putting, it's kind of sort of taking our time about this. We're putting the right rear. It's Rick Broikers, Daytona winner. He's putting the right rear on. There's a problem with this car. Evo now coming around the front. They've still got the no sign of the new rubber going onto the car. I'll see if I can find out what the problem is. What's the problem, Evo?
I don't know. I heard some noise, so we're checking it now. So I heard noise as if something was hitting the chassis.
So, all right, like a flapping. So, Sam?
Yeah, duck.
That's a good one. What, sorry?
Sorry?
What did you say that? Duck.
Duck.
Was that attack, perhaps?
Attack.
That's how he treats all his stints.
There was something, Joe, and I don't know if Evo will remember this, at the Spa 500 it was making a noise. Something was happening on the wheel arch. And
I think I remember that one, Paul.
So I don't know if you could ask Evo about it and see if he remembers anything about that. He doesn't tend to remember things for very long. So
It's certainly not having anywhere near the perfect run it had at the Spa 500, because that car finished that race after 23 and a bit hours or so. Hardly a mark on it. This one, it's got the front bumper where it meets the right-hand front wing above the wheel. It's a massive piece of tank tape keeping that in place. So again, it's Ben Keating just mentioned it, didn't he, about this place having character. It's got a bit of a harsh, rough edge about it as COTA, and that's certainly what we're seeing here. And now they seem to be happy with what they've found, and they've secured or re-secured whatever was insecure underneath the front of this car. The wheel has gone on the front now, brand new rubber all round. Looks like scrubbed rubber that Rick put on the, scrubbed rubber on the rear of the car, brand new unscrubbed rubber on the front, and we're about done now. Car about to come off its jacks, and the team appear to have found something. I'm sure I saw cable ties going under there. The indication to pull the car off the jacks. Jack comes down. Let's see if they found anything. Did you guys find anything? Did you? There it is. It's the, what is that? Is that like a sump?
The sump guard.
It's a sump protector, isn't it? I tell you what, that protects the sump, doesn't it?
Yes, on the side.
Yeah, so the driver's going to have to be very careful over the curbs now. Yeah. So the 101, keep an eye on that, because he's going to have to, it's broke away. It's metal fatigue. Yeah, metal fatigue. That should be solid under there, but that's actually snapped. Let's talk to Evo. Evo, I see that the sump guard has come from underneath the car. That means that you guys can't use any of the curbs.
No, it looks like if you are naked on a rope and trying to stay alive.
Has that been communicated to the driver that's took over?
Yeah, we did already.
Okay, all right. Who was that? Who's took over?
Stephen is now in the car.
Stephen Lakerish. Thanks, Evo.
And Joe, just the other end of the pit lane, you may well see the 188 AC Motorsport Audi arriving. So this is a first place car, i.e. the 101 in TCE series, and now the second place car in TCE series with the drama. Possibly Vincent Rademacher is out of fuel. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Audi RS3 coming down pit road to at least address that. It looks like it's stopped, in fact.
His crew have gone running down there. However, I'm not sure he's crossed the line to officially enter the pit lane.
No, he hasn't.
Sure he hasn't, has he? No, the crew will not be able to go beyond that white line to retrieve that Audi.
It's the two cones, Joe. You can see the two cones with the 40k stickers on.
They've run beyond that line now. You guys probably will be able to see better than I can. But the crew have run beyond the white line. Are they officially allowed to push that car from that point? I'm not sure.
Probably not, but he's in a place of danger, and they may allow that from there. He could get, if he goes hard left, here comes a safety vehicle.
They're unofficially pushing it.
Yeah.
To help out the Clark, we've seen the recovery right outside
right in front of our window.
Busy looking at the TV screen. I know that doesn't help if you're taking our audio around whatever you're up to this morning, afternoon or evening, wherever it is around the world. But
might be tomorrow.
It might be tomorrow, quite easily. The 4 mechanics, engineers, are on the back of that car then, pushing it towards the pit lane timing loop.
Which he hasn't gone through either.
No. So the timing system won't know that the car is in the pit lane.
I think it will, actually. I think it probably runs all the way across the bottom, yeah.
That's right.
It goes all the way as Jet.
It's not a beam, is it? It's
no,
actually
correct.
in the floor.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I reckon the car had done 42 laps actually,
wow.
including that one that was partially pushed for Vincent Rademacher. So probably just a little bit too far. They were trying to push it, but the point being that Audi would have taken the lead of the class whilst the 101 Red Camel's Cupra was having its issue resolved, but for the fact that Vincent Rademacher tried to take it a lap too far. So another job for Joe Bradley when the car gets back is to see whether Vincent was told go for another lap, or whether he made the decision himself to go for another lap, or quite how that worked. But the car being pushed down the pit lane, as Joe was describing, all the way up to where it is being looked after. But it may well be that that's not going to be enough, John, because they're going to have to push it to the fueling station. It's not going to be just enough to take it to the garage.
Yeah, they look absolutely beat.
They look fairly whacked out when they got down to here, having run down here, to be honest.
Yeah. Always walk down to the pushing part, because you're going to have to expend all your energy to bring it back. I think they could probably do with some additional help from the number 188 AC Motorsport crew.
Only 4 of them allowed to work on the car, and that includes pushing it.
Right. They need to swap them out then.
Yes, relay.
Yeah.
Relay the yellow jackets.
Now those guys have got to do the wheel nuts as well, and there'll be stars in front of their eyes at that point as they're gasping for breath.
Rademacher already out of the car.
Vincent Rademacher out of the car. Joe Bradley is there, having ambled gently in a correct way. Never run towards the incident, Joe. You might need to have...
Especially when you've got to talk when you get there.
Yes.
So this, as you can detect...
Walk to the incident and save your energy for dealing with the incident. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I suppose. It wasn't exactly on fire, was it? So I didn't have to get there in a hurry. They've changed the tyres. Now the bit about pushing that car to the fueling. And it's... Oh, be careful, guys, because you almost had 5 on the car there. Where's Vincent gone? So that car's being pushed to the fueling. You guys speculated correctly that the car is out of fuel. And when we grab a word with Vincent, I'll find out exactly where that fuel calculation went wrong.
Vincent ran out of fuel. I would have made him push it down there, if I'm honest.
That's why I was interested to know whether Vincent was told to go.
Yes, well, yes.
It was his decision.
Where is the fickle finger? Where is the fickle finger of fate pointing there? CJ ran all the way down the pit lane with his camera there
He
to
did
cover
a better
that.
job than Bradley did, to be honest.
Bradley just went, CJ, go and film that car.
But
You there. Cameraman, go and camera.
But it's lost probably a lap undoing that. Now, bearing in mind that the red Camel car came in probably 15 laps earlier than it needed to, that was a golden opportunity that the AC Motorsport team had to take the class lead, which they've wasted, unfortunately, and so are the vagaries of the endurance racing, that just little things can make big differences.
In the pit lane, Frédéric Ancel for the Porsche Lorient Racing, a second place 991 Cup car with the bonnet up on that car, the hood. Of course, that is not where you add any fluids to the engine, that's at the back. I think that'll be where the brake reservoir and possibly the clutch reservoir is as well, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, that's exactly right. This car actually shares the garage with AC Motorsport, so perfect synergy for me. That car already been sorted. Quite routine and a bit of servicing more than anything going on there. Still no sign of Vincent at the back of the AC Motorsport garage. I'll dive in and see if he's hiding at the back. But no doubt he'll give us an explanation when he comes back.
Meanwhile, Stephen Licorice has got the red Camel car up to speed really quickly, and he is now going through at the end of his out lap and does it in a 2 minutes 33, so that's getting not quite onto the pace yet, but very often with these cars actually you don't want to go too fast on that opening lap, just dial the tyres in nicely. He completes 408 laps, that gives him a 2-lap advantage again over the AC Motorsport car. He's only completed 406, and of course AC still up in the refueling area, and that car's going to take a while to get its full allocation of fuel into it. The TCR car is TCR
100 litres, isn't it?
about 100 litres of fuel at each stop.
They still have the stickers on the side of the car, Paul, that says how much that they're putting in for.
Do indeed, yes. They have two stickers, one saying whether it's what fuel it should take under green conditions, one sticker saying what fuel it can take under code 60 conditions, just to save anybody having to divide by 2. And also a T sticker, potentially, if it's a turbo car, and that means that the engine can be left running whilst it's being refueled, as if the engine's still running, if it's not died on the way up there.
Yes, there is that, which
But
is not a good thing.
Stephen Licorice having a good run here for Red Camel. Be interested to know quite how that deal came into being, because Stephen's background very much in Porsches, and yet he's found a contact somewhere within Red Camel Group to run with Ivo Borkers and his team. Ivo was saying how well his guest drivers, but drivers that he's got with him for this weekend have been doing. Stephen Licorice, the British driver, and then the two Canadians, Jeremy Daniel and Jean-Francois Evie, both touring car specialists from north of the border, but not north of that border, the Canadian border.
Right Turn Lover has just tweeted at RSL_studio. Spirit of the Race nomination for the 188 AC Motorsport pit crew, and presumably they'll probably get the call up to be the Belgian 4-man bobsleigh national team as well. Well, 3 of them will. Obviously Rademacher will have to be the driver. But yes, very good. I like that a lot. See, I've got that picture in my head now.
An Audi-shaped bobsleigh running on the Belgian mountain. I think it's got some bobsleigh runs actually down from the Ardennes Mountains.
I'm sure. Well, we do have Bourdin sleds in bobsleigh, which is Jeff Bourdain's company, which uses all kinds of automotive CAD, computer-aided design and wind tunnel work. And I do believe Audi were actually helping with the wind tunnel with some bobsleigh design. Certainly I know that Lotus looked at it for the UK bobsleigh team back in the day. I'm not sure how far that got there. So there are some parallels. The thing about bobsleigh is if you lose speed, you can't just put your foot back down on the throttle. It's all about gathering speed as quickly as possible and holding on to it. Sin having a little moment right in front of the 1112 Durham Allgate Autorama Motorsport, and that pulled right back in front of that number 112 Golf, which is 4th in the TCR. And that
exactly
401 car, sorry Paul, I think he's leaking something out of the back of that car, is he? No, he's got it started again. It was somebody else's mark on the road. He was pulling across trying to get out the way in the scene. That's Marco De Leo behind the wheel of that svelte little roadster, and now has got the car going again. So another three-fingered salute and a Control-Alt-Delete has got that car going again. I do like the mirrors on that, the rear mirrors on that, the rear view mirrors on that car. It does suggest to me that somebody thought they might have to tow a caravan at some point. It seems like they're sticking a very, very long way out.
I think probably just to advise the driver quite how wide the car is, because sometimes in those narrow cars you forget just the width of the car. It's suggest designed for the road use as well. He didn't take the opportunity to bring the car into the pit lane, kept it going out on the circuit. So the one, as you say, Marco De Leo, a long way behind, 24th place overall, the last of the cars that is still running. And
they've had an eventful event, haven't they? It's an event that has been full of incident and problem-solving opportunities.
And of course, they also had to take in effect, a 20-lap penalty, having the car towed in on the end of a tow rope at the end of last night's race, causing a code 60 right at the end of last night's portion of this race.
I like Nick this morning in the back of their garage. There is that other car, the sort of flat grey car that you've been looking at over the early part of the weekend, Paul, as in has come the leading A6 AM competitor, being the blue and white Audi Car Collection Motorsport, brought in by Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, who started the car this morning and did a cracking stint and a half, actually. But yeah, Nick was cataloguing all the things he knew had gone on the red car that were missing from the grey one, which it's been completely cannibalised. Joe, down at the 34, that looked pretty standard.
Yeah, very standard, no issues there. Tyres, driver, and car already on its way to fueling.
The 401 has now come to a complete standstill. Not a million miles, I think, John, from where it came to a standstill at just before 10:30 last night, when we had to have a code 60 to bring it back. And the feeling from where it stops might cause another code 60.
It's off the track to driver's right, running down, I think, to turn 19, between turns 18 and 19, or is that between turn 19 and 20?
That's what I was trying to work
out.
It's down at the far end, at the very last part of the circuit, and not coming through.
Oh no, it's not. It's at the end of the S's, Paul. I think that's between 5 and 6, is it? Sorry, 7 and 5, 6, and 7. That's where it is. It's just coming through turn 7 and heading up into turn 8, and he's got it going again.
Into the pits comes the Herbert Porsche, using that opportunity that he thinks might be a code 60. This is a big risk for Herbert.
Is that early then, Paul, for the Precott Herbert car?
It is. So Robert Renauer deciding that was going to be a code 60, and they've brought him in. It was a risk worth taking.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Paul. Is it a risk worth taking? Or it's all about track position, isn't it? When that code 60 goes, the engineer's got to look and see where his car is on the tracker and see where he is, because if you could pass the pits and then it throws a code 60, whilst you're on the pit straight, you've missed the pit entry, and it completely changes what you're about to do. So just tyres there, by the way, and the driver did hop out.
Rapidly approaching another racing hour completed as Monlow Competitions Cupra, the 107 car, somewhat battle damaged and scarred, is soaking up a long penalty, 5th in its division, which of course is the TCE division. That also puts them 5th in TCR. Quite a number of people diving into the pits there, Mr. Trustwell, with the hope of a full course purple coming out.
Hasn't happened yet, though, and I'd say certainly for Herbert, it was not a pit stop that they needed to take yet. And I was surprised as well that Joe told us that Robert Renauer got out of the car, which means they've got a driver change in that car. The 401 comes into the pit lane now, so the Sin hasn't stopped on the circuit. It's managed to get it all the way around, so we're not going to go code 60. So Herbert Motorsport rolled the dice there, and it's come up as a 2.
It's come up snake eyes, as they say around here.
I
Yeah,
don't know my American
double one.
expressions.
Yeah, it's like coming up 0 on a roulette wheel, on the Renault roulette wheel. Let's take a look at the TCE standings then, with 6 hours to go. 1/4 of the race left to run this evening, as we're round about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours away from full darkness. It's Red Camel Jordan NL leading, and their TCE car is just a little over 2 laps ahead of the field, with the Cooper of Top Car Sport by Baz Keating in second place. Antti Burry back behind the wheel of that car. 101 then with Steve Licorice and Antti Burry battling it out at the head of the field, but really that 2-lap lead that Red Camel Jordan amassed at the end of the first part of the race yesterday evening has not really been eaten into. It's Stefan Perrin who is at the wheel of the AC Motorsport Audi number 188 now, after that car was fueled and sent back out. Cup 1 led by Zorg Rennsport. They've done a pretty good job there with no competition, but they've been disciplined and kept themselves running in the race. As far as the GTs, and therefore the head of the field overall, we've had 459 laps completed. I think Paul said it was 609 laps. The
608 the record.
Right, so 609 would be a new record if we get
break
that.
The record, we need 609. At the moment, we're looking like we're going to get well over that.
As it stands, it's Black Falcon with now Talksport having just moved up after that pit stop for Herbert. So that's a snapshot in time just before Herbert came into the pits on the 6-hour mark. Ralph Bourne has taken over the number 91 car. That was, as Paul said, a little bit of a roll of the dice there. Black Falcon and then Talksport and Herbert really battling and trying to compete for second position. Black Falcon with the better part of 3 laps on the field, just over 2.5 laps on the field. As far as the AM categories are concerned, that has swung for the moment back to CP Racing, but that is on the pit stop at the moment, because car collection have just stopped, and indeed at our snapshot it was still in 15th position. Max Edelhoff has just taken that car out. 7th position for Lippert Motorsport. They lead the SPX category. Kelly Moss Road and Race now up to 8th in the leading 991 Cup car, with the 2 SPX challengers, Black Falcon and Pro Oyster, making up the top 10. Outside the top 10, as far as GT is concerned, that's where we'll find the GT4 leader, and that is the RHC Jurgensen Strom, and Brett Strom just taking that car into the fueling station, the number 450 in 11th position. And again, it's a decent lead with laps ahead, multiple laps ahead of Zorg Rennsport. They'll grab a couple back as that car in the lead, the 450, is in the pits lane at the moment. Plenty of problems for people further down the field. The Racer's Edge guys have really not given up at all and carried on going, but in 18th position, the HP Ferrari, after being super quick this morning, particularly with their the young Swiss ace at the wheel. The 41 Ferrari succumbing to gearbox issues after putting in the fastest lap of the race overall. Talksport, the 70 car, and Winward Racing, the 433, dropped out yesterday evening with issues. That's how it stands then, with 5 hours and 56 still to run in this race, and we haven't had any drama for the top 3 for a little while.
Well, no, I think that was just a mini drama that we had, and I was going to try and talk the Herbert Porsche into well, I was trying to talk it up because it had been closing at the beginning of this race and immediately fell 2 laps behind because of needing to take on fuel. But they'd got the gap down quite significantly over the course of the race, only by little margins, but and despite Daniel Alleman not being quite on the pace of his co-drivers this weekend, the Hervet Porsche was just beginning to close up, and more importantly from their point of view, they'd secured second place ahead of the top sport car, but with that pit stop that they called wrongly, as it turned out. With hindsight, it's easy for us to say that it was wrong. At the time, it looked like it might be a good move, but as it turned out, it didn't work out for them. So they've come in 10 laps early, really. They've got Ralph Bowden now in the car. The advantage they will have is that because they can get the 85 litres in, they may not have had room for all of the 85 litres, but it will now mean that Ralph Bowden has a full tank full, so he'll be able to go as long as he possibly can on this tank of fuel. So he won't necessarily be able to outpace the top sport Mercedes, but he will be able to stay out much longer than the top sport Mercedes. But of course that car still owes us a pit stop, as does Felipe Fraga in the race-leading Black Falcon Mercedes. But Felipe has still got another 25 minutes or half an hour to drive out there.
Have we got to worry about any driving times for those A6 Pro cars? No.
Almost no. The guy who has to watch out is Lucas Stoltz. He has an overall drive time limit of 12 hours in total, adding together the part of the race yesterday to today's part of the race. But I don't think he's going to get to 12 hours, even if he kind of drives to his maximum. And what we've seen so far from from Top Sport is that Lucas Stoltz gets into the car in between every other driver, so he's been doing alternate stints, but he's a driver that has a limit on him of 12 hours. The other driver that has a limit on him is Charles Espenlaub, because the A6 AM Advantage category that the CP Racing team is running in demands that the semi-pro driver can do no more than a quarter of the race, which is 6 hours. But again, for them, they're a how do I put it, a very democratic team. They share out the driving pretty equally between the 4 drivers, and Charles Espenlaub is currently at the wheel of the number 85 car, but he's only done this single stint in the race so far. Charles Espenlaub having had a bit of a lie-in this morning, whilst Shane Lewis got up and did the early morning stint, handed over to Charlie Putnam. Joe Foster took over, and say Charles Espenlaub has only just got back into the car.
Yeah, leading in that A6 AM category in a creditable 5th position, and having had a great battle all the way through with that number 34 car collection. Now there's been an incident down at turn 10. That's the little kink on the way down the hill to the left-hander before the back straight. Car number 90, Martin Conrad, and the number 101. That would be Stephen Licorice in the red Camel Jordan leading TCR car. So this is 2 significant cars, second in the race, an A6 Pro overall in the GT part of the category, and leading the TCE and TCR class. Those 2 cars have come together somehow, and it's been looked at.
Yes, I'm not quite sure when the incident happened, because just looking at the messages that we have, there's no indication of a yellow flag having happened at turn 10. We've had yellow flags at turn 11 and another one at turn 7, but nothing at turn 10. But that incident, as John just described, so we'll wait for an indication of an outcome or an indication of no further action to be taken. But for the moment, at least, TCR still being led by Stephen Licorice, now to the tune of some 4 laps after that hiccup from the AC Motorsport team. Stefan Perrin has now taken over at the wheel of the AC Motorsport Audi, and that has elevated, small story, the Baz Cooten car, 131. Antti Buri is up into 2nd place now in TCR, having had a terrible start to the race, but he's plugged away at it, and by being reliable, whilst others have been making mistakes, the 131 Baz Cooten car up to 2nd, John.
Now, how is the championship looking? Because the Autorama car that was leading the championship, Konstantin Kletzer, is back at the wheel of that, as he tends to be when I'm sitting in this chair. He's just coming across the line in front of us, which is what made me think of it. They're now 4th in their class and 4th in the TCE category in that VW Golf.
They have a 14-point lead coming into this round, and even if AC Motorsport win the TCR class, they will get 29 points, which will take them to 73. And if Autorama, where are they at the moment, they're currently 4th, they will have 79, so they will still win the championship if they finish in 4th place, even if AC Motorsport would win the champion. Even if AC Motorsport would win the race.
The scene has ground to a halt again, and this is between turns 11 and 12. So on the back straight, well over to driver's right, just over the top of the, that's the second brow. No, it's the first brow, because it's before the advertising gantry over the top of the track. And this time I don't think Marco De Leo's going to be able to get that car back. It was an outlap for Marco, actually, in the Racers Edge Motorsport scene. He's fired it back up again, or at least the headlight blinked for a moment, rather conspiratorially, almost like a wink, to which is to say, no, I'll be there in a moment.
Give me a second.
Hang on. So that, I'm sure, will have started a flurry of pit stops just in time to say good afternoon to our gearbox girl, Adam.
Hello, John, Mr. Specutainment. Yep, down here in the pit lane, the first car to react to seeing the Sin stopped out on the track was the CP Racing number 85. They were already prepared to put Charlie Putman in the car as Charles Lespinov got out, but because no Code 60 came out the last time, they elected not to bring the car in. Now it is a Code 60. Their car is in the pit lane. Their car was in the pit lane before that came out. They get to do full fuel.
Yeah, absolutely perfect for CP there, Paul. They get to do their fuel stop while everybody else is moving slowly, but crucially, as they came in under green, they'll get their full allocation of fuel.
Absolutely. There'll be somebody at Herbert Motorsport spitting glass at them. They'll be saying, look, we made absolutely the right call last time and it didn't work out for us, and now here we are. I think what's in the back of the mind for Herbert Motorsport is there was one Code 60 which we had in yesterday's segment of this race when the Code 60 happened just as Daniel Alleman was turning through turn 1, and by the time he got to turn 20 it went green, and so he spent the entire Code 60 period driving round at 60 kilometres an hour, and he was unable to get into the pits just because the Code 60 was too short for him to take advantage. And say a second bit of bad luck on the decision making at Herbert then. So Ralph Bone is the current driver who has to sit it out there. I'm quite sure that both Felipe Fraga and Martin Conrad in the two Mercedes, the Black Falcon and the Top Sport cars, will take the opportunity to get in. Although it won't be a long Code 60, I don't think, John.
No, it won't. The Nissan pickup truck, the V8 Titan, has got the Sin under tow and is actually towing it quicker than the 60 kilometres an hour at the moment and overtaking the Ralph Bone Herbert Motorsport Porsche as they go down the back straight. That car will be recovered to the pit lane. Air hammers on the pit lane.
Martin Conrad did not know where his pit box was because there were so many other people out on the pit lane waiting to receive their cars. But the 90 is in, Conrad is out. I believe Alice Henrik still taking over the Mercedes. There were 4 rings on his fire suit, and I think that's just a leftover from earlier in the season. 4 new Hancocks going on this car that came in out of second place. And just a couple boxes further up, we also have the 991 leader in. That's the Kelly Moss Road and Race. They're taking their time on that stop. Doesn't appear to be a driver change for that organization. Mercedes fires back into life. And the next pit box behind the Mercedes, the Mark car. This is Jim Briotti's penultimate racing stint. He's getting in now. He's going to do about an hour and 10, get out, and then hopefully take this car to the checkered flag.
Shea Adam on the pit lane for us as the 717 is just waiting to go down and fire up, which the V8 will do any second now for that Mark II coupe. It's taking a wee bit of time. And sort of rumbles off quite quietly there, actually. Bit of an anti-climax. question that came in early on, actually, and I meant to ask it when I was here last at lunchtime, that came in from a number of people saying there's a new Mercedes out next year, and quite a lot of people have been talking about that. Are we potentially seeing the last runs here in the US, at least, for the current iteration, the current evolution of the AMG Mercedes GT3? It's a fair point, because Mercedes customers, Paul, do tend to be sold up pretty well. When we went from the old SLS to the AMG, you know, you thought, well, the SLS is a pretty good car. You'll see that for a little. Oh no, they've all gone. They all just disappeared, didn't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely, and you're absolutely right to pose the same question now. My thought would be, exactly as with the SLS, there will still be some non-Evo Mercedes racing next year, but knowing the way that customer service at Mercedes works, I'm sure there'll be some arm twisting and, oh, I think you need to buy a new one of these, and so we'll get some new ones in. In has come Ralph Bone.
Shea Adam is there, and they are taking advantage of the code 60, Shea.
Yes, they are. Sorry, just had to fire my mic back up. They're doing a front brake change on this car, and let's see, no new tires will be going on. Green flag is back out in the air, and once again, the code 60 does not fall in the way of Herbert Motorsport.
Do you know, sometimes you're the windscreen, sometimes you're the bug, and they have been the bug this time around. They've done a cracking job there. I always get scared when I see the safety vehicle scarpering past our window from left to right down the pit lane. There's just something inherently wrong about that. It is actually behind a concrete wall.
There are some fairly significant bits of concrete between them.
It still scares the life out of me though, Paul. It really does. So Felipe Fraga didn't come in at all in that
correct
code 60 period. Top Sport did, and Hendrik Still is behind the wheel of the 60. Ralph Bourne is now heading to, in fact, in the fuel area and, in fact, out of it. So, in fact, they didn't take fuel. 135 for the brakes. Now, it's about, what did we say, about 30 seconds to roll down the pit lane, so that's taken them about a minute to change those brakes. That's pretty good.
It's good, but could be better. I think they'll be happy with that, but unhappy with the fact that it went green before they could get out onto the circuit. Of course, Ralph had taken on a full tank full of fuel by taking the car earlier when the code 60 didn't happen, but he thought was going to. And with the number 90 car having had its pit stop and got on the way again, Felipe Fraga staying out as far as the Black Falcon team is concerned. He has fuel for maybe another 25 minutes, another 9 or 10 laps for the Black Falcon Mercedes. It won't allow the Top Sport car to take the lead, but it will allow the Top Sport car to get a lot closer to the Black Falcon Mercedes than it did before. So far from it being the Herbert car that was beginning to challenge the Black Falcon, they need to be looking more at what Top Sport is able to do. So we're over 5 hours and 40 minutes of this race to go, John. So there's still plenty of time for cats to be thrown amongst pigeons here.
It's a really good day, but yesterday was an even better day for the Kelly Moss Road and Race Organization. Car number 906, Andrew Davis, one of 5 drivers in the car. First off, how much fun have all 4 of you, the other 4 of you, been having?
It's been a lot of fun. It really has. A bit like herding cats, you know, as the saying goes. But, you know, it's a great group of guys. The Dakotas, and along with Alan, you know, just some of my longtime coaching customers, I was really glad they brought me along for this. And, you know, to do it with Kelly Moss Road and Race has been great. So, you know, the car, our Porsche Cup car has been running really well. This track puts it to the test. You know, it really is a punishing track, especially with some of the new bumps. So we're just trying to hang on here for the last 6 hours of the race. It seems like it's been a 34-hour race so far, not a 24-hour race.
It will be 33 and a half hours by the time the checkered flag falls from when the green flag came out, so you're not far off on that. Now, that code 60, perfect timing for you guys. A bit of misfortune when Alan was out there. What happened?
Well, you know, right before that code 60, he called in and said the exhaust note changed, You know, Alan is learning quickly, but doesn't have a lot of experience. So I was very proud of him to be able to recognize that and tell us. So we were able to bring him in, and the exhaust had actually broken. So these guys are so quick with the change that we've got most of that done under the code 60, so we didn't lose too much time. Now we're back out and running.
How big of a gap are you guys trying to make it by the end?
Well, you know, right now, I mean, we're not trying to extend the gap, but because, you know, you just don't know what's going to happen, and the vulnerability of all these cars on this difficult circuit, you know, I'm not comfortable with the gap, but at the same time, we're very lucky to have the gap we are, but just some flawless driving on track and great execution here in the pits is what's given us that at this point in time. So we'll take advantage, but we're trying to take care of the car now.
Andrew, you've driven in just about every series in the U.S. What do you think about Creventic?
You know, this is my second Creventic race. Last year with the classic BMW guys, coming home with a victory to end the season was great. So I love it because I've got a good record right now. I'm 1 for 1. I'd like to be 2 for 2. This series is great. I think it's a great combination of, you know, it's got a very pro feel, and there's pro teams. These are serious teams and serious competition, but at the same time, maybe not as much of the pressure that you get from some of the other stuff I do. The series is great. The officials are doing a great job. The registration, everything goes so smoothly. You really feel wanted here. And I think that's great for a driver like myself, but also the customer drivers that make this work. And the schedule is second to none. I'd love to run a full schedule so I can go all across the world and do some of these great races.
And having a break in the middle of a 24-hour race isn't too bad either. So the schedule within the schedule is pretty good too.
It does make it a little bit more civilized, I guess, right? To go back and sleep in a hotel room for 3 or 4 hours, that's a luxury I'm not used to in 24-hour racing.
Thanks, Andrew. Good luck.
Thanks, Jay. Thank you.
And that gap that Andrew Davis was referring to, the lead in the 991 class, 22 laps between his car and the next car up in the class, the Porsche Lorient car, which is the 991 class, numbered 911. And Eric Mouet is currently at the wheel of the Porsche Lorient car. The MRS GT Racing car, the one with the Webhead sponsorship on the side, courtesy of JM Lippmann. That car is third in the 991 class, so that's not too shabby for that car, number 980, currently in the hands of Constantine Scholl, and he is a further 5 laps adrift of the Lorient car. So the top 3 in 991, 906 leading the way, 911 in second place, and 980 in third place in that class. As far as the TCR category is concerned, I was saying how Antti Buuri in the number 131 has got that car up into second in the class now, with Antti having just taken the car over and at the moment lapping more rapidly than Stephen Licorice, but with 4 laps of cushion. I don't think Stephen's going to adapt his running too much. Indeed, if anything, Stephen's just going to be even more careful, as we were hearing from Evo there. They're just going to have to stay off the curbs now. Message on the screen saying that the 131, having just talked about Antti Buuri, they're spraying fluid. There's been a number of cars who's been reported for that over the course of this weekend's racing, and number 131, not sure which area of that the fluid is coming from, but Antti Buuri, having only just gone back out onto the circuit, my suspicion would be that that's going to be fuel that's coming out of a leaky nozzle or something. So the Baz Keating team will need to rectify that. I'm not quite sure if Shea Adams is going to be in a position to check what they're doing, but it's the Baz Keating car number 131 reported for spraying liquids out on the circuit.
As you say, Paul, not the first, certainly not the first this weekend, although different orifices have been used for the liquid spraying.
Yes, quite. But
we've had a variety of them.
I mean, it's a serious point. I mean, quite aside from the fact that fluids on the circuit make it slippery, it also does damage to the asphalt, doesn't it? If you get certain types of petroleum-based fluids going out there and getting then rubbed in by other people's tyres. And of course the other thing is, if you've got rubber around there as well, then it's going to be even more unstable for the drivers making their way around. one of the features of Hankook tyres. They may be very durable, but they do seem to produce a lot of marvels, don't they? I mean, I don't know if you ever wandered out onto the track at the end of the race. I always try and just have a quick look at the track at the end of one of these 24-hour races or even the 12-hour races, and the amount of rubbish that gets thrown out onto the track is unbelievable.
The thing that Hankook have managed to do, which I find very impressive, is that they have managed to produce a tyre that has the longevity for quite heavy GT3, GT4 cars to do sometimes over an hour of racing, getting on for an hour and a half sometimes, depending on how you're using the fuel and what's going on, that gives you super confidence from early on and can still give you good lap times towards the end of the run. And with seemingly little degradation, if I go back a couple of years to when we had the Aston here, it was literally only the last 10 laps of the stint that you had to start messing about with either the brake balance or the ABS settings. In fact, I never touched the ABS settings. All I did was put an extra click or two of traction control into the GT4 car, and that was mainly for coming round 16, 17 and 18, just because at that point you really don't want to get a tank slapper and end up in the wall on the right. But so long as you looked after the left front, the tyre wear was pretty good, and you would come in saying, you know, consistency. And we've seen guys picking up pace once the fuel burns off. As the Gulf fuel load goes down, Paul, people are finding time in the tyres.
That's right, and I think what you say is right as well about you want the predictability, the consistency of it.
Terribly important for drivers who don't drive very often or who aren't pros.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, the professionals, they'll be used to that seat of the pants feeling, which I've no idea what it means because I've never done it, but I've spoken to enough people, and you have that sensitivity, the inner ear balance, you know where the car is leaning, where it's sliding, what the yaw and all the other features of the car is, and you can sense that, and you can drive to its limit but not beyond. But a professional will do that as second nature. A gentleman driver will really find that unsettling, and that will upset his driving time or his ability to set quick laps.
I heard Ivo Breukers earlier on in the race talking about how one of the things that they were battling was not overheating the tyres, the front tyres, and particularly too much in the first part of the lap. And that, again, what you want there is the ability to feel what's going on and say, oh no, I've pushed a bit too hard there, I'll need to back off a wee bit. What you don't want to happen is for the tyres to overheat, give up grip, and then fling you off into the scenery. Sorry, the little giggle there was for Felipe Fraga, who's hammering along through the S's at the moment, and clearly having taken the Bleekemolen line at what is it, turn 4, the middle left-handed part there. He's actually straddling that orange, what used to be the big pyramid curves in the middle, which I remember not too long ago here in the WEC. Well, I say that now, it's probably a few years ago, isn't it? That Darren Turner clipped one of those with the Aston Martin, and it pushed the shock absorber up, not just through its mount, but through the bonnet of the Aston Martin. So they've obviously been taken down a little bit. They're not quite as severe as they used to be.
There has been a bit of subsidence here, hasn't there? So I suspect that might have been what's taken it down. And I don't think that the ride heights have changed that much in the meantime.
Not at all.
So
We've
anyway,
got the
car in the penalty box.
And it's a long one for Richard Highstand. The Volt Racing car been in there for more than 30 seconds while he's in there. Let's head to the pit lane and share.
Unfortunately, I can talk to Jade Buford because it looks like your car put back together, no driver need be installed. Is that it for the 24 hours in the sim?
Yeah, I think that's it for us. The team did an amazing job trying to persevere through all some of the mechanicals and then just some things that this track is now attributing to wear and tear on race cars. It's bumpier than it's ever been. It's being like doing a 24-hour at Sebring, which anybody would say, don't do that.
You've got experience winning races on bumpy tracks before. You've won in a GT4 at Sebring, but it feels like a much different thing when you do have that clock that never seems to end.
Yeah, I mean, the track is just putting so much more workload on the cars, so everybody's tasked, even the drivers, trying to take care of the car the best we can. It's just, today it's too much, and luck wasn't on our side.
Was it a good experience, though, for the Racers Edge group as a whole, coming in here for the first Creventic event?
Oh yeah, like anytime we can get out here and do stuff like this, it was very positive. The team did an amazing job dealing with every single situation, so this is experience that they'll take forward.
When are we going to see you next?
Hopefully next year. I don't think there's any official announcement where I'll be, but I'm sure you'll see me.
Glad to hear it, Jade. Thanks, and sorry, but hey, at least you get to go to dinner early.
Yeah, it's something I haven't had the last couple nights. Thank you.
Go and get some barbecue. Wearing his PF Racing overalls from the Ford Mustang that he's been driving in IMSA competition this season. Jay Buford's learning the ropes in sports car racing and doing a pretty good job as well. The leader on the back straight at the moment, just putting a lap on the number 717, Jim Briori back out in Kurt Oise's Mark II car. That is the number 4 car, Felipe Fraga, who's been out for quite a long time, Paul.
Coming towards the end of his stint, yes, he's done 30 laps. As you mentioned, when we had that code 60 last, he didn't come into the pits during the last code 60, chose to stay out and could afford to, really, but it does mean because he stayed out, he's extended his lead to 3 laps over the top sport car, to 4 laps over the Herbert car, who was running into all kinds of difficulties with code 60s and coming in and things. Ralph Bone still at the wheel, going as rapidly as he's gone now, so Ralph Bone 2 minutes 10 on that last lap, but now, as I say, 4 laps behind the race leaders. But Felipe Fraga, I think, will be into the pits within the next 2 or 3 laps at most.
Certainly pushing on, Paul, because just a little while ago he was coming through the S's, and there's nothing left in terms of track limits there. He's just about got the left-hand side of the left-hand side tyres, Hankook tyres, still on the curb in that middle section. It's open to interpretation. There are places in the UK where that would be called as track limits, because in certain tracks you've got to keep wheels on the track, not on the curb. The track itself is the white line at the edge of the track and not the curb.
Exactly so, but I mean, what is interesting is that that cone, it's not a sausage, it is literally a cone, but it reminds me of some of those speed bumps that you get in the UK, particularly on the way to Tim Gray's house.
That you can straddle.
Which are not fully across the road, but they're kind of straddled ones, and you sort of think, yep, I can just get right wheels to the right, left wheels to the left, and go over the top of that one. And because the wheel, not the wheelbase, but the breadth of
track,
thank you, of the Mercedes is sufficiently wide, they can just about put one wheel either side of it as they go past that speed bump.
Kerry, who's in London at the main control room, has just said, yeah, they're a pain, aren't they? It's all very well. You've got a Jeep Compass, Kerry. That's nothing. You should be hitting them at whatever speed you want, so long as within the speed limit, obviously.
30 miles an hour.
I've got to be. I'm always scared of those when I go in a low slung car. Normally, if it's the 968 that I go there with, because I'm always worried I'm going to scrape the exhaust or something over the top of it. You think, oh, I can do that. Oh no, hang on, I'm in a low car. Wait for the crunch. No, it's absolutely fine. And that would be scaring the life out of me if I'm the team manager down at Black Falcon. But clearly, Blake Mullen and Fraga have talked about this, because that's exactly the line that Blake Mullen was taking early on. And when there's nothing else there, he's getting good run through the S's there. And
it's not like he takes it as an escape route or a way to get past other traffic. That is just his line.
Correct.
And it is very much every time through there. 1 or 2 cars doing fastest laps of the race so far. Anti-Bury amongst them in the 131 top car. We haven't had any further report of the fluid spillage on that car, so hopefully he'll be able to stay out there. Anti-Bury then at 122.724 on his last lap. That's 5 seconds quicker than Stephen Lickeridge is going in the red Camel's car on a single lap. But they've still got 4 laps of a cushion, and I'm sure Evo won't be concerned. Evo will be on the radio to Stephen Licorice just saying, keep it away from the curbs, keep it between the white lines, particularly with the damage to that car. It's got a, how did Evo put it, being naked on a tightrope or something?
Yeah, part of the, what is effectively the sump guard underneath there, the under tray for that car has been damaged.
So there was another car that recently set an improved lap time as well. From which one it was now, I think it was one of the, it was Konstantin Scholl in the 991 Porsche 980, which had also set a faster lap of the race so far. So conditions may be getting towards the end of the race, still 5.5 hours to go, but still the track good enough to continue doing quick lap times. Apparently it was swept overnight, John, so they went out with the track sweepers and got some of the marbles off the track. So for a little while the track was in good condition this morning.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. It would be a sensible thing to do, but you wouldn't know it in parts, would you? The way you're looking through there. It is quite remarkable as into the pit lane and hard on the brakes down to 40 kilometres an hour for the leader, Felipe Fraga for Black Falcon. That's about on time, according to Paul. We expected him.
Yeah, I thought he might go a bit further with having saved some fuel under the code 60, but maybe he's decided not to take any risks and push it too near the limit. Doesn't have to at this stage, I would say.
Henrik still goes through and therefore takes 1 lap back, but of course that is off kilter in terms of the pit stops. Shea Adam is down by the WeatherTech sponsored car. Any sign of a driver change there, Shea?
Yes, sir. Very much a driver change. Jerome Blakeman taking back over for Felipe Fraga. And Tristan McNeil is in the garage, so his day not yet done either. 4 new tires and a quick trip off to the fuel pumps.
They are, Shea, very slick indeed there, aren't they? They are super quick in changing the wheels, but they still manage to get the driver change done and lose 0 time at all. And considering how few people are allowed to work on the car, that's impressive, isn't it?
It's very impressive, and especially when you see the seat insert that Blake Mullen has to put in when Fraga gets out. That adds another element too. Make sure that the belts are exposed, that you're not covering anything you didn't want to. It's a perfectly choreographed dance, and it's eased by the fact that their progress into the fast lane in the fuel station, it's completely unhindered. There's nobody who pits just in front of them. I'm going to dive into the pit lane. Fraga has disappeared. Cooper's here. Should we have a quick chat with Cooper? Let's see if I can wave. Do you mind? Yeah, he's a good man. Cooper, we were sitting here chatting about driving the Mercedes because you're used to driving Ferraris, and a lot of Ferraris very successfully. It's a very different cockpit in the Mercedes, though. It's tighter. How is it for someone of your size?
It's difficult for me. I'm 6'5" and I've got really long arms, so that's the biggest thing about the Mercedes is the lack of elbow room for me in the car. But anytime I'm driving such an amazing car like our Mercedes AMG, I always have a smile on my face. So I make it work, kind of fold myself in there and unfold myself to get out. But no, our WeatherTech Mercedes is running strong. The Black Falcon guys have been on point since the car rolled off the trailer. So really happy with that so far. We got still a long way to go, but fingers crossed.
John was just remarking on how good the driver changes have been for all of you guys. It's so quick and such little time lost between when the tires are done and when the driver's side door closes. How much did you guys work on that and your specific rotation for driver in, driver out?
Well, the good news is for Ben, Jerome, and myself, driver changes are normal, and you got to do them as fast as you can. So we practice them all the time in IMSA. So we come here, and it's the same thing. But you only are allowed to do tires here, so you have less time. So there's more pressure to get the driver change done quicker. So we practice them and practice them and practice them, and we had an original rotation, and then we decided to mix it up just in case we had to put a different driver in, and we would be, ready for that. And but I can tell you, we did so many practice driver changes that my foot started to hurt after running in and out of the car. So Yeah, it's nice to be able to get those done quickly because we sit in the fueling area for so long. So nice to get the driver change done quickly. The guys are on it with the wheels and tires super fast. So, like I said, fingers crossed to the end.
You said mixing up the rotation. We've seen that so far in terms of who's been driving the car. Felipe got out, Jerome got in. That should mean that Ben or you gets in next. And obviously you're still in your fire suit. Your day's not done, is it?
No, not yet. I'll probably get back in, or Ben. We haven't decided yet with our strategist, but I'm happy to drive again or give it to Ben. He's doing a great job out there flying, taking good care of the car, which is really important, especially with all the big bumps here. We saw multiple Mercedes already out of the race due to issues, I think, created by the bumps. So either way, I'm going to get in and take it easy, or Ben will get in and take it easy. So we'll see.
Ben told us the other night that you guys were going to do a very short night practice because you had a movie to catch. How was the movie?
Yeah, we ran out of night practice kind of early after putting the car P1. Jerome did, which was nice, and went to the movie, the new Ford versus Ferrari movie, and honestly, it was fantastic. Just the history between the two marques is astonishing, and to see that on film with what I find one of my biggest passions with racing, it was really cool. The movie ended pretty late, and then we did a Q&A afterwards with some guests. So we were to bed pretty late Friday night, but we're here and running well. And here's Mr. Keating.
The key to our success, our floor mats.
Always goes without saying. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Cooper. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, Shay.
Cooper McNeil with Shay Adam as Johnny Palmer returns to the commentary box. That's me, by the way, and Paul Trustwell is over on the far side as well, monitoring the data flowing in still to the various systems. And at the moment, Black Falcon not put a foot wrong, arguably, for the whole of the race so far. And we are now in the middle of hour 19. And yeah, it's still 5 hours to go, so a good old chunk left, but the Mercedes proving for itself to be very reliable. I think Cooper makes a good point, though, that all four drivers have been taking it pretty easy on the car, staying off the curbs where appropriate, and trying to limit the amount of tyre pickup as well on those Hankook tyres, although sometimes they're given very little choice but to head off the racing line to deal with the traffic.
But I think, I can't remember which driver it was we were speaking to earlier on. I mean, they were saying how one of the nice things about Creventic is the way that it encourages teams of different abilities and different resources into it. And the way that Black Falcon can arrive here, I mean, Black Falcon with multiple wins in 24-hour races, not just in Creventic races, but other series as well, bring a very professional approach to their racing. The team knows exactly what they're doing, and almost Cooper there, he didn't actually say so, but indicating that the amount of driver change practice they did, even though they do driver change practice in other series, was still, not excessive, but it was a lot, because that driver change is crucial to how long your car spends in the pits. When Barwell Motorsports ran at Mugello and at Barcelona this year, they said the area which they lost the most time was in getting their driver changes done, because Barwell, used to running in a series where the pit stop is a timed pit stop, they have that little bit of extra time on the pit stop just to make sure the belts are done up securely and to just get the driver nice and comfortable before he sets off. And Mark Lemon was telling me that they're losing time on every pit stop when they came to Mugello and to Barcelona. So there was a lot of learning still to be done for even a series professional as Barwell when they arrive in the Creventic series.
Yeah. The other thing I've noticed, though, here with the fueling area after the bit with the team, is that some drivers choose to properly secure the belts in the fueling area. Now, that's probably a little bit iffy regarding the regulations, but the fact that fueling takes place after you've been installed in the car does give you a bit more opportunity. It's not always that case, because at other tracks, it's fueling first before you then get the driver out with the team.
Absolutely, and in Barcelona, for example, that they had there, it was so hot, the driver would come into refueling after a long stint, turn the engine off because you have to turn the engine off. You have to have the windows closed, and you're effectively just done an hour and a half in the car, and then you're sitting in the greenhouse for 2 minutes whilst the fuel gets put in.
Yep.
And the heat exhaustion that was then put upon the driver was quite severe. You say with the fueling at the exit of the pit lane, you head off, and you're absolutely right. The smart drivers will actually tighten up the belts when they get into the refueling area.
Yeah, just a little adjustment, if at all necessary, and until heading on to the live track then by turning left back into the pit lane and finally blending onto the racetrack just before turn 1. The 906 Porsche, having just made a stop, is heading back down pit lane. A couple of Porsches in fact, on this lap. Also, the Speed Lover car of Pierre-Yves Pack, number 978.
The battle for the lead, Johnny, has changed its complexion a little bit since you were last here. So I'll do a little recap, partly for your benefit, but also for the benefit of anybody else who's just rejoining us and saying, that the pattern has changed a little bit, because Herbert Motorsport have dropped a little bit out of contention as a result of one making a call to come into the pits when they thought a code 60 was going to happen, and it didn't happen, so they got caught out a little bit. Robert Renauer came in a bit early and handed the car over to Ralph Bone. There was then a code 60, and Ralph Bone came in with the Herbert car again. And the Herbert team said, well, we've got the code 60, let's change the brakes. So they changed the brakes at the front of the Porsche. Whilst they were doing that, it went back to green. So they lost ground again whilst the circuit went back to green while they were finishing off their brake change. So that's why Herbert has dropped back a little bit. During that code 60 that we had, Black Falcon elected to stay out on the track, which was good at the time, but now we've had that pit stop from Black Falcon with Felipe Fraga handing over to Jeroen Bleekemolen. Hendrik Still, who is now in the Top Sport Mercedes, took the car over from Martin Conrad during the code 60. So the gap first to second between the Black Falcon and the Top Sport Mercedes has come right down now, and it's only just over a lap. So there's still a lap between them, but it's only a lap and a little bit, whereas the gap first to second was well over 2 laps. So Top Sport have closed up on the Black Falcon Mercedes. Herbert have dropped away from that battle.
So the number 4 car of Black Falcon at turn 7 now. The 90 car is just heading out of turn number 1. So a lap and a sector.
Yeah.
Basically separates them.
Whereas it was 2 laps and a sector previously. So the gap first and second has come down. The only way in which that might be construed as being slightly false is that because the pit stop for the Black Falcon car has only just happened, Hendrik Still will be in about 10 laps before the Black Falcon car on the next cycle of pit stop. So the pit stop cycle has now got itself a little bit out of sync, so we'll get a bit of a flip-flopping of the gaps, because Hendrik Still will be in first for fuel, then Ralph Bone will be in, and then Jeroen Bleekemolen will be in that order for the top 3 making their pit stops. In A6 it's still close, but not quite as close as CP Racing would like it. Max Edelhoff is back in the car collection car, and that Audi goes very rapidly when Max is driving it, and I'm afraid nobody in CP Racing can keep up with it. So the gap first to second in A6 AM is increasing a little bit, but there are only those 2 cars left in A6 AM to all intents and purposes. The other A6 AM cars having fallen by the wayside with the retirement of the HB Racing Ferrari and the other Top Sport Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, the 23-year-old from Iserlohn in Germany, rapid in the 34 car, all over the curbs he was on the exit of turn 9 on the previous lap, and now has a fair bit of traffic to deal with. He's just got by Jim Briodi in the Corozia Racing Mark II V8, with directly in front of him is that CP Mercedes, in fact. So both AM cars together on track. This won't be a move for position. In fact, it's put the Audi car a further lap ahead of Charlie Potman. Yeah, so both A6 AM leaders together, but this is merely to extend for Max Edelhoff, who just went briefly offline to dodge around a bit of traffic as well. And Potman's aim now is to try and hang on to the coattails of Max Edelhoff. But as you can see, that's going to be easier said than done.
Yeah, but at the same time, not getting sucked into making an unwise move and ending up bouncing over the curves.
True enough. About trying to conserve the car as well at CP Racing, just as it is at Black Falcon, I'm sure. So the Black Falcon car now halfway down the back straight. Little gaggle of Porsches together into turn 11. 978 Pierre-Yves Pack has just rejoined from a standard looking pit stop, 4.5 minutes to be serviced by the team and then sent to fuel. And the fourth placed TCE car is the Volkswagen Golf of Team Autorama Motorsport. Konstantin Kletzer now driving the 112. Fourth place in TCR behind AC Motorsports Audi, and two Cupras now, Antibury for Top Car Sport by Baz Cooten and the Red Camel Jordan's version. 2 and a bit laps between those two Cupras, but actually after early difficulties yesterday for the Baz Cooten run car, that's a very good effort to get 131 back into second place. It's taken them the best part of half a day to do it.
It has indeed, and Antti has recently set the fastest lap of the race for that car in the 131 Baz Cooten car. So I think there's not much wrong with that car now. They've had various electrical glitches on it, which Joe Bradley and Baz Cooten were discussing because they understand it. The rest of us don't stand a chance. But the electrical problems in general are what have given it that 2.5 lap disadvantage. But Antti Bury's lap time since he's been out, averaging 2:23s. Stephen Licorice is in the 2:28s. So there's 4 or 5 seconds of a lap, 4 or 5 seconds per lap difference between those lap times. But Stephen Licorice being under close instruction from the Red Camel's team to keep the car off the curbs and between the white lines, because there's no sump guard on that car, so they're dancing a little bit with a rather exposed sump, so they can't afford to bash anything, because otherwise that really will be curtains for Red Camel.
There's also something I noticed on the 717 that is flapping from the rear. Now that might be related to the loose floor that needed to be tended to earlier on. I don't think it's something that that race control will be interested in getting the car in for immediate repairs, but on the main straight, left rear corner, there was something just around the wheel arch flapping away. Could be just a little bit of tape, of course, that was installed earlier on. But Jim Briodi having, I'm sure, to drive around 1 or 2 issues that weren't there in his previous stint. The car's doing nicely, second place in SPX and enjoying a 3-lap lead over the Mercedes of Black Falcon Team Techstar, with Axel Sartingen at the wheel of that. So top 3 in SPX, 710 Lamborghini, 717 Mark, and the 464 Mercedes AMG GTX. Another 8 minutes to go and we will reach the top of our clock hour, as in local time, being 4 o'clock in the afternoon, racing through till 9 o'clock. So again, psychologically, that's another step forward in this 24-hour race. It seems a rather long affair compared to a normal 24, purely because it spans 33 and a bit hours. And long way to go yet to think about trophies, but the teams, of course, will be tempted by that podium at the end of this. That's the challenge that they've given themselves, not only to get to the end of the race, but ideally to finish in one of the podium spots.
And we're still on, I really shouldn't hex it, for a record distance in this race. We've only had the 1 code 60 period in, we've had 2 code 60 periods in today's portion of the race. We only had 5 yesterday, because again there was 1 right at the end. So we had 5 code 60s yesterday and 2 so far today, but we're still on schedule to complete more than the 608 laps that Herbert Porsche completed in 2017.
the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. SPX leaders just made a stop. Harold Schlotter bringing that car in, and it now enters the fueling area. And the route through that dictated by red and white cones that have been carefully laid out. And you navigate through the fueling quadrant in a clockwise direction, looking for the next available pump. One of them declared out of order quite early on in the weekend, but there are still 7 of the 8 available. And thankfully for Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini, plenty of choice. The team will already be there ready to receive it, having made their judgment as to which one is best to be quickest to fill. There'll be a minor difference between 1 or 2. As Jan Hyland crosses the line for Volt Racing in his Porsche 911 GT3. So the A6 Pro car falling away more recently from the other pros at the top of timing. It's allowed the A6 AM cars to gain places once again, but really over, well, the last probably 4 or 5 hours, we've seen 4th place change hands a number of times, because still the car collection Audi, the CP Racing Mercedes and the Volt Racing Porsche are close enough to each other for those places to change in the pit stop cycles. Nearly 40 seconds now separate Charlie Putman from Jan Hyland for Volt.
And the way the pit stop cycle works for those 3 cars is what I call the right way round, because the car that leads of those 3, Max Edelhoff, is the first one to pit. Then Charlie Putman will pit with the CP Racing Mercedes, and then Jan Hyland will pit with the number 73 Volt Porsche. So they'll come in, and that will encourage the positions to change, although Max not due in for another 25 minutes yet.
The TCE series race leader is in, Shay Adam, with some family interest helping out.
Yes, and this is truly father versus son as to which one can change the rear tires faster. It is Rick on driver's left, Evo on driver's right. Right now, Rick, I believe, is in the lead. Yes, Evo still trying to get the tires seated on the hub. Rick already has his tire done, and he runs around to try and help Dad. They are putting used tires on the back of this car, and they are pretty good. They still have quite a bit of rubber on them. They're not exactly shiny new tires going on the front. These Hancocks have seen a couple of laps, but they still are good enough that you can see the holes in them to see how much tread is left. I'll give that about a 9 out of 10. Good job, Evo.
Yeah, he was the last to be finished, but Rick was his side of the car then to pull the airline from, well, what is normally where the fuel goes in, I suppose, but the airline replaces that on a racing car. And now the fuel will go in a moment or 2. I noticed that the front of that car looks a little bit dishevelled, almost as if part of the air intake has had to be cut away in maybe a previous meeting, of course. Might be nothing to do with the 24 hours of COTA, but the front end looking a little bit lopsided as the Lamborghini from Lippert rejoins right in front of Jeroen Blekemolen, but Jeroen given enough track space on the exit of turn 1 as to not cause too much of a delay.
An indication of what a small, tight-knit operation they have there at Red Camel. It's not as if they've got people on each wheel, you know, using. I'm sure Evo hasn't barged his way in there and say, "I'll change the wheel." It'll be a case of, you know, there's not too many of us here, so we need to use our people, we use our resources efficiently.
And also, you know, 1 or 2 people may be away for a break, so the drivers step in to replace, because, as you say, it's a small team, so one can do, well, it's always good to have somebody who can do everybody's job, effectively, so you can rotate. And that's also nice from a mechanic's point of view, to have drivers to know what your job is as an engineer or a mechanic, because you're just constantly thinking about one another then and how to help each other out.
Going well so far. Red Camel having switched the driver then. It was Stephen Licorice getting out of the car and Jeremy Daniel getting in, and Jeremy the fastest of the drivers in that car, but at the moment I don't think speed is high on the list of priorities for Red Camel. I think it's more a case of just keeping the reliability of the car and protecting that lead. Antiburi would have closed up whilst the car was in the pits, And Antti is going to be constrained by drive time on this stint, and he has another 15 minutes, in fact less than 15 minutes before Antti Burri will be into the pits for his equivalent pit stop. So the gap will come down as a result of Stephen Lickeridge handing over to Jeremy Danielle, but it will then go up again when Antti Burri comes in for his routine pit stop.
It's Alexander Sherpen now at the wheel of the Lamborghini for Lippert Motorsport, the driver from Elverum in Norway, 27 years old, with GT4 experience through the years, together with SP3 in this series actually. Has raced with Century Motorsport, not only in British GT, 2014, 2015, 2016 and 17 in fact, but also with Century at the Dubai 24 hours when he was in a Ginetta G55. So, and in fact been doing some GT Italia racing in 2019, again in a Ginetta G55 as well. But I wonder whether Sherpen's experience, I know he's raced with Lippert before in this Lambo, again the Trofeo version of the car at the start of 2018. Right, another hour done then, and we've very nearly only got 5 hours still to go. This is how things stand into another stint for Jeroen Bleekemolen. We're nearly 21 minutes into this drive for the Dutchman, and he leads by a lap and a sector, as we said. Car 4 ahead of car 90 of Hendrik Still for TalkSport WRT, the German at the wheel of the Mercedes. So 2 AMG GT3s continue to be first and second. Porsche 911 GT3R, the Gen 2 car for Herbert Motorsport, and now Ralph Bohn, who is third, number 91. And then in fourth and fifth, that's the A6AM battle between Car Collection Motorsport and CP Racing, an Audi and the Mercedes battle, and the 34 leads the 85. In sixth place, Volt Racing's Porsche, number 73, the Park Place Motorsports repaired car. Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini is seventh, leading the SPX category, and Kelly Moss Road and Race lead the 991 division with their 906 Porsche Cup car. Two more SPX cars complete the top 10 in GT series. That's the Corroiser Racing Mark and the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes number 464. And in GT4, 11th place in the GT series, it is the class leader, still a BMW M4 of RHC Jorgensen Strom, and Darren Jorgensen at the wheel of car 450. He's in front of Zorg Rennsport's M4, number 451. Loriot Racing running another Porsche, of course. Just the one Porsche has been brought to Brittany, though, to Texas this weekend, and 911 is in second position in that particular class, ahead of the MRS GT Racing number 980 car. ST Racing's GT4 BMW is 15th, the Speed Lover Porsche number 978 16th. Racers Edge Motorsports Sin R1 is still in the pits, and actually maybe a retirement now. Yeah, 47 minutes is the time on it, and we have had the word, sadly, from Racers Edge Motorsport that will take no further part in this year's event. Beyond that, looking at retirements, the HB Racing Ferrari, together with the cars we lost yesterday, the TalkSport Mercedes number 70 and the Winwood Racing 433. Let's tell you about redcameljordans.nl. 50 laps fewer for the TCE series cars compared to the GTs, but redcameljordans.nl in front of all of its rivals. Car 101 after that very efficient last pit stop. Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten Racing. Credit to those guys, because they've managed to get the car back up to second place after things looked very bleak late last night. AC Motorsport came in very slowly indeed, needing to be pushed up the pit lane. The Audi RS3 running again, but down to third place as a result of that problem. And the 112 Volkswagen Golf of Autorama Motorsport is fourth, ahead of Monlau Competitions Cupra, the other Autorama Golf of Christoph Ulrich, 114, Zorg Rennsport's 851 BMW, now with Frank S. Woody III at the wheel, and the Atlanta Speedworks Honda's been a long time retirement. So there's the standings after 19 hours. Into hour 20 we go. And of course, when we get to 4 hours remaining, teams can start to think about their final 2 drivers that they will be using. I would imagine for the GT cars, that should be a relatively easy decision to make, certainly the final stint, by putting in their quickest and potentially their qualifying driver from Friday. But it's a question of getting there. And of course, you know, are you on the right sort of rhythm, an even set of stints to finish so that you don't need a splash? And that depends on how early certain teams have decided to do their back timing. Sometimes the splash is done literally as the last thing before the checkered flag. Sometimes teams like to set up their run to the flag by doing the splash on the penultimate stop.
Yes, I mean, the reason for leaving it till the last minute, if you will, rather than it being lack of forward planning, is that you never quite know when you're going to get a code 60 or some other reason to have to come into the pits, like a puncture or whatever. So you don't want to set yourself up for to have no wriggle room to go towards the end of the race. But the way things stand at the moment, with the pit stops as I've described them, we'll be getting 4 more pit stops for each of the 2 Mercedes. That will get them to the flag. But the Herbert Porsche, with its slightly less refueling amount on every pit stop, that's looking at making 5 more pit stops between now and the end of the race. So that's kind of where the pattern will be coming in. So having rolled the dice, as it were, with the Porsche, and it not quite coming up for them, they're going to have to settle themselves into 3rd place and just rely on code 60s to be able to catch up with the 2 leading Mercedes. Henrik still, at the moment, not lapping as quickly as Haroon Bleekemolen, but as I say, the gap first to second has come down significantly from where it was. But that's going to be a fluctuating gap as the 2 cars make their final set of pit stops. The way it's looking at the moment is that even though the Toxport car will be coming in first, there won't be a different number of pit stops between the Toxport car and the Black Falcon car between now and the end of the race. But I'm sure both teams will be looking for ways in which they can manipulate that, squeeze the margins, just push the other a little bit more. But say, as you've just mentioned, Johnny, 5 hours to go, and it's looking increasingly like it'll be a Mercedes 1-2 at this rate. In A6 AM, though, the Audi rather than the Mercedes has the upper hand. So car collection, as long as they got Max Edelhoff in the car, everything looks bright and rosy for them. And the driver we've not had in the car today, have we? Or, I think they've all been in the car today.
Gustav Edelhoff is a slight doubt in my mind.
Yes, I was going to say there was one that I was just questioning.
Well, definitely Dr. Kirchhoff's been in. Elmer Grimm's been in. Ingo Vogler, I'm pretty sure, has had a stint. It's really only Gustav who is...
Gustav who's not been in today. But he did drive the car yesterday, so there's not a need for him to drive if he doesn't want to or doesn't feel able to.
And I think when I left the booth last time, you hadn't quite got to the bottom of the problem for the Audi in the TCE series race. It came into the pit lane, no steam whatsoever, and they pushed it to the fueling area. Now, was that simply a case of putting fuel in and it would fired up and went again?
That was all the problem was, yes, you left at just the wrong moment. It was purely that Vincent Rademacher had run it dry of fuel. We set, I think it was Joe Bradley, it might have been Shea, I can't remember, but we set one of them the task of establishing whether Vincent was told to go for the extra lap, and so he could therefore blame the running out of fuel on somebody else.
Right.
Or whether it was his decision to go for the extra lap. But no, the car was simply out of fuel. They pushed it in the pit lane, put new tyres on it, and then had to push it from there to the pit exit where the refueling area is.
I suppose a good thing about this being a modern Formula One circuit is that the pit lane is still it's completely level, as it must be if you're building a brand new Grade 1 circuit. and not like the older school places that, well, indeed, Sao Paulo that was visited this weekend. Wouldn't fancy pushing a car up that pit lane. So it's made slightly easier for them. The 90 cars come in. Hendrick still with the TalkSport WRT. So this is the car from second position. And also car 131, Anti-Burry's Top Car Sport by Baz Cooten Cupra for a scheduled pit stop. The 451 BMW, meanwhile, turning left at turn 11. And the fueling area about to gain a couple more cars, albeit briefly. The route into that fueling area is pretty narrow, considering it's got to accommodate both the in and the out roads, and the only thing separating the two is a thin line of cones. But
yes,
that's part of the reason why the speed limit's so slow.
Yes, if you have a car coming out at the same time as a car going in, it's a bit like one of those contraflow systems you sometimes get where you've got cars with coming towards you on either side of cones.
And it's going to be a double stint for Hendrick still, according to Shea, because there was no driver change at TalkSport. Of course, they've had to narrow their interests to just one car, having started with the 70 as well, which was the A6 AM entered machine. The Pro car continues to run, though. Nick Foster, sorry, that's the other car. The 90 cars driver lineup: Luca Stoltz, Hendrick Still, who's remaining at the wheel, Martin Conrad and Axel Jeffries.
Yes, what's happened there, I had to miss that car coming in because the sun's in my eyes, but Hendrick Still got into the car at the last code 60, so when he got into the car he only got half a tank of fuel, so he's been able to use that in this stint. He'll go up now and get a full tank of fuel, and but he'll then be constrained by his 2-hour drive time, so Hendrick will be coming in again because he'll run out of drive time, but he'll save the time taken to change the tyres, and as I say, he'll be coming in again in about another 45 minutes, which is not going to be a full tank of fuel, but it will be an efficient way to double stint the tyres, although it'll be interesting to monitor the lap times on the TalkSport car just to see whether they start to fade away, because it's 4:10 in the afternoon here. Shea will give us a weather report possibly as to how warm it is outside, because we're stuck in a rather sweaty commentary box, Johnny, but my impression is that it's actually getting quite warm out there. Still some cloud about, but I suspect that means that tyre wear could be a bit of an issue. So Hendrick going out still behind the wheel. It'll be interesting to know, Shea will be able to tell us whether they actually changed the tyres or whether they just sent Hendrick straight on his way.
I think we have to bear in mind that Shea Adams' scale of warmth is slightly different from yours and mine, but Shea, weather update?
Light sweater, very appropriate for this Florida girl. Most other normal people walking around shorts, t-shirts, maybe jeans, light jackets like me. Yeah, I'm always a bad indicator of the weather. But since the sun has disappeared behind the grandstand, the temperature has started to drop on the pit lane, and it has been noticeable over about the last 20 minutes that more and more people are starting to put on sweaters. So it's not just me being crazy.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Shea.
Yes.
You said through the talkback system that Hendrick still had stayed out for the double stint, but can you confirm that they didn't change tyres on the car either?
They gave him 4 new Hankook sticker tyres.
Okay, thank you for that. So it was tyres only and then fuel, but same driver at the wheel. And the reason for doing that, of course, is that they can change the tyres more quickly than change the driver. So TalkSport then doing everything they can to continue to close the gap, but they were forced to come in to get more fuel, took tyres at the same time. Jeroen Bleekemolen at the wheel of the Black Falcon car has fuel enough for another 10 laps out there, so he'll be a while before he comes back in. Before that, we're going to have Ralph Bone coming in with a Herbert Porsche, and that will be for a driver change, possibly to Alfred Renauer in the number 91 car, but that car, as I say, has dropped a further lap behind with the requirement to change the brakes on that car at its most recent pit stop.
A little bit of tape flapping on the 464 Mercedes from Black Falcon Team Techstar, and of course this is an extension of the crew that runs the race-leading GT3 machine, number 4. So Black Falcon electing to enter this car into the SPX category because it's not eligible. Well, it could have been eligible for GT4, but they're choosing to run one or two new components for the new racing year on it, as of course the original version of the AMG GT4 was tested a year before it was legally homologated in the 24H series. I remember a Spa a couple of years ago, Spa 12 hours, when Bernd Schneider turned up as part of two Mercedes AMG GT4s that ran. Black Falcon ran one of them and possibly HTP the other. And it's always fun to see teams, manufacturers, actually utilising this particular championship to put some miles on a car that is intended to be a customer machine the following year. Sometimes they choose this championship, sometimes they choose one based at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife. But useful mileage, no doubt, being put in for that hybrid Mercedes, not hybrid in terms of powertrain, but hybrid in terms of it being a bit 2019 and a bit 2020. So the Porsche number 91 of Ralph Bone, Herbert Motorsport, running in second place now, just heading out of turn number 11 with a clear track in front, but plenty of laps still to make up on the overall race leader.
Yes, as I say, that gap has now gone out to 3 laps to the race leader. Actually 2 laps to the race leader, but it will be 3 once Ralph comes in for his pit stop, because Ralph will be coming in within the next 3 to 4 laps, I suspect. And as he's currently 2 laps and quite a bit down, but he has moved ahead of the top sport Mercedes, which is still in the 90 car. Max Edelhoff having a good long run in the car collection car. He'll be coming in pretty soon as well. In fact, possibly even before Ralph Bone. So it'll be a toss-up between Max Edelhoff and Ralph Bone coming in for their pit stops. Which one comes in first? And I mentioned earlier on, that will be the opportunity for the next positions up, 5th and 6th, to also take up positions, because Max Edelhoff in the car collection car completing 482 laps. The next 2 cars up are Jan Halen in the Volt Porsche and Charlie Putman in the 480 Mercedes. The 85 Mercedes on 481 laps now. They're both on the same number of laps. And in fact, only 4 seconds. We're getting that battle that we had before beginning to build up. Although that's Putman who's just been overtaken, isn't it? Yes, Halen has just gone past Putman. The Volt Porsche has just gone past the CP Racing Mercedes then on that last lap. And that's changed the position for 5th place for the Volt Racing Porsche. It's a battle that's been going on throughout the race.
Through the gears goes Max Edelhoff, and he has also, for the time being, a bit of clear road in front, missing entirely the apex at the kink before turn 15. Interestingly, not given a corner number on the track map here, but mainly because it's ignored by most drivers and far more focused on the much tighter left-hand hairpin at 15. Your exit there very important, because you're then heading at high speed through 16, 17 and 18, a matter of just balancing the throttle through there before muscling the car from one side of the track, the left, to the other side of the track, the right, to clip the curb on the outside of the approach to 19, then over the curbing a lot of the time, but although careful of track limits at the apex of 19. Also, track limits can be an issue on the exit of that bend as well, because the curb is very tempting indeed to run over. And then into 20, which is awkward because it's tighter than 90 degrees, and also very easy to scrabble the tyres over the curb, but you need lots of forward momentum out of the final corner, not only because it's a longish straight past the pits, but also becomes very uphill towards the end, and then that natural pinch point at the top of the hill into turn number 1. Up the side of a hill and then down the other side you plunge into turn 2. And plenty of curb once again taken by young Max Edelhoff, who has the 451 BMW to just briefly sit behind, take the aero wash off take the aero off the 34 car, and it is able to pop by the 451 in an opportune moment in the braking area.
He's an exciting driver to watch, is Edelhoff, isn't he? He's one of those drivers who's always willing to push and go past on this corner rather than just sit there and it doesn't really make a difference whether they're quick drivers or slow drivers, but some quick drivers are actually not that exciting to watch. But Max Edelhoff is quick and exciting to watch.
Yes.
Always getting extracting the most and showing that he's extracting the most out of the car collection Audi. Interesting to see him in something else at some point, and I'm not quite sure if he would have the budget to drive in any other than the family car collection car, but he's certainly always gives his best whenever we see him in a competitive race.
Yes, I remember another car collection driver from memory, a guy called Marcus Pommer at Mugello this year, having the speed but not necessarily having the nous through the traffic. There were gaps many times for Marcus around Mugello where you think, oh, this is where he would make the move, and didn't have the bravery, or I don't know, the sense of risk, calculated risk, that perhaps Max Edelhoff has got, and by far the quickest of those 5 drivers, and that's the reason why his elder teammates are giving him plenty of running in that car. Shea Adam, still busy in the pit lane. Who have you managed to grab on this occasion?
GT4 leader John Miller, you're finally wearing a fire suit. Now, with this RHC BMW, you've been doing a lot of roles so far this weekend. You've been driver coaching, you've been helping with the driver changes during the race. Feels pretty good, though, to get the call up to put the belts on yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a stint this morning and about to get back in for what should be my last stint for the day. It's been great. It's been kind of a classic endurance race in the GT4 class, a race of survival. And right now, things are going pretty well, so we're just going to keep chugging, I think.
Now, when we talked yesterday, you said that the setup on the car wasn't the best. You guys were sort of having to drive and adapt to it. Obviously, a lot better now when you're leading.
Yeah, obviously, it's always better when we're leading out front. We've got a little bit of a gap to manage, which is nice. And so, yeah, we've made some changes throughout the run. It looks like they're getting the tires ready for me to get in. So, yeah, we're pretty happy with our setup right now. It's not got the 1-lap pace, but it's pretty good for long runs. So that's what it's all about.
Well, thanks for chatting with us. We'll let you get in the zone and get ready.
Great. Thank you.
So, yeah, great to catch up down at MRS GT Racing. The 710 Leipert Motorsport car of Alexander Scherpen is running in 7th place, with the Lamborghini about to cross the line. The GT4 lead set for a pit stop very shortly. The RHC Jorgensen Strom car then in the hands of Darren Jorgensen. Interesting point being made there about you don't have to necessarily be quick around 1 lap of this 5.5 kilometre circuit. It's about how the car develops through a particular stint, and also how it wears its tyres. Now, that's partly to do with the car's design and its weight balance, but also how the tyres are treated through the course of the stint. They need to be brought to temperature, as now there's a potential drama for the 131 Kari-Pekka Laxinen, and this is a horrible place to all of a sudden have the car cut out, because he's just about to start another lap. Missed the opportunity to duck into pit lane prior to turn 20, and the option now is to either continue for another 5.5 kilometres or indeed pull the car over and await recovery. It looks like it's fired back into life. This is the Top Car Sport entry from Bas Kouten Racing, but a heart-in-mouth moment there for Laxinen.
This is the car that's had all the electrical problems so far, Johnny, and they've disconnected all manner of sensors and things, and it looks like there's another electrical issue just cutting it out there. But Carey's only been out there for 3 laps. He was just beginning his 4th lap when it cut out on him. But it seems to be up to speed again now, I reckon. So it didn't grind to a complete halt. It just went very slowly for a little while, but then, I mean, you know how steep that hill is up to turn 1. You're not going to get up there with a car that's not performing well, so he managed to get it going, and then off on his way he went again, but certainly a heart-in-mouth moment to describe for Kari-Pekka Laxinen. 2nd place in the TCR class, but has now slipped to third as a result of just taking over the car from Antti Burri. He'll get second place back again shortly because Stefan Perrin, who's at the wheel of the 188 AC Motorsport Audi, will be due into the pits in a few laps, 3 or 4 laps to go for Perrin.
He was obviously slow in the middle sector of that lap and hasn't actually been credited lap 439 because I just wonder whether he was off the track and missed the beam or missed the loop. But 131 has a question mark against its name, and although it did cross the line and is now into sector 1 and 2, certainly sector 1, yeah, that 131 car missing a lap right now, but timeservice.nl, if not already aware, should be now, because I know Rob Audaluticus is constantly tuned to our commentary and the rest of the team too.
Just waiting for him to mispronounce his name.
Well, he loves that. I say it in a different way every time, just to get on his nerves.
We'll turn the whole timing screen off if we're not careful.
Well, there is that as well.
Let's be nice to him. No,
okay, sorry, Rob.
Let's give them their due. GetRaceResults.com if you go to, or just raceresults.nu, and that gives you the marvellous system of timing that they put online. Anybody, it's talk about Radio Show Limited being no blocks, and similarly with no blocks on the GetRaceResults.com website that provides all of the information that you could want during a race, and also available for download after a race as well. There's information there that you can get onto. So if you've not experienced a race covered by timeservice.nl before, then it provides a very good service indeed.
And even as I speak, I think the right number of laps now appear next to Kari-Pekka Laxinen's name. So, although I'd have expected him to have finished sector 2 on this lap, quite possibly. Anyway, regardless, that is in the process of being manually rectified. And let's hope. Sorry, let's just hope that the 131 car has cleared its latest electrical problem. Stefan Perrin is in, though.
Exactly so, yes, in the 188 AC Motorsport Audi. Was second, but he'll lose second place in the pits on this pit stop.
And also into the pits is Darren Jorgensen in the GT4 race-leading BMW.
John Miller proving it a good reason to stop talking to us because his race car has arrived. 4 new Hancooks going on the car. There's a block under it. They realized before they pulled the air jack out that could have been an awkward letdown. And now John, cleared to go to the fuel pumps, pulls away very gingerly, but that was delicate. He still has the stickers on the tires, boys. It's going to take a little bit more effort to get some heat into them.
Okay, well, with a decent lead in GT4, you don't want to overstress things like drive shafts and other components on the car, so better to just ease it away up to the fueling area, where there will be some team members from RHC awaiting this all-white BMW 11th place illuminated on the side of the car to tell us where it is in the GT series part of the race, but it is crucially leading its class ahead of another BMW M4 from Zorg Rennsport, which is also in the fueling area.
And also coming into the pits is Ralph Bone with the 91 Herbert Porsche. So that's a scheduled stop. Ralph Bone doing a stint and a bit on a new set of discs as well. But this time, having got to the end of his stint, he was into second place ahead of the top sport Mercedes. And I think by my rotation, we'll be handing over to Alfred Renauer. And that will lose him a lap to the race leader and also put him behind Hendrik Still, I think, in the top sport Mercedes, who will be able to overtake the Herbert Porsche while it's in the pits.
Slight tweak of the order of drivers. Daniel Allemann, the Swiss, will take charge of that car. So, again, are they keeping back their quicker drivers for the end of the race? Namely Robert Renauer, but that would suggest it's going to be Alfred in, well, if there's time after an Allemann stint, and then Robert Renauer to the finish, who can do a maximum drive time of 2 hours, as everybody can, but that's going to be more like an hour and 55 minutes to be safe.
Yes, I think Allemann in now for an hour, followed by Alfred Renauer in for an hour, and that will leave Robert Renauer with a little bit more than 2 hours to go. So they'll have to find another Ralph Bone stint in there in the middle of it all then to get them to the flag.
Now then, Jeremy Daniels brought the TCE Series leader into the pit lane, and this is not a standard stop. I think the wheels that are laid out in the pit lane were there ready to be received by car 101, but it's gone backwards into the garage. In fact, they weren't the wheels. They were for Max Edelhoff, who is expected in the pit lane, but that car has ground to a halt as well. I did wonder about whether Max had been delayed on this lap, because the timeservice.nl system tells us when a car has been delayed, because the countdown turns to red, and already 45 seconds behind schedule. Max Edelhoff trying to restart the car collection machine. It's stuck though at turn 16.
He's out of fuel, Johnny. I'm pretty sure of that. He was trying to complete 39 laps on that tank full of fuel. His previous stint was 37, so he was happy with 38, but they've tried to squeeze a 39th. This is disaster for that team.
And potentially a part of the suspension has sheared off on the 101 car, or is that maybe one of the dampers, one of the struts that has failed on the 101 car? So big drama in the TCE Series race, with our leader in the pit lane potentially for a long time, and the 34 car has all of a sudden found a reserve tank because Max Edelhoff is moving again.
Code 60. Presumably to recover the 34 car, which is stopped out on the circuit. So we go code 60 for the 8th time with a car. I just wonder whether that's a evaporation condensation issue for Max Edelhoff. The fuel having run out, he then just lets it sit there for a couple of minutes, fires it up again, in he comes.
Yeah.
So no reason to have code 60 anymore, I don't think, is there, Johnny? Because that was the only car that was stuck on the circuit.
Yeah, I think I concur with that, just about. And, of course, the slight advantage for Herbert Motorsport is that the back end of their pit stop was done under code 60, but they came in under green flag, so they were able to take the maximum amount of allocated fuel and gained a bit of time in the fueling area. Daniel Alleman now confirmed on the screen as the new driver, but Max Edelhoff, after a busy old stint, steps away from his car. That was a frightening moment for him, but he was able to refire it. And Shay Adam, what have you spotted on the main straight here at COTA?
There's a Nissan pickup truck that just pulled off from driver's right, which was over on the other side of the grass in a safety cutout, and now is actually on the track, and it is driving down towards turn 1. There's another Nissan safety vehicle coming up the front straight. That's the sound of the Audi R8, the car collection car, going back out after receiving new tires. But there are quite a few course vehicles circulating. That's why we're still under code 60.
So maybe a bit of track maintenance is also going to be carried out whilst the officials have the opportunity. Some corners may need to be swept of tyre pickup, or indeed debris from racing cars.
And Jim Briodi, I think, also coming into the pits. He's already had one pit stop for the number 717 Mark II V8. And Jim Briodi then coming in for a second pit stop. Whether he'll be getting out of the car, he's only done 30 laps. Say only done 30 laps. Ward Sloyce before him did 41, so slightly less than a full stint for Jim. But with the race going into its final 4.5 hours, if Jim wants to get another stint in before the end, then it might be handy if he does hand the car over now.
As Axel Sartingen is at the wheel of the Black Falcon team Techstar Mercedes. He's also going to come into pit road at this opportunity, and we'll see a number of people doing that just to fill their cars full of fuel.
What would you do if you were Black Falcon? Because Jeroen Blekemolen, he's 23 laps into a stint, which should really go to 32. He's coming round the final couple of turns now. We've still got the code 60 in place. No message coming up on the screen yet to say under 1 minute. That's normally the indication that we get. Sometimes they do go straight back to green, though, without first saying under 1 minute to go. And I I think bearing in mind that Black Falcon stayed out through the last Code 60, they'll probably stay out again.
Oh, we're going to get the answer in a moment or two as into turn 20. No, it's in. He's the race leader. So they're going to take the opportunity to put half their fuel allocation in and probably want to do this pit stop as quickly as possible. So maybe not going to take the option of stopping with the team for new tyres.
Or they may need brakes.
Yeah.
There is a possibility that they may try and get use at least part of the Code 60 to get some new brake pads or new brake discs on the Black Falcon Mercedes. We've still got long enough to go for a lot of pressure to be on the cars before the end of the race.
And the 34's back in the race. Elmer Grimm now with fuel. And the Code 60 had been called before the 34 arrived, hadn't it? So that was another one only available to have half a fuel tank, or half the fuel allocation, more accurately, put into the R8 LMS.
Correct. And number 85, the CP Racing car, did that stop at all or not? I don't think he did. So I think Charles Putman stayed out at the wheel of the 85 car. So he has now completed 487 laps. Gustav Edelhoff, sorry, it was Elmar Grimm you put into the 34, wasn't it? Yes, Elmar Grimm is currently on his 489th lap, so still leading the class, thanks as much as anything else to the pace that Max had, but he undid all the good work that he did in his stint by trying to do that extra lap. Again, it would be great. It would be very interesting to hear from Max actually what the story was on that final stop.
I always think those corners that end the lap here aren't particularly favourable to a fuel pump, let's say, that's on one side of the car, because all the fuel sloshes to the left-hand side as you go through 13 and 14. If it's on the other side of the car, then 14 and a half and 15 aren't particularly helpful. And that's a classic place for the car to just suddenly cough and splutter and require a Control-Alt-Delete for things to fire back into life. Maybe just that moment or two for everything to settle in the fuel tank, provided enough fire in the belly to get the car home.
2 second and third place cars, absolutely nose to tail going across the start-finish line a moment ago with the Code 60 in place, and they're separated by just under a lap. Daniel Alleman is ahead of Hendrik still, but on the positions, Hendrik still is ahead of Daniel Alleman. So Daniel Alleman just on the same lap, but less than 1 minute now to go to the end of the Code 60 procedure.
Shea Adams just been down to Black Falcon because you watch the stop, Shea. It's a brief halt at the pit box, but anything more?
It was a very quick stop. I apologize to CJ for making him walk all the way down here. It was tires only, a casual shrug of the shoulders from him. Tires only. They left Jerome behind the wheel of the car, and now he's up just leaving the fuel station, as a matter of fact. Half a tank of fuel and 4 new tires for Jerome Blakemollen. Rest of the field better look out.
Indeed so. So brand new rubber for Jerome Blakemollen, and also getting going again the 717 Mark II V8, with Sam Olpas put back at the wheel of the Coroiser Racing, entered SPX second place runner, has had a time spent at the front end of SPX category, but that honour now in the hands again of Lippert Motorsport. But Mark and the Coroiser Racing outfit doing a good job to actually work around these various issues they've had with rear wheels, getting them off the car at the end of stints, and also a loose floor that needed to be fixed. That car still in second place though. 2 of the Porsche Cup cars heading through turns 3 and 4, one of which is the MRS GT Racing machine of Nicolas Mechelon, and his Porsche Cup car is wearing class 3rd position behind the Wayne Ducote-driven Kelly Moss Road and Race car, which is high up now as 8th place. So they're going great guns, having completed 461 laps, and second in the 991 division remains Porsche Lorient Racing.
So the number 1 Black Falcon Mercedes came in under that code 60, has got half a tank of fuel, has gone out still with Blake Molan behind the wheel, so he will now be constrained by time, not fuel, at the wheel of that car. He's just coming up for an hour of driving, so he'll be able to do another hour, so it'll nearly be a full stint from Giron, which will be something of the order of 24 laps. 25 laps that he'll be able to do in this stint. Hendrick still didn't come in, did he, Hendrick still? Because he'd come in earlier on, so the Tok Sport car will not have lost as much ground on that code 60 period. Daniel Alleman now at the wheel of the Herbert Porsche, and he also pitted under, no, he didn't pit under code 60, did they? They got the Herbert car in just before the code 60 was happened. So Herbert has a full tank of fuel, and that will benefit them because they'll now be able to go just as long, in fact longer than Blake will be able to do. They'll be able to go 28 laps on their current tank full. So there's still interest here, although the gap's going up first to second. Now a 2-lap advantage for the Black Falcon Mercedes over the next Mercedes, and then very nearly a lap separating Hendrick still from Daniel Alleman. In fact, I think Hendrick might have already lapped Daniel Alleman. They were very close on the previous time around.
Two cars nose to tail virtually, and now at the top of turn 1, Porsche making a move on the Audi. This is Jan Hyland versus the Audi of Elmer Grimm, and that is for position. Both cars have completed 490 laps, and 0.3 of a second was the gap as Grimm headed across the finish line, and Hyland got a much better run up the hill, although the place changes back again. So Elmer Grimm with a great reply there. Hyland presumably running a little bit wide coming through turn 2.
Yeah, Hyland has possibly got pretty old tyres on because he didn't come in during that last code 60, and he's currently on the 30th lap of this stint, so it may well be that the tyres are beginning to wear out on the Porsche, although good kudos to Elmar Grimm there, not nearly as experienced as Jan Hyland, but keeping the Audi ahead, and still keeping the Audi ahead, Johnny.
He is, but the Porsche's straight line speed, particularly because of the draft now that the Audi is creating, should be able to cement this position, which would be 4th place. It's an A6 Pro car getting past that A6 AM machine. Deeper into the corner goes Jan Hyland, later on the brakes, and finally does bag that position. But it took him a couple of goes, and the Audi's very good indeed through these corners, which really backs up Paul's theory that the Porsche's on rather second-rate tyres and can't get the balance quite through the faster speed corner. So you'd expect the 34 car also to gain some of that ground back again through the 16, 17 and 18 right-hander sequence. And what about on the brakes into turn 19? That Porsche again pretty good, getting itself slowed, and the initial turn in looks fine. But on the exit, it'll probably wash out a little bit onto the curbs, and likewise onto turn 20, out of turn 20. And in fact, Hyland's in. So the 73 car coming straight down pit road for Volt Racing. There's an indication then that Jan Hyland wanted to get as quick an in-lap as possible and wanted to try and clear Elmer Grimm. So nice little race there for Elmer, little 6'5" Elmer Grimm, but he's the heavier car, of course, it being fueled far more recently on the Dayglow yellow Porsche. Team set to work in the older generation 911 GT3R. We are, incidentally, trying to seek out Max Edelhoff after a very, very good stint, but also, of course, the problems towards the end. he's disappeared for the time being, I'm afraid. So Shea Adams working incredibly hard to try and locate him. But he was quick to exit the car, I noticed. Didn't speak to the team at all. Now, whether he was feeling that was his fault, that you know, he made the decision, I can go for another lap, or whether that was the blame was firmly lying at the team engineer, team boss at Car Collection. But he scooted to the back of the garage and hasn't been seen since.
I was going to say the two of them probably locked themselves in a closed room and are having a firm and frank discussion about you told me to stay out. No, I didn't. Or something along those lines. But yes, it's at least kept the car in the lead of the class, and that's important for Car Collection. They are very eager indeed that they win the A6 class overall, and the higher up the order they finish in A6 AM, the better are their chances of winning the GT series overall, although that's out of their hands. And as long as the Viper Lamborghini is also leading its class, then I'm afraid the overall championship of the continents for GT cars is going to go to Lippert rather than Car Collection.
73 Volt Racing Porsche up for fuel. Joe Foster next on the timing screen in 6th position in the Mercedes CP racing car. That's second in A6 AM. And after the top 6, which are all A6 machines, SPX and the 991 class both represented in the top 8 of the GT series. TCE series still led by 2 Cupras, the red Camel Jordans.NL example ahead of Baz Coutin's Top Car Sport machine. Right, let's hear from Jan Hyland, who just gave us a bit of entertainment with Aylmer Grimm on that in lap. He's just stepped out of the Volt Racing car now with Shea.
Jan Hyland pretty much always gives us entertainment behind the wheel of a Porsche. You're the only one of the drivers who has had experience in this type of car before. So how much are you able to help all other 3 drivers in the car?
Well, I hope I'm doing my part. No, it's been a lot of fun being here. It's nice to be here with Alan, being his first time in a GT3. Finally getting to do something with Trent as well and Richard, so it's been a great weekend. We're a little behind on just on experience in general in this series, so lost out on a couple opportunities, I think, early on, but everything's going well, and we just gotta have a little bit of luck here at the end of the race.
You've got Mike Johnson helping you with the driver changes. I noticed him doing the belts, doing the driver plug. What's it like working with a guy with his level of experience who's not afraid to do whatever it takes?
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about it yesterday. We've been talking, you know, over the years to try and do something together, and here we are finally. So it's been a really good experience. It's a man of few words, but he's a real doer. So love working with him.
Never stop pushing, right? You got a lot of sweat on your brow.
It's maybe the age, you know. No, we've got a couple more hours. Like I said, we need a little bit of luck, but the car's in great shape. All the drivers are doing a really good job, and with a bit of luck, we might see the podium.
Hey, fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, hard-working as always in the 73 car. Trent Hinman taking that machine over then, and it rejoins now. And Aylmer Grimm isn't going to be very far away, actually. He's about to cross the line in the next 3 seconds, but won't be catching that car in a hurry. And of course, it has been put further ahead on the road than the car at the tail end of A6 Pro, 4th of 4 entrants. TCR cars, when you combine the 2 races, up as high as 11th, 12th and 13th now. So basically 10 GT Series cars between them and the front. And it's still 2 Cupras and an Audi, all powered by the Volkswagen 2-litre turbocharged engine. So AC Motorsport clearly feeling no ill effects from the tank that was drained entirely. And Will Neal now driving the 188 car, son of Matt Neal, triple British Touring Car champion. And Henry Neal, Will's older brother, does do a lot of racing as well. They came to the fore in the British-based Mini Challenge, and now getting more and more experience in longer distance stuff in TCR machinery. The Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf of Jérôme Auguet in the 112 car remains in 4th, Monlau 5th, and the Lucas Desirich-driven Volkswagen Golf in 6th position. But Jeremy Daniel in the 101 car. Now, this car came in not too long ago with a problem. Clearly that was fixed very quickly, but pushed backwards into the garage with attention being given to the front right corner. It was a broken shock absorber, Shea Adam informing me, so they had to sort that out and actually turn the car around very, very quickly indeed. It has retained its class lead, but obviously that gap's come down now back to top car sport.
Yes, and they are, I was going to say, on the same lap now. Just trying to confirm that in TCR. Yes, they are on the same lap, just separated by a minute. Is all the gap is between the two leading cars in TCR, and the faultless run that Red Camel has had up until this point, suddenly looking a little bit in doubt, and Baz Cooten, who has had anything but a faultless run with the top car 3-1, all manner of niggly little electronic problems, but Baz is just so good at solving problems, let's face it. He's had sufficient experience of running sufficient cars. Unusual for him in a race. It might be an interesting question for Nick Damon to ask him later on, is how long it was since he last ran just a single car in a race, because I always seem to remember Baz Cooten running more than one car in a race, but he hasn't done, he's only got one car in this race. It's in 2nd place in the class at the moment, but is closing in on what might be a slightly troubled orange Red Camel Jordan Cupra.
True enough. Jeremy Daniel working hard at the wheel and just coaxing that car into turn 19 again, trying his hardest to keep off the curbs, because clearly if shocks are starting to fail. I noticed a big layer of black tape over the wheel arch of the front right, and that was the area that they were showing most attention. There's also that rather skew-whiff look to the front of the car as well, as a section of it's possibly been cut away just below the Cupra badge. So it's looking a little dog-eared here and there, speaking of which. The car out front by not as much, but still a fairly comfortable margin, but obviously they'll be rather concerned if another problem creeps in the next couple of hours. 4 hours and 9 minutes still to go in this year's 24 Hours of COTA. Tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is live coverage of the 3rd and final event of the 24H Series Championship of the Continents. Dubai and Portimao / Barcelona already done. I say it like that because you take your best result from the 2 European-based 24-hour races. Well, some teams decided not to actually take part in one or the other of those, so that decision was automatically made. For those teams doing the Portimao and the Barcelona event, separated by a couple of months, you could have the luxury of choosing your best result. That's not going to be the case in 2020, as we learned from Gary Williams earlier on today. Just the 124 hours in the European season, and that will be the Barcelona event at the end of August. So the other races, which will form in total a 5-race season, are all going to be 12 hours, and there has been a slight rejig to the calendar. Monza remains at the end of March, as there's a drama here for the 851 car as well. Now, is that a tyre that's gone down, or just a rear Hankook that is starting to rub on a wheel arch? There's some smoke coming from the left side of the 851 car, and again, awkward place for this to have happened because it's only just started another lap. So it's going to have to go all the way around. I think it's coming from the front left. And that's the inner wheel arch, isn't it? That's now been dislodged and is starting to rub on the Hankook on the front left corners. That's going to be far worse through certain corners than others. Big bit of tyre smoke, in fact, on the main straight. And then slowly, the smoke, as the tyre wears, gets less and less. But no doubt about it, that car's going to have to call in with the Zorg Rennsport crew to either rip the insert out again, the inner wheel arch out, or perhaps some of that bodywork to be bent back again away from the tyre. There's also already been some attention on that corner because there's quite a bit of white tape over the wheel arch itself, and that smoke's getting worse and worse.
I think when he's under brakes, that's when it is at worst, because the nose comes down when he's on the brakes, and then the bodywork rubs more against the tyres. But yes, it's certainly not getting any better. So, as you suggested, the BMW, the only Cup class car, looking like it's going to need some more attention.
That was the side of the car that slapped the plastic barriers, wasn't it, many hours ago, coming out of turn 2. That happened yesterday, where that car went off at high speed and did quite a bit of damage to panels all the way down the left-hand side, including the front bumper and the rear light cluster on the left. So maybe a very delayed reaction to that initial incident. That's the part of the reason why there's so much tape down that side of the car. But Frank S. Woody doing a decent job of getting the car back as quickly as possible, but not too fast to create yet more damage. Very easy for the tyre to fully let go there. So bad is the friction from the wheel arch, and could easily see the tyre fully let go and start to take chunks out of the bodywork. But doing a good job so far. Also need to be wary of everyone behind as well, who will be catching up at a fair rate of knots. And the boot lid just breaking free briefly as well as it battered over the curbs.
Just looking down at the stint times for the first two cars, because it's going to be stint times that determines how long still to go. Hendrick still has 25 minutes left on his current stint, which is going to be enough for him to do about 10 laps before he comes into the pits. Arun Blakemolin has 46 minutes remaining on his current stint, which is enough for about 20 laps still to go. So still quite a little bit of time for these two to keep going on their current stints. The gap between the two leaders in TCE still tantalisingly close. Jeremy Daniel, the quickest driver of the Red Camel Jordan's team, the only driver in the Red Camel's team that's labelled as being a semi-pro, so he should be the quickest driver in the car, and he is lapping at the moment 1 and a bit seconds quicker than Kari-Pekka Laxinen in the Baz Cupra, and the gap between them has gone up now to 1 minute and 11 seconds. It was just under a minute about 3 or 4 laps ago.
Zorgren Sports Cup 1 BMW is now back home, and the team can take a good old look at what is causing this problem. There's no doubt about the inner wheel arch having come completely loose from the metalwork of the outer wheel arch, so that's going to have to surely be torn out and possibly just left with that part missing. But lots of rather expensive BMW parts now having to be torn out. The clippers are in use as well. Shea Adam much closer than I am, though.
Looks like it got a pretty good hit to knock that loose, Johnny, and it's actually worn down a line on the outside edge of the Hankook where it was rubbing up against the tire under braking, so that was the spectacular white smoke we were seeing every time they went to a braking point. Having a lot of trouble getting this plastic piece to actually come loose. They do have a drill, and they're trying to drill holes in it to, actually no, they're trying to drill holes in the bodywork to perhaps seal it back in. Well, that could work. I don't know. I think I would just rip it out at this point. You've got, what, 7 hours to go? No, not even 5 hours to go. Yeah, they're going to try and reinstall it, and they have broken bits and pieces of it off. So I think one of the crew guys, Johnny, is trying to put it back into place, and the other one is saying just rip it out.
Yeah. I suppose it's a risky game taking the whole thing out because of the amount of tyre pickup that everyone's told us is around on the track, and the danger is it picks up one of those big marbles, and now all of a sudden the inside of the car to the engine bay has no protection from that front left tyre, so it's very easy for a lump of rubber to flick into the car and break a belt or similar. So they want that protection there if at all possible.
Yeah, or into one of the suspension components, and once it gets in there it can get stuck as well, which is not what they want. Only 4 hours to go, Shay. You were saying more than that, but time is slipping away from us. Looking across to the west, the sun's still up in the sky, but it will start slipping down in the next half hour or so, and then we'll go through till the conclusion of this race at 9 o'clock this evening.
Now, for the AC Motorsport Audi, a little bit of fluid draining from the rear of the booted Audi front-wheel drive for the Belgian squad. That will be a concern, certainly for all involved with that team. They are battling, remember, with the Autorama Motorsports crew for the championship honours in TCR. Cable ties now out as well to try and secure the inner wheel arch. And that's a neat bit of stitching there to try and get that bit of plastic, which was quite badly damaged from a lap, at least a lap, of being heavily rubbed by the front left tyre. But they've managed to put that car back together rather neatly and tidily, and hopefully it can be set now with the problem rectified.
Yeah, we were talking earlier on about Spirit of the Race Awards to the AC Motorsport crew who ran down to this end of the pit lane to push the car all the way back up to the top end of the pit lane. But the whole crew here on this 851 team, bearing in mind that it's running in a class of its own in the TCE division, running as a Cup 1 class car. It's the only Cup 1 class BMW 240i in the entry, but they've taken it very, very seriously. They've not just been out for a Sunday afternoon drive or a Saturday drive in case of yesterday. They've certainly taken it as very seriously as they can and pushed on as hard as they possibly can, trying to get themselves as far up the overall grid positions as they can by the end of the race. Currently shown in 22nd place overall and in TCE in 7th in the division.
Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell taking you through the 2019 edition of the Circuit of the Americas 24-hour series race. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. "20 hours completed, so a mere race duration of a European Le Mans series still to go, i.e. 4 hours, and Red Camel Jordans.nl leading the way in the TCE series. That's car 101 with their Cupra TCR, despite needing to replace a shock absorber on the front left corner. They dealt with that very quickly indeed. There's also been one or two other niggly issues, but nevertheless, they have kept out of trouble otherwise. And I think great work from all the drivers involved, some of which, i.e. Ivo Breukers, sometimes utilises the pit crew as well, changing the odd wheel here and there. They lead the Top Car Sport by Baz Kooten Cupra, number 131. A heart-in-mouth moment for Kari-Pekka Laxinen not too long ago when the car cut out on the main straight, but it's still in second position. And now this AC Motorsport Audi, which not for the first time is trailing some fluid from the rear. So the 188 car will be closely observed by that crew, but they are still in third position, and at the moment ahead of their championship rivals Autorama Motorsport, but they need the gap to be larger than it is third to fourth. 188 leading car 112, Volkswagen Golf of Autorama, but Autorama still looking good for the championship. Monlau Competition back in the top 5 in their number 107 Cupra TCR. The sister car at Autorama Motorsport is a 114 Golf, that's 6th, and now a repaired Zorg Rennsport BMW back into the race, car 851, down to Speedworks Honda Civic, retired yesterday. In the GT series, the Black Falcon Mercedes now has 509 laps to its name, and therefore a gap of 2.5 laps or there or thereabouts to Hendrick still in the Top Sport WRT. So it is a bit of a Mercedes benefit as far as the top few positions are concerned, but car 4 with a firm advantage over the number 90. Third in A6 Pro is a Porsche 911 GT3R of Daniel Allerman, expecting just a single stint from the Swiss at Herbert Motorsport, and then probably the 2 Renaults to the finish, the latter likely to be Robert, with twin brother Alfred in first, but we'll wait and see exactly how Herbert play it. On for a podium, but having been previous winners of this event, that may still be a bit of disappointment for the German crew. A6 AM is led by Car Collection Motorsport with the Audi R8 that they have utilised in this championship for a number of seasons, although that's the Evo 2019 version. But that's car 34 in fourth, ahead of Joe Foster's A6 AM entered Mercedes from CP Racing. Trent Hindman is in the 73 Volt Racing Porsche, the highlighter yellow car. And in the SPX lead, it is still the 710 Alexander Sherpen, Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. Wayne Ducote in the 911 class-leading Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche Cup car, 8th in the GT series, that's car 906. The 717 Sam Allpass Core-Oyser mark is in 9th place, and that puts it second in the SPX, ahead of the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes of Alexander Bohm. 101 is, I mentioned that car already. The BMW M4 is the next one we need to concentrate on, which is the 450 John Miller driven R8C Jorgensen Strom GT4 leader. Porsche Loriot Racing's French crew, the 911 Porsche, is running in 12th, ahead of in 13th place Zorg Rennsport's BMW. Another 991 class car is the MRS GT Racing machine, 14th, ahead of the ST Racing BMW 15th. Speed Lovers Porsche 16th, car 978. And the rest, I'm afraid, are retirements. The 401 Sin, the 41 Ferrari of HB Racing, the Talksport Mercedes, and the Winwood Racing Mercedes from GT4. The sun getting very low in the sky indeed, and it crept into view for all of us at 8 o'clock this morning to restart the third edition of the race. And the grid was very, very busy indeed. Flags flying not only for the USA but also for the state of Texas, and the sound of race cars echoed around the circuit of the Americas for hour number 12 of the 24 hours. 11 hours, remember, on Saturday. Then the cars sat under parc fermé conditions before we got going again. There was a heat, a bit of contact between two of the GT3 cars at the top of the hill, and then the 710 car got stuck into an early bit of racing trying to defend its potential championship winning year. The 112 Volkswagen Golf with a sideways moment through the twisty stuff. That car is pretty well placed still in the TCE category. And the 851 car with window open after a slap against the barrier yesterday, suffering in the last few moments with an inner wheel arch failure. Number 90 car still nicely placed, Hendrik Still. There was an off-track moment though for the Autorama Championship protagonist, Volkswagen Golf 112, that needed to be recovered from the plastic barriers at turn number 11 after it overshot that corner, which takes them onto the back straight. There was also contact between the number 90 Talksport Mercedes and the 131 Cupra. So GT Series getting mixed up with the TCE Series, despite it being two separate races in one. Sometimes there is a bit of tangling in between, but the WeatherTech Mercedes has looked imperious out front, and very rarely has it not been there. Jerome Bleekemolen currently piloting it, and he, along with Felipe Fraga, Cooper McNeil and Ben Keating, have proven to be a unbeatable package to this point. 451 BMW with a few sideways moments as well. Black Falcon, though, showing all that they are masters as far as the pit lane work is concerned, as well as the driving talent. And the 101 crew, as I say, despite having a significant damper or shock problem not too long ago, that was fixed and it continues to lead the TCE race. And the Mercedes is the car in GT Series still to beat. And now, with 3 hours and 53 minutes to go, we're going to go to Nick Damon, who we welcome back to the pit lane. It's been quite a search for young Max Edelhoff, but you've managed to find him.
It's like a Where's Wally book, but with a racing driver instead. Max, you gave us all a bit of a scare. You caused a code 60. What happened?
I didn't know exactly what happened. We had a little technical issue, but we could fix it at the track with a reset of the car. We switch off the main and then start the car again, and Emma is going on track again, and I think the car is fine now.
There's a rumour that you ran out of fuel because you did one lap too many. Was that right? Was there a miscalculation on the laps the car did?
I don't really know, but I don't think so, because we managed to drive the car into the pit by ourselves. So I think it was another technical issue.
The 34 cars, we're getting the last 4 hours. You've been going very consistently and very well. Are you happy with the performance of the car so far?
Yeah, the car's great this weekend, especially at the night with the lower temperature conditions. And we have a nice battle with the car, with Charles Putman and Pro Sport Performance. Yeah, and I hope we will be on the first place.
Max, thank you very much. Now, I had a little bit of a chat with his dad, Gustav, and the technical thing, what actually happened was that they did run low on fuel, but there are 2 fuel pumps inside the Audi. The first fuel pump started sucking air, hence the reason it stopped. As Max alluded to, they flicked a switch. They didn't do a Control-Alt-Delete. They flicked a switch, went to the second fuel pump that was slightly lower in the tank, had some fuel, and off they went.
Right, so not a reserve tank, but a reserve pump, in
Yes.
fact, elsewhere in the chamber. Okay, that's a bit nifty. I'm sure that's not a car collection invention, and presumably comes standard on the R8, but nevertheless, a useful tool.
Yes, absolutely. Wonder why they don't use that fuel pump
all the time
somehow. But anyway, I suppose it does mean that if there is any grit or grime at the bottom of the fuel tank, you don't get that through the fuel pump unless you absolutely need to. But anyway, no, good news for the car collection team, because it does mean that they still lead the A6 AM class, not quite by 2 minutes. Elmar Grimm is no slouch and currently is lapping more quickly than Joe Foster, to the tune of half a second or so a lap. Elmar, not even as much as that, to be fair to Joe. The average lap time for Elmar Grimm, 2:11.9. Average lap times for Joe Foster, 2:12.2. So there's not that much to choose between them, but it does mean that at the moment, at least, the car collection car just pulling away a touch. They're both coming in for fuel at about the same time. They're on the same refueling schedule, and they're both on the cusp of being able to get to the end of the race on 2 more stops, but I think both of them are going to need 2 more stops plus a splash, unless we get a code 60 between now and the end of the race, and that will save them that splash. But the important thing for the strategy point of view for both of them is that they're running pretty much on the same strategy, unless there's any more hiccups along the way.
Sun getting lower in the sky, as we've mentioned, that's going to start to become again a bit of just an annoyance for 1 or 2 out there who aren't used to the sun blaring right at them. I mean, it depends also how good the visor is at the top of each of the windscreens.
And there is a bank of cloud, Johnny,
yeah,
which the sun at the moment has kind of disappeared behind, looking away to the far western horizon. Sounds very poetic. There is a little gap in the cloud, so it might actually peak out again. Sunset due at 5:30, just after 5:30. So about 20 minutes or so more driving in full daylight, and then it will start to go dark relatively quickly, and then another 3.5 hours will take us through till the conclusion of the race, and temperatures will get colder and colder as the night wears on, although the cloud cover fairly light. We had a bit of cloud cover last night, which meant it didn't get too cold overnight, but we still have a fairly clear sky at the moment. A lot better weather for this race, and I think I was certainly expecting based on what we had on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, had it been held last weekend, it would have been sweltering as far as I could tell from the forecast. There was then a thunderstorm that swept through this area and cooled everything off, and then we've had pretty cool, well, very chilly evenings and overnight as well, so much so that some of the mornings this week there have been frost on cars. Nick is overseeing a pit stop for the speed lover Porsche.
Yeah, and once again they're going to the rear right, which they've already, I think, replaced 2 drive shafts, or one, one drive shaft and one wishbone arm. They're back fiddling with the drive shaft, and we know that there is a Porsche issue with these drive shafts here at the COTA this weekend. The bumps and the curbs are overextending the drive shafts and breaking the bolts, which actually link the bolts are shearing between two halves of the drive shaft, the input and the output side. That's why we're seeing so many problems. It's a bolt shearing issue, just metal fatigue. They're obviously looking around to see whether they're going to need to replace them. They've taken off a wheel, had a look. Looks like it's going back on again. They've had no new tyres. Yeah, that's the wheel going back on again. And drop the car down. Still talking to the driver. I'm not sure. I don't think it had a driver change either. I think they've just literally done this as a wander-round precaution. Interesting, at the same time, the 906 Cup car, the iFly-sponsored machine, that's also had a full service, tyres for the Kelly Moston race. So the GT3 Cup cars, which have not really had the cleanest of runs, thanks to being quite allergic to the surface and the bumps here at the circuit, the Americans are continuing to try to get through these last 4 hours.
It's Singaporean driver Gerald Tan, by the way, who brought that car in, and by the sounds of things has stayed at the wheel. 4th place in class, and actually the last of our remaining cars, because everybody behind that machine on the timing screen has sadly hit retirement. But they're keeping going, and there's still the outside chance of a podium in the 991 class. But it would take something, it would take a big disaster for one of those top 3 to maybe be in the pit lane for, well, a good few hours, potentially. We've only got 3 3/4 to go. Sorry, Paul.
Hendrick's still out in the number 90 Top Sport Mercedes, but he's coming towards the end of his 2-hour drive time limit. He's been driving for over an hour and 53 minutes now, so by my calculations he's got 2 more laps to go, and then he'll have to be in the number 90 car. The reason is that, as Jay Adam reported when Hendrick came in for his last pit stop, he took on tyres but went for a double stint. So rather than running the car absolutely dry on fuel, they're going to have to bring him in slightly early on the fuel, but they'll only put in 105 litres anyway, so that 15 litres can remain in the tank, and Hendrick will then be able to get out of the car after what is going to be, by the time he finishes it, almost 2 hours on the nose. I don't know how much leeway the Top Sport team are going to try and work into Hendrick's stint, but by my calculation he's got this one plus 1 more, and then he'll have to be in the pits, and not long after that Jeroen Bleekemolen will be in for the same reason. Jeroen has a further 20 minutes after that to run, so he's got slightly more wriggle room.
There are now 3 hours and 45 minutes to go, and Hendrick still needing to be a little careful here, threading his way through some slower traffic in the GT series as Elmer Graham turns left just before turn 20. He is piloting the class-leading A6 AM car collection Audi and heading in Nick's direction.
So an early stop here for the 34, but I think what they're doing, remember they only got half a tank because they came in under code 60, and we know they're running on fumes at that point. So it's a set of boots, a brand new set of boots for Elmar, and a full set of fuel, and that will be obviously to run that stint for Elmar up to close to the 2 hours. So they'll release them again, full load of fuel, they'll get an hour or 10 minutes out of that, and that's why they come in early. They probably run to the amount of fuel they had, or more importantly, perhaps they think, well, a set of tyres lasts 1 stint and 10 litres, let's do it now while we can.
And let's not run it quite as close as we did last time, because, of course, quite aside from the fact that Max managed to get it going again after he pressed the switch, or flicked the switch, he did lose quite a lot of time while stationary out on the circuit. The Audi is entitled to take on a full tankage of fuel now, which is 120 litres. He should have got 60 litres when he stopped under the code 60, and I still reckon that should have taken him more than 18 laps, but as I say, taking no chances probably, and not wanting to flick onto the secondary fuel pump.
Shay Adam has come back from the pit lane and joins us again in the booth.
After failing to find Max, I am sorry about that. I waited around. There's always a telltale thing of a driver's attitude when they get out of the car and they don't even take their helmet off and put it back in the neat little cubby hole that's labeled for their name. They just walk straight through the back of the garage. Give him a couple minutes to cool down and then pursue him through the back of the garage, which, you know, team members are supposed to go through, not to find him.
Yeah.
And when I asked and said, where's Max? They said, oh, he'll come back. He'll come back. So I waited 20 minutes. He didn't.
Okay.
So
I just wonder whether that was, the mood that he was in. But then when Nick spoke to him, albeit that was a good, as you say, 20, 30 minutes possibly after the stint, he seemed in pretty good spirits. They're still in the A6AM lead and a minute and 50 seconds ahead of the CP machine of Joe Foster. So that 85 car is trailing the number 34 car, but within a lap of it now once again because of that latest pit stop. Up the hill towards the top of turn number 1 goes the 112, and this is the Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, which is still with a chance of finishing on the podium, the 4th placed car. 2 Cupras, first and second, Jeremy Daniel and Kerry Packer Laxin, Red Camel Jordans.nl, and the Top Car Sport by Baz Cooten Racing Cupras dueling it out for the race lead. A minute and 20 seconds between those 2 cars.
Hendrick still cutting things very fine on this stint. He's up to 1 hour 58 minutes 789 seconds on the drive time on this stint. So if he doesn't come in at the end of this lap, he will go over his 2 hours. He'll be in time if he comes in at the end of this one, Shay, but if he misses the signal, then he will be over his 2 hours, and that will start to incur a penalty. But I think TalkSport really just have to push everything to the limit now to try and pull this one out of the bag. Still 3 laps off the lead lap.
You'd better push that button on your computer that makes him come into the pits this lap. I mean, Hendrick's still clearly a gambler. He's in Sector 3 now, though, Paul.
It's, as I say, the time ticking down and ticking up. He's going to be 1:59 when he comes in. Let's say with a 2-minute lap time, if he goes round again, then that will be too much. It should give enough leeway for Daniel Alleman in the Herbert Porsche to come through into second place. Still this second place battle going on between TalkSport and Herbert. The 2 cars swapping places on every pit stop, and it's just away we go down to Nick Damon. He's got TalkSport.
And in the first of all, there's actually a Autorom machine that's come in first, and the 114, the Autorama Weizcom, and then here comes the TalkSport machine. Bang, hits the grid, out come the tyres. It's a pretty standard stop. Full service, driver out of race, and Hendrick still leaves the car. And unsurprisingly, it's the man who's done more work than anybody so far today. It's Lucas Stoltz who gets in. Fires away, and that was a pretty good stop, that one, because they've managed to actually get the car out and gone at the same time as Luca got in. So that's a good stop by TalkSport.
Yeah, so away they go again, and TalkSport wanting to try and keep things as mistake-free as possible, because if they continue to pressurise Falcon, Black Falcon, then there is always the opportunity that, Black Falcon having not encountered an issue so far, what's to stop it creeping up in the final 3.5 hours? They've had some very good luck so far together with good management and good driving within the team.
I'll go along with that, absolutely, Johnny. I mean, the good luck which they had, it hasn't all been good luck. Remember the very first Code 60 we had, that played right into the hands of Herbert Motorsport and presented them pretty much with a lap's lead after the first Code 60, but then the next 3 Code 60s contrived to work against Herbert. After that, it was fairly even Stevens until, I won't say Herbert got desperate, because it wasn't, but they took a risk on a Code 60 which didn't happen. And as a result of that, they ended up losing some further ground. But as I say, they'll gain second place back as a result of the stop from Hendrick still.
And we can hear from the very man himself now with Nick Damon.
Just let the cars go by. Hendrick, a bit of a monster stint there, almost, a few seconds shy of the full 2 hours.
Sorry again, I didn't.
An absolutely monster stint, a few seconds short of the 2 hours.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, I have to say, I really don't know how long I was in the car. I didn't know it exactly. It was 2 hours, but yeah, I forgot my drink bottle. I think you see it. So, and now it was amazing, and I learned the track more and more. But you really need some kilometers here.
You say you learned the track. Was the track changing much, or the car changing much over those 2 hours?
Yeah, for sure, the car differently. The balance of the car is really changing a lot from new to the old tires. And yeah, but I think we can handle it very good. Our setup is really good over this distance, and you have to adapt a bit your driving style for that, to learn it.
So that's you finished now, so you can go for a nice shower and a sit down.
Yeah, I will do now. Thank you.
Thanks, Henrik. That's Henrik Still out of the 90 Top Sport car.
Excellent. Well, in good spirits, and yeah, he's worked very, very hard this weekend. Did we say that it's Henrik's first time in a Mercedes this weekend, having been experienced in certainly Ferraris?
No, I'm pretty sure he's driven Mercedes at other times during this season. Shay has looked it up. I'm just doing it from memory. Shay?
Well, he's driven GT4 Europe. He's driven in VLN. I don't know in which cars. He's driven in the Ferrari, certainly at Barcelona in the 24 hours. He was with a Ferrari team. And he's been at MB. My brain has just gone dead. Mugello? Is that a round of the 24-hour series this year?
Yes.
So Mugello and Brunel, he's been with 2 different teams as well.
Portimao was with Talk Sport, and that was with their AMG. So yes, has done a 24-hour race, sharing on that occasion with Wolfgang Triller, Peter Terting, Nikolai Rogivu, who's impressed many, certainly impressed me this weekend in a Ferrari. So yes, not his first experience in a Mercedes, not even his first this year, although that was an A6 AM car on that occasion. And this is the Pro lineup, so given a bit of a promotion, you might say, into the 90 car.
And acquitting himself very well indeed, I would say. He described it there. You've got to be on your game because of the balance of the car changing as the tyres wear down, and for him as well. I mean, Joe Bradley's been saying how this is a technically demanding track, and certainly from the way that Henrik was responding to Nick's questioning there, you did get the impression that over the course of that stint, Henrik has learnt a lot about how to work his way around the track. Sadly for Top Sport, it's looking like a top 3 finish at best, not the top step of the podium. Lucas Stoltz, as Nick said, back in the car again, and I can imagine this will be for a full stint. Possibly they'll try and make that into a double stint, a bit like they did with Henrik, 2 slightly shorter stints, but to maximise the 2-hour driving time. And Luca still with plenty of drive time left. He's limited to 12 hours, but he's well short of that in overall terms. So he's just work that out accurately in a minute. But Luca's still with plenty of drive time left behind the wheel of the Top Sport Mercedes. But they're really in a bit of a dogfight with Herbert Motorsport, and it's going to be a question of who can use the last few pit stops to the best advantage.
Who is in the 906 right now? It's David Ducote. Okay, so they haven't yet. So I would imagine that our 991 class leader would be saving for the last 2 hours to then put Andrew Davis in, even though they've already got a big lead. He is their professional driver, but they could be putting Alan Metney back in. He did disappear fairly quickly out of getting out of the car too, as if he was told to go for a rest break because his services would be needed in the future. Joe Foster just rumbling in the pit lane. Number 85, CP Racing, leader in A6 AM. Car Collection, they're 2 laps behind, but Car Collection have served a pit stop more recently, correct, Paul?
Correct that Car Collection have had a pit stop more recently than the CP Racing car, but I think they're only 1 lap behind, but that might have been that it was 2 laps when you started the sentence, and because it's now a little bit later, it's now only 1 lap. But,
that's exactly it.
With the CP Racing car in the pits, Charles Espinlau, I would guess, getting back into the car, although he is also limited on drive time. Lucas Stoltz, just to answer the question that I posed myself, has 5.5 hours remaining maximum drive time, and with 3.5 hours left of the race, therefore it's not going to be a problem for Luca.
Shane Lewis had told me earlier that he would be getting into the car for the Into the Dusk stint, but that car didn't stop in its box, went straight for fuel by my reckoning, because it hasn't been in very long. No, well, actually it could have. It's been in for 1:13 now.
It's long enough to change the tyres. They're so quick on changing the tyres for these cars that certainly the GT cars, if we've really made the point, but because the GT cars just have a single nut, much quicker to change the tyres on them than it is on the TCE cars, because the touring cars have these 5 nut units which have to be undone individually.
Moment at the top of the hill for Sam Allpass in the Mark II V8 for Coroiser Racing, and looks like he stalled it in the process as well. The car has spun and ended up on the runoff on the outside of turn 1. Oh, that's a major suspension failure, actually. I just noticed the angle of the rear right wheel. Now, is that a kind of an extension of the battles they've been having all race long with the rear wheels? Remember that the wheels themselves have been attaching to the hub and they've been unable to get them free. Well, that looks like a toe link or a wishbone that's gone bang. And he's going to struggle to, well, first of all, going to struggle to fire the V8 back into life, and then he'll need to be very, very careful in getting the car back to the pits.
It won't get back to the pits, I don't think, Johnny. That even if he gets it fired up, whatever has broken won't allow the car to get back. So that's a very bad moment for that car.
And the leader thinks this is going to be a code 60 because it's in, Nick Damon.
Yep, it's just trundled past me. I can also see that the Herberth team is set up for a stop as well. They're all thinking this is going to cause a code 60. Get in before it goes purple. You can have a full slug of fuel. And it has gone code 60 now. It's certainly the number 1 car, I think got Bleekemoen in it. He's made that one through. Did the pre-code Herberth car, the 91 also get in before it went purple? So the timing... Yeah, so basically, if you can see the timing at home, the pit stop time will be white if you manage to break the beam before code 60 was called. If you've called code 60, the timing is purple. So there's a number of cars coming in. We've also got the leader from TCE at my feet. Now, interestingly, the Herberth team is doing a little bit of work on the car as well. The bonnet is up, and a full service has gone on for the 4 car. Let's go and try and gather a few things up as the Herberth car leaves its pit lane, and we'll just try and work out who's changed drivers as well.
Right, let's try and find out what happened to the Mark car then. That's a big lose well before the corner, and yeah, the car then just bounces around all over the place as whatever brakes on the rear brakes big time, and that would have been a teeth-chattering moment for Sam Allpass. And clearly, if the wheel is at that sort of angle, very easily a drive shaft could have gone as well, and it ain't going anywhere because the tyre and wheel are at about a 30-degree angle. That's the sort of camber I'm used to from stock car racing on something like a stock rod. I mean, it's perfect for banked turns, but around this place, absolutely useless.
No, it's indicative of something having broken, isn't it, Johnny? A bit of a disaster for Red Camel there. One of the wheel guns malfunctioned whilst they were trying to change the wheels. We had Ivo Brokers changing the wheel at the back, but the engineer on the front of the car, his wheel gun stopped working, so they had to swap wheel guns. So it was a slightly longer tyre change for Red Camel on that stop.
Let's tell you about something else that happened a few moments ago as well for the 188 AC Motorsport Audi. This is the car driven by William Neal as the Mark car is retrieved onto a flatbed. But for 188 AC Motorsport Audi, heading right behind the 101 of Jeremy Daniel, and Daniel's a little bit wide. Going for the move there was Will Neal, and there was contact at turn 11. That's just whipped off the little bit of bodywork there. I think it's only a small piece of plastic that's been torn off the grille of the Audi, but Will Neal, who is well used to an overtake like that in the mini challenge and other similar things as well, getting certainly stuck in. The door was open, but then slammed shut in his face at the very last moment. And as we enjoy that excitement at turn 11, we can go straight to the pits and join Nick Damon.
With Coroiser, Coy, you've obviously, it's very, very disappointing. The 711 car is up at the top of the hill. Do you know what happened?
We had a suspension failure on the right rear.
Hope we get the car back quickly and try to repair it.
With the 717 car, get the number right this time, you've been battling against those hubs the whole time. The wheels been sticky, you've been banging away trying to get the wheels off. Do you think that might have contributed to the failure?
It's possible, yeah, that we hit it too hard to get the wheel off. But let's see first what happened, and then we can comment on that.
Is the idea to get the car out so Jim Briody can take it over the line at the end of the race?
That's for sure. We can get it out again.
Great stuff. Thank you, Cole.
Right, so no doubt about the focus for that team. The problem is they've just got to wait a fairly long time for the car. It won't do a full lap, that flatbed, I'm sure, because there are exits elsewhere, as J.M. Lippmann proved earlier on in the race with his 980 Porsche. So they'll find the nearest gap in the Armco and return that car to the paddock. That's something that's not allowed in other championships, but is in Creventic.
There was something that I noticed on the telemetry for that car, Johnny, when I was walking up and down the pit lane and just sort of dove in their garage. There was constant concern over the right rear tile. Excuse me, let me try that again. Right rear tire pressure. That it was always a bit low. It was always in a red zone, whereas the other ones were yellow, which was acceptable. The right rear was always red. So I wonder if maybe that was a contributing factor, if they had something that was causing the right rear to be negatively affected in that manner that was showing up on telemetry 2 hours ago.
Headlights on for Jean-Francois Evey, who has taken over the Red Camel Jordans.nl car from Jeremy Daniel in the last pit stop. So 465 laps completed for 101. Kari-Pekka Laxinen for Top Car Sport in the fueling area, and obviously losing time on the 254 that the car already trailed. Now that is a code 60 difference though between the top two positions, but again evidence of how well Bas Keating have recovered from significant early race dramas in the 131. This is a much more standard stop. It's also a stop that's being done fully under code 60, so it'll only be half the fuel allocation for car 131. Two BMW stopping next to one another in the pit lane. That can only be done here at COTA with such a wide apron, and the officials, I think, perfectly okay to do that. They are teammates, yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the regulations permit it to do pit stops side by side. It is a bit of double stacking, but the other way around.
Under 1 minute to the end of the code 60 procedure, so we'll be back underway very shortly, and that scuppers any hope that anybody had of doing 2 pit stops under that code 60. The 90 car, of course, had just made its stop, so Lucas Stoltz hadn't come in at all. The race leader, Blake Molan, made his stop just before the code 60, so he's handed the car over, got a full tank of fuel. Cooper McNeil now at the wheel of the Mercedes that leads the race, and Daniel Alleman, who had come in with the 91 Corvette Porsche, has handed that car back to Ralph Bone. They worked out that Alfred and Robert then take the car to the end of the race from here, but Ralph Bone getting back into the car. I just wonder if that means that Alfred isn't going to drive the car again. We'll have to wait and see quite how that will work. You saw him lying down earlier on today, didn't you?
Should I go check the comfortable area of the media center to see if there is an A Renault laying out there?
Still asleep on the settee.
Maybe he is. Maybe that's why they can't find him. That would be something. No, I'm sure Alfred is hanging around. They actually brought in McDonald's for dinner for the crew, so maybe he's just still enjoying some French fries. Who knows? Cooper McNeil back into the Black Falcon Mercedes, which means that there is still Fraga and Keating potentially to come if we're going to give Jerome a little break after Cooper.
Speaking of that team, we heard from Cooper McNeil not too long ago with a little bit of Ben Keating inserted into that interview. Let's go full Ben Keating now with Nick.
We're going full Ben Keating for the interview here. I hear you interloped into the last interview. It's your own interview now, Ben. The key question we all want to know, are you going to drive again?
At this point, I would say I don't think so. Cooper wasn't feeling very good earlier today. And so I was supposed to go in right now. Cooper McNeil just left, but he decided he's feeling good. So it was his turn to drive, and we sticking with the same rotation. So at this point, I don't think so, but pretty excited. You know, the code 60 giveth and the code 60 taketh away. And we just got lucky again with that one. And so as far as I'm concerned, I hope we have no more code 60 for the rest of the race.
It's amazing, isn't it, though, when you're leading and the car's handling brilliantly, suddenly you feel fine.
That's right. Cooper's really good behind the wheel. He's very good at taking care of the car, and right now, that's the main thing. Yeah, right now the sun's going down. It's going to get dark. And it's pretty dark out there when it gets dark. So, he's got younger eyes. He can see better at night than me anyway.
Me as well, yeah. As you're talking about younger eyes, I have a question for you, Ben, and it's a personal question. In the program, you put your age down. Was that the real age you are?
I don't know what I put, but I'll tell you that I'm 48.
Okay.
Yes.
Wearing well.
Is that what I put down?
I think so, something like that. We all go, we're not sure.
I don't usually lie, so I'm guessing I put it down correctly.
Because most motor racing drivers get to 40 and then get younger again.
Well, I want to get down to, some of these guys I see further down. We celebrated yesterday in the drivers' meeting. Guy's got his 100th 24-hour race. I mean,
he's 75. You've got 27 years to go.
I hope I can be him when I grow up.
I'm sure you'll be more than him, Ben. More than him, mate.
I'm excited. I'm ready.
Good stuff. Ben Keating there, of course, quoting from the Book of Motorsport 3:16, the code 60 giveth and the code 60 taketh away.
I'm surprised we got this far into the race before we heard that, but yes, doesn't it just? And the other thing that tends to happen is that code 60s / safety cars tend to breed more of them. Quite had that scenario just yet, although a moment or two ago the 131 car went right over the curb and is also spewing something from the rear right corner. Now, this is the car that was plagued with dashboard issues earlier on in the race. I'm just trying to work out. It's been in for fuel, hasn't it, recently?
It has, yes. And the last time it came in for fuel, a message came up on our screen telling us that it was spewing out some liquid. So I suspect that that's the same liquid that happens every time you fill it up with fuel, and it'll clear itself after a couple of laps. But it has been warned before for putting fuel out or putting liquid out. I don't know if it was fuel, but putting liquid out in any case. And it looks like the same thing has happened to the 131 car on that occasion as well.
Nick Damon, obviously always eagle-eyed in the pit lane, has discovered some new cars, not racing cars, but somewhere in the garage, is this?
Well, I don't know what's happened. Obviously, someone's had a word. They know that John Hindhaugh is in the building, and they have laid on a plethora of classic Porsches. 911 you could ever want. John needs to stop watching whatever he is in the next one and come up to the garage where the next to the Sin was, because we have a selection of all sorts of Porsches right back from the this one looks like early 60s. We've got the turbos from the 80s. This is an early 70s, an RS America, probably worth a fortune. It is a 911 lovers fest here in the pit lane. But yeah, so someone nudged Hindhaugh and said we come and have a look.
You know, he didn't even need
needed.
a nudge. He's literally just arrived in the box. It's almost as if he could smell them.
Yeah,
he's
it's
pointing at now, going, that one's mine. And I have that one as well.
Well, it's because I'm not a Porsche aficionado. Perhaps John should come up and give his own walk around.
Maybe so. Yes, could require a wardrobe change, but I'll ask him to do that certainly.
Very good.
451 BMW heading now over the curbs at turns 8 and 9 into the ever darkening gloom here at COTA. The sun has just about, it's not got to the horizon yet, but it's got to a fairly bulky bit of cloud, so I think the slight visibility, hampered visibility at turn 20 is no longer an issue, and the headlights on these racing cars getting more and more intense.
According to my timetable, Johnny, has already gone down, so the light that you can see is the reflection off the clouds as the sun has already gone down. Went down 9 minutes ago. So we now go into this for the second time, and it's a very special race. We had a spectacular sunset last night. We went into the darkness of the cloud, and then had racing up until 10:30 last night. We do the same thing tonight, but only up until 9 p.m. this evening, and then we'll be getting the check. In fact, Don Heindorf has now appeared.
Well, no, I was there before. That's not like I've just gone whoosh and popped in. I've been beamed in by
You've taken off your invisible cloak.
Just
I
before we
did say
go,
Accio, and then you appeared. So.
just before we go back to Porsches and Nick Damon, Brad Philpott, among a number of people, talking about the Audi and the VWs and the Seats, which underneath, of course, or Cupras rather, are all the same car. They're built by Seat Sport, Originaire, isn't it, who looks after that. They're all built in the same factory, and they all do this when they've got full tanks. Bradley Philpott, who we talk about in the VLN, he said, I've followed a lot of them after the pitted and had this happened on the Nordschleife. It's super dangerous because the fuel that comes out is extremely slippery. It's got nothing to do with the fuel filler cap and whether it's sealed properly. It's just the overflow, and it comes out under pressure, ends up somewhere and leaks out the left rear, or the right rear rather. How they want to do that when they've got those glowing red exhaust pipes underneath the rear valance, it scares the living daylights out of me. Thanks, Bradley, for that, and hope to see you in VLN next year, mate.
He was at the Racing Remembrance last weekend as well. So
yes, he was.
He had a good weekend there. He was with his family.
Meantime, Nick Damon, we've got the TalkSport WRT second place car and the third place car, excuse me, and that's a bit soon for that car, Nick. And in fact, it's going back into the garage.
Just sent me to the Porsches again.
Don't worry, you stay where you are. I can see that going in. It's on the dollies. It's going back now. They've put the spotlights on in the pit lane as they're gathering gloom. It is gloaming.
Gloaming indeed.
Seb is wandering down to take over camera duties from CJ. I can tell you that. There's a little bit of internal housekeeping. Right, so that's ST, the nice
one.
Yes,
the beige one is a 911L. The white one is an RS America.
Right, go to the one on the far side.
What colour?
The purpley one.
This one?
Now, that is an unusual car. That's called Vesuvius, that colour.
Carrera S, apparently.
That was one of the run-out models in 1997-98.
Nice wheels, I'll give it that, the grey wheels.
It should have grey wing mirrors as well, that car, if it's the one I'm thinking about.
So sad. They are grey. Look, a nice blue one. Shay likes a blue Porsche, doesn't she?
I nearly bought the Vesuvius.
Loves the blue one.
Yeah, but that's not Miami blue.
But it's also not. It's also what? That must be what? Early mid-60s. Mid-60s.
Is that badged as a 911 or a 912?
It is. No, a 911.
Right.
911. Quite nice. And what could be more 70s than a lustrous deep brown? The only thing that's more 70s is the purple Triumph Stag.
Oh, with the colour matched Fuchs alloys as well on the.
All right, John.
Car.
You can have one. Which one are you taking home?
Because I owe my good lady a proper birthday present, I'll take the
Speedster.
The 356 was
of course,
the
Speedster at the back, because you owe Eve one.
I do.
Even if it's only a chisel replica, you owe her one.
So that's her favourite.
This is the.
Oh, he's dissipated at the back of the garage.
It's Christmas present. For Christmas present for Eve, here we are. I'll negotiate.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
I'll go and see Toxburg Water Car now.
Right, thank you. Do we know why those cars are there, Nick? Serious question. Is there some kind of Porsche day tomorrow?
So I assume they are arriving for some sort of day tomorrow. However, they look so clean. I can't see them getting run around. It's almost like they might be being auctioned.
Oh dear.
Because they are super. Every single one is in top-tastic valet condition. They've been detailed to the nth degree, so they're unlikely to be ragged around the track. It might be a magazine article because they are quite. I think if you lined them up, they would be a progression of the cars from the Porsche Mark from 1960s, about 90. How old is that one? That purple one, about 1997.
That's 97. That's the last, and that's the last of the air-cooled cars.
All air-cooled, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the last of the air-cooled. That's a 993.
That's going to be a feature for someone.
I wonder if Patrick Farrell will be here tomorrow then.
The only thing I don't like about the Vesuvius coloured one is the factory option rear wing, the fixed rear wing. if I'm honest. That's the body kit that I've
Enough Porsches. You have enough Porsches, John. You can't have... You've got about 7 of them now.
Do you know how many Porsches is the right number of Porsches?
As many garages you have.
Do you know how many Porsches you need? Just one more. Thank you, Nick.
Sadly, that's true.
Cooper McNeil now behind the wheel. Porsche man himself, of course, and
Ferrari and Mercedes.
Got a very nice 919 Roadster, if I remember. Very nice. Oh, is it a Carrera GT? No, it's a Carrera GT.
He's got a Carrera GT.
It's a Carrera GT, isn't it? Yeah. 918, sorry.
There was a Cars and Coffee this morning, just outside the circuit.
Cars and Coffee,
so they could just be refugees, but I like Nick's theory of them all being related.
Which one would you have then out of that lot? Take the 96. So not the 356. I know you want to convert. So you want something 911 shaped, or you go for the classic, almost flat body, just the 912, the blue one that we're talking about, the 911 from late. That was about a 67. There was a 71 and a 73. Then there was the one with the rounder shape. That's a 964. That's to the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. That was the Ukraine one. And then the latest one was that purple one, the 993.
I would take the newest one.
The 993.
But not because of the color, because that's what Dad used to drive me to school when I was little. And he let me shift the car with my left hand. I was pretty smart.
Is Nick allowed to go out of that garage now?
No, he's got to stay there for the rest of the race. Until we find out why.
In which case, I might go down to the garage to find out what's going on with TalkSport.
He's on his way to TalkSport even as we speak. Lucas Stoltz brought the car.
Reluctantly.
Brought that car in. He's already been in the pits for 5.5 minutes. We're just doing a cameraman change down there at the moment. So we're changing our camera operator down the pit lane. So that'll take a moment or two. Ralph Bourne in second position for Herbert, but still that pesky couple of laps away from Cooper McNeil.
Well, yes, I think there is no way without a great deal of luck with code 60s that Herbert can catch up with the Black Falcon car, I'm afraid. But I think the concern for TalkSport is how serious their problem is. They had 6 laps of advantage on the rest of the A6 and class cars, Elden Rim car collection car. But on the same lap as that, so the same 6 lap advantage, is the next A6 Pro class car, which will mean that TalkSport won't even be able to stand on the podium in A6 Pro, which will be hugely disappointing because they've had such a good run in this race up until now.
Okay, so down at the TalkSport car now, if Seb can come round a bit because they've had some scuffage and damage. Down on they have side exhausts. There's been the side exhaust has burnt away a lot of the valance at the bottom of the sills. Also, there's damage on the sills, and I don't remember that being there. I think they may have had some side-to-side contact. The man looks at me because I poked my clipboard near his face, fair enough. And they are now working hard on something within the suspension of the car. I'm just wondering, this might be another actually drive shaft failure. Obviously we often see this carbon fibre burn behind the exhaust. Because the exhaust is very hot, but what happens is bits of rubber detritus get in there, they set fire and go on. I can see Axel Jeffries. Let's see if Axel knows what the problem is. Axel, do you know what the problem is?
No, to be honest, we haven't really been given any information now. Just obviously some damage on the right rear. We're not sure what caused it or what's the issue, so we'll try and fix it.
So it's been caused by damage rather than a failure?
From what it looks like, yes. We haven't really been talked to Luca yet.
So it does seem that there has been a coming together beyond that kind of burn situation, which is kind of indicated by the large amount of black just behind this mechanic's head and the scuff mark. They've had a side-to-side contact, they've gone wheel-to-wheel, and something. Looking at the angle of the wheel, I think it's the top link of the wishbone's gone, John. They're already looking to get new bits in. This is stock terminal, because I don't think it's done anything to the mounts, but it's a few minutes at least.
Oh dear. The corner is getting the right rear corner. This is that Nick's been describing is not connected at all at the top right now, as they've taken some of the fixings out. There's been a damage to the brake back plate. There's definitely been a substantial rub along the side of the right-hand side of the car. The problem is, of course, that even, you know, you think that closed wheel cars, well, you know, side-to-side contact doesn't really matter, but because of the camber of the wheels, the bottom of the wheel sticks out of the wheel arch and out of the side of the car more than the top does, and as soon as you get a bit of clipping there, you're putting suspension components at damage. There's Nick Piggers in to have a better look.
I'm struggling to remember, John, and perhaps you can better. Was it at Sebring that we saw the Mercedes this year that had the side-to-side contact near the exhaust that ultimately wound away some of the body panels, so that when the rubber was hitting it, it was catching fire?
Yeah.
Was that Sebring or was it Daytona?
I think that was Daytona. We've had it in the Nürburgring. Adam Christodoulou has had it on Mercedes in the past, on AMGs in the past, and they are normally very assiduous, both in front and behind the exhaust pipe, which is where we saw the damage there. But also in front, there's almost a heat shield effect with cutouts in the sills, and that's where sometimes you can get rubber build-up in there behind the front wheels, and that can catch light. And I'm pretty sure it was Adam Christodoulou who had to bail out of a car fairly quick smart until it was put out, and then regained, once the car was put out, regained his composure back in again. You never want to be in a car when it's looking like flames licking out from underneath it.
Once again, it looks like a brilliant design from Porsche with their new car to have the straight exhaust coming out the side with no line for the pipe to have to go through. So the Mercedes with the side pipe exhaust, where it does have to go, that is an area of issue.
Also makes the sill of the car extremely hot. If you think back to the old Viper GTR days, when I was fortunate enough to drive the very first road cars in Europe and a race car, you had to be so careful getting in and out of those cars that you didn't burn your calf or something more important, because you had to lift yourself over the side. And of course, being a low car, and even with a race seat in it, you were actually lower than the sill was. So you had to climb out over the sill and then not drag any part of yourself on that. Otherwise, you're singed. You get yourself singed on the sill.
It's going to be a triple whammy for the top Mercedes here. They, as you mentioned, John, already lost second place, and when they lose third place, Elmar Grimm is just coming up to take another lap back now. That will put him just 2 laps behind. But unfortunately for Top Sport, the 2 cars behind Elmar Grimm in the car collection Audi are the Falcon Porsche and the CP Racing Mercedes, and they're less than a minute behind. So no sooner that the Top Sport car loses third place than it will lose fourth and fifth places at the same time. So they really need to get on with the job, because so the podium positions overall, but also podium positions in the ASIC Pro class.
Coming up to another hour of racing to be completed in 5 minutes' time. We'll give you a rundown at that point. Suffice to say, there's still plenty going on, and still with just over 3 hours to go. Spot by Alan Prosser, our genius of the screen grab. Just noticing on that Top Sport car, it looks like it's got a bit of yellow on that car, just on the door, the right-hand side door in front of the rear wheel arch of that car. So maybe that's a clue to who they've had contact with out there. Now being in the pit some 12.5 minutes. The work continues. Elmar Grimm with effectively another 4 minutes before they go by and take away third position overall. And 12.5 seconds after that happens, the Volt Racing Trent Hinman car must have a look on the left-hand side of that car and see if there's been any contact.
On the left-hand side of Trent's car? Yeah. I mean, there would be a lot of yellow on the car, though. Like, a lot of yellow. Like, you've taken Paul's highlighter from this neat little set and just gone and smeared it over the side of it.
Nobody touches Paul's highlighter.
No, I thought about it as a joke, but no, I'm not that brave.
It's not a joke.
No.
Nobody puts Paul's highlighters in the corner. So Cooper McNeil clicks off another lap then and heads up the hill. towards turn 1.
One more lap, and Elmer Grimm will move up into the third spot overall.
End of this lap for Car Collection, who've had their own issues, of course. The car run out of fuel by Max Edelhoff. That came out and very kindly spoke to Nick Damon about an hour or so ago. And if he'll get back in and have the chance to redeem himself before the end of the race. A6 Am leading car by just over a lap. Shane Lewis crosses the line now. Check that, A6 Am by 43 seconds. That's A6 Am lead. 3 cars on that lap now. Car Collection Motorsport, Volt Racing Porsche, and then the Mercedes. So 3 different German manufacturers. How far have we got to go down before it's a non-German manufacturer? Answer, 10th position. I suppose that Lamborghini, owned by Audi, of course. Into the pit lane, 710, leading SPX.
In 7th overall, the Lamborghini Leipert car hits the stop. Trotting out is the Norwegian driver, whose name is escaping, Mr. Sherpen. There's a full set of boots going on. A driver's got us. It's Alexander Sherpen, as I've been reminded in my brain. So this car is doing what it needs to do. It's managed to, after starting the day behind the marked cars, that car is now not running. They had already got themselves past the Courtois machine and were running comfortably at the top of SPX. And I think because of you only have to do a certain number of laps of the winner, they may already be champion of the continent. That's obviously preempting 3 hours of the race to go. So I can have a word with Alexander. We haven't had a lot of chat to these guys. Alexander, you're doing a fantastic job here with the Leipert Lamborghini, just turning the laps and just getting to the front.
Yeah, well, I felt I'm struggling at the end there. The tires just disappeared, but yeah, the guys gave me a great car to work with. The setup is brilliant, so yeah, it's quite easy to push as long as we have tires. So yeah, the main thing now is just making sure the tires last as long as the stint has to be.
Have you been doing the calculations about the champion of the continent, this car leading? Do you know what you need to do?
No, I'll let the guys on the pit wall decide and think about that. I'm just having fun.
It looks like an exciting car to drive. You've got so much straight line speed. You're the fastest car down the straight, but then of course in the corners the GT, the A6 cars get you back. It must be a great lap fun.
Yeah, the car is brilliant to drive and it's so much fun. Every time you get behind the wheel, it's just, yeah, it makes you want to smile. So yeah, and especially being able to follow the GT3 cars down the straight is, yeah, it's mega.
Excellent. Well, congratulations to the team. You've got a couple of hours before you get on the top. We think you've probably, due to countback and having done the correct number of percentage of hours, may already have it. Paul?
No, I've sent Paul for dinner.
Alexander's a pretty cool guy. He manages a racetrack in Norway, where he lives. Don't know. Didn't recognize the name of it, so I'll set you off to Google on that. But he talks about his goal in racing. It is to be in the World Endurance Championship. He doesn't want to drive in the Indy 500. He doesn't want to drive in Formula One. He wants to be in the top level of sports cars. That's pretty cool.
So let's have a look at how things stand in GT. Black Falcon lead Herbeth by a full 3 laps now. Talksport's still in the pit lane where they have been for 17 minutes, so next time around the timing screen will reflect the fact that Elmer Grimm and Car Collection Motorsport are 3rd overall. They lead A6 Am, and Trent Hinman in fact will go through into 3rd in GT Pro as well, with the Volt Racing car 2nd in A6, with the CP Racing car 2nd in A6 Am, and Shane Lewis just another 43 seconds further back. SPX Leipert Motorsport in fuel at the moment, 7th position overall, under the class leader, still in the top 10 and well inside the top 10. What a good run it's been for Kelly Moss Road Race. They know these Porsche 991 Gen 2 Cup cars very well, one of the super teams in the IMSA Porsche Cup Challenge USA. And they are holding down a very creditable 8th position. SPX leader Leipert we've mentioned. Falcon now ahead of Courtois after the suspension issue on the 717 Mark II V8 Coupe. That car's still been working in the pit lane, but it's been there for just under 20 minutes now, 17 minutes since that car ground to a halt at turn 1. Outside the top 10, GT4, and the leader there is still the RHC Jorgensen Strom. Brett Strom back at the wheel, as it tends to be when I'm sitting in the booth in that BMW, with some 3 laps almost of a lead over Dominic Bastian in the Porsche and Lorient Racing number 911 car. And, excuse me, that's a Cup car. So he's got some 4 laps lead over the second place in GT4. That is the Zork Red Sport Jason Hart car. And those 2 BMWs have been running very nicely indeed. Problems down the field. If you weren't with us earlier on, HB Racing having been very, very quick indeed and taking the fastest lap of the race in the morning part of this race, succumbed to a gearbox problem. Tucksport and the 70 car and Winwood Racing out yesterday before the intervention. Moving on to TCE, Red Camel continue to hold their lead, but it's down now to just 1 minute and 24 seconds. Was as high as 2 laps. So both of those cars now on the lead lap, the 101 with Jean-Francois Hébert in behind the wheel, and the Ronnie Just for the top car sport by Bas Keating Racing in the 2 Cupra DSGs. 11 seconds further back, the AC Motorsport car. So they are all closing up rather nicely at the moment as they've just gone through to start another lap. Cup 1, Zork Red Sport. What a shame they haven't had any real competition, but they've circulated, and their 4 drivers, enjoying themselves in the 851 from Zork Red Sport in that M240i Racing Cup car. That's how it stands then, with just under 3 hours still to go.
Tried to find the name of the racetrack. It's not listed. It's not actually listed on his website. So that's Alexander Sherpen, who we just heard from with Nick Damon a couple minutes ago.
Let's go down to Nick Damon for a little update, and it's more problems. And this is the sort of time, Nick, isn't it, that you really don't want anyone to have problems, because you're sort of feeling for anybody, doesn't matter what position they are, you want them to have a run to the flag at this point. Oh dear, I hear heavy pieces of metal being thrown around.
Yeah, it's modern now, and the interesting thing is they've taken off the undertray, which is this piece of carbon fibre here, and in taking off the undertray they have freed about, so I say 5 or 6 kilograms of rubber detritus. The car is completely clogged up with pickup underneath the rear of the car, so it was basically scooped up by the undertray, sitting there. And this is like a small example of what you have. Just to give you, for those of you who are on the radio, I reckon there's probably about 20 tennis balls of, perhaps more than that, 25 tennis balls size of rubber balled up and hidden underneath the car. And as we've seen, with the problem is, of course, if you've got a Mercedes, it catches fire. If you've got any other car, it's causing problems. It's just sticking all over the suspension. Now, they're also at the moment trying to sort out the rear right that's got a suspension issue, but the car is effectively just running around with a many kilogram handicap and bits of rubber where they shouldn't be. So it's hardly surprising. It isn't quite working as they would hope after 21 of the 24 hours.
107 Monlau car that we're talking about. This is the Stewie Hall and Tom Black car, among others. And, well, it's been a proper endurance race, hasn't it, Shea, with all kinds of problems being solved throughout the field. Very few of the teams will be able to say after this, once they pack up and get to bed this evening, or perhaps come back in the morning and do the rest of the packing up.
Has to be done tonight.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
They've got to be out before tomorrow?
Yep.
Or at least it's all got to be in the containers tonight?
Yep.
Wow, okay. But there'll be very few teams that will be able to say they've had a clean race.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect example of this race, John, comes from one class by itself, the GT4 category. The car that's leading it right now is that RHC Jorgensen Strom BMW. That, at the start of the race, the team was thinking, well, man, we're going to have to take that 10-lap penalty during the intervention just so we can work on the setups more, because it's just not the way that we want it to be. Well, they've been leading for about 6 hours ever since the ST Racing BMW hit trouble. So, and they inherited the lead after, who was it that hit trouble? It's just, it was Windward. After Windward had their issues. It has been the race that people have had to survive, not necessarily thrive. It's a very interesting endurance race. We had the round in Barcelona that was a flat-out dogfight for 24 hours. This has been more of a thinking fight the whole way through, as finally the number 90 of Lucas Stoll's back out on the track for the TalkSport WRT Mercedes, down to 6th overall and 4th, more critically, in the A6 Pro, no longer on the podium.
Alexandra Schertman works at Valabanen circuit, which is in Damvegen in Norway. It's a racetrack and an all-purpose driving training facility. As comfortable, it says on the website, accommodating buses and trucks as well as race cars in summer and winter driving conditions. It's owned by the Norwegian Automobile Federation and is the largest facility of its kind in Scandinavia. It's not huge, it's just a 1.5 kilometre circuit, although there's a 1.5 mile circuit, although there's several different ways of configuring it, and it did hold the Swedish Touring Car Championship events between 2007 and 2009, and if you are a gamer you will find it in the STCC the game, and go and have a look on social media or on video sites for the 2007 event for the rainstorm affected race with Richard Göransson and Robert Dahlgren battling for the win in the C30 Volvo, wasn't it? Tommy Rustad raced there as well in 2009. So there you go, we found it.
A winter operable racetrack.
Yeah.
Does that mean that it's for cross-country skiing?
No, for cars.
But it's in Norway.
Yeah.
How can you race cars in winter in Norway?
The nearest airport is Oslo's Gardermoen, which is about 90 minutes away.
Huh.
So there you go.
Interesting.
I like the look of it. It's quite. It's 1 degree and falling at the moment.
In where they are or where we are?
No, where they are.
Oh, okay. I thought it was growing thicker skin there for a second, John.
Very good. Ever done any ice racing? Great fun.
I've only on ice skates. I'm pretty nifty on ice skates.
It's been. I did some karting on ice.
Did you?
Using an ice with a chicane in the back.
Oh, that's fun. It's 16 degrees here. 64 for those of you who speak Fahrenheit. So it's actually not at all chilly.
No, it's very pleasant.
It was nice for a light jacket sort of weather.
In comes the number 980, Nicolas Michelin for the MRS GT racing car. 3rd position in the 991 class, Jem Lippmann's car. This one, of course. Still bearing the scars on the left front that were picked up yesterday. And Nick, that's they've got a light bar in the front of that car, but they haven't got any lights above their pit lane.
No, I was just thinking, they're in the dark part. They haven't got the lights reflected off the main grandstand. They haven't bought any lights. This is one of the darkest pits of all, and I'm not sure that's just because J.M. Lippmann is there, I don't know. But they are strapping in the driver, and they are having to carry their head torches. They are obviously disciples of Trustwell, the man, the legend, the head torch wearer. But it is very dark in this little middle section. And you look, but as it gets towards pit out, it gets darker. The pit-in people have got a lot of free light given to them by the wonderful people of COTA. And when the WEC were here, did they run into the night then? Or was
yes.
Was there more lighting in the track?
Yes, there were big spotlights that they brought in.
Plus, all of the teams have lights on the gantries as the 980 pulls away from the dark end of the street. Originally a hit for the Flying Burrito Brothers. Covered by the Commitments in the film of the same name. Elmer Grimm enjoying himself out on the circuit, possibly too much, getting a bit of a sideways slide on as he came through turn number 12 and heading towards 13 at the end of the back straight. He's been in that car for an hour and 33 minutes now, so just 27 minutes left of his potential driver time there, but he'd be running out of steam, presumably in that 34 car share before too long. When was he last in?
Well, this is his 21st lap of the stint.
That's 40 minutes ago.
Elmer Grimm, oh no, wait a minute, this is his double stint. He's also done 18 laps before that, so he's been in the car for quite some time, an hour and a half.
Yeah, I mentioned that, but I was wondering how long since he'd been in the pits.
21 laps. Max Edelhoff in the longest stint did 39. Because remember, it's the Audi with the bigger fuel tank since they're running in the A6 special class.
I think that was also full course purple.
It was
assistant.
for less than 10 minutes. So, yeah, he's doing soon-ish. The window isn't quite open for him yet. It is open for the Volt Racing Porsche, which needs no lights to be seen anywhere around the track, or indeed from space. And that car is sitting in the penalty box before it will roll back down towards its pit box. Jan Halen got out of the car the last time and Trent Hinman took over. I would imagine Trent would be staying in. Let me see. No, he's done a double. So next should be Alan Brynjolfsson, unless they elect to put Richard Heistand back in.
Richard hasn't done that much work, really. And I think it'll be Richard that goes into that car, Nick.
Yeah, Richard Heistand getting in that one. And more importantly, I'm having a bit of a shifty around the left-hand side of the car to see if there's any tail green patches that may or may not have come from a top sport car. And to be honest, there aren't. So, as Shay was rightly said, you don't get a light dusting of yellow from this car. You get a massive streak of the stuff. And that was a very, very quick stop for the 73 car. Excellent stuff indeed. And they've done a complete driver change, a whole lot, and been absolved of any blame in the incident with the 90, or in about less than a minute and a half.
Well, you say that.
Well, I mean it.
Right, okay. Sounds reasonable then. I'll believe you.
Reliable witness. Was it Jan who got out? Who got out? No, it was Trent.
Jan, it would have been Trent.
I'll have a quick chat with Trent and just, would he have been in the car? He would have been, wouldn't he? Yeah, there have been. I'll ask him.
Right.
Anything happen?
Now, earlier on there was some discussion about the suspension adjustment system on the Seat Cupra, the Cupra 101 from Red Camel. I'm delighted to report that is working perfectly now, the little screen in front, which always looks like a 1980s graphic equaliser to me. Feels like somebody should be tweaking the mid and the lower
bass.
Yeah, exactly. Treble 2 bass. I Feel Loved by Donna Summer should be building out at the moment. Let's nip back down to Volt Racing for some enlightenment, literally.
Trent, at least even with not much light on the track, we can always see the car. How is it going through the traffic?
You know what? It's actually really good in traffic. I think that's where we were making up the most time. For the most part, we're just not quite on pace in Sector 3. It's kind of been that way all day today, all day yesterday. So got to take a little bit more risk in traffic. Luckily, our car's so bright, I think everybody can see us. So getting a lot of help from a lot of different folks out of there. I'm sure everybody is in the A6 category, but for the most part, traffic's been pretty good, but definitely have to get a little bit risky there. All I can say is great job by the Park Place Motorsports crew down here in pit lane. That's what's been keeping us in the fight for a top 5 here. Again, it's a great car right now. It's driving really well. We just don't quite have it in Sector 3, so we're going to do the best we can with what we got for the rest of the race here, and just try to carry on.
So is the Sector 3 deficit a lack of downforce? Is that what you need there, or is it grip, or is it just setup?
Just overall grip. I mean, this car hasn't been run since Road Atlanta in 2018, so just kind of gave it the good old spit shine on the way out here and ran it. And you know what? It's doing a flawless job right now. But I think that's down to the Park Place Motorsports team for all their efforts in getting this thing prepped over the last week. But it's a bulletproof car. It's proven to run really, really well for, 21 hours now. Yeah, it's something like that. So it's really doing a good job, knock on wood. I think that's just a testament to the quality of this crew. And again, we'll deal the best with what we have. We'll take advantage of our strategy. We'll take advantage of our strengths and traffic, and again, try to bring home a top 5 here.
You moved out of the rotation because Alan was due to get in. Will Alan be in again for the race, or are you going to have another stint before the end of the 24 hours?
I hope I get another chance to drive. I mean, I love driving. You know, no matter what it is, if I can get my hands on it, I'm going to try to wheel the crap out of it. So I'm having a great time right now. I know the whole team is. I know we've had a couple frustrating moments in terms of penalties and stuff, one of them being my fault, so I take full responsibility for that. But again, for the most part, you know, we're here, we're all getting seat time, we're all keeping the rust off over this long off season, and you know, making sure we're going to be back at it, ready to go in January.
You say it's a long off season. I'm making about 6 weeks to you're off to the Raw before the 24. What's the plan for Volt Racing in their IMSA season next year?
Well, I'm not the man to talk to about that. That'd be Alan, but you know, for the most part, I want to do everything I can to stay with these guys. I love working with Alan. I love being a part of his progress as a driver. It's been really a pleasure over the last 2 years to see how much he's come along. And it's really special for a guy like me to be able to take that all in and be a part of that. So I hope the band gets back together. I think that's the way it's going to go. Only time will tell. But yeah, 6 weeks, that's a long time. You look at this summer schedule and it's like, you know, every other weekend you're in the car, or every weekend you're in the car. So, hey, I'm not going to complain about it. I love it. This is what we do. And yeah, it's just a pleasure to spend that time working with some great people.
Alan's first taste of GT3. Has he got the taste now? Is he thinking, let's go WeatherTech, let's forget the Michelin, let's go WeatherTech?
I don't know about that. The racing and the pilot challenge is pretty hardcore. And it's really a great place to be. Great place for Alan to continue his driver development. You know what? The WeatherTech series, that'd be awesome. But at the end of the day, it's all about what he's ready for. And I'm sure we'll talk a bit after this. But I think pilot challenge is definitely probably what's suiting us a little bit more right now. We'll see. Again, only time will tell. I know he's really enjoying this car right now. And it's just great to see, again, that progression from, you know, club racing machinery, GT4 machinery. Now we're in a real legit race car in a GT3R. So it's a lot of fun.
Great stuff. Thanks, Trent. Have a nice rest. Cheers, man.
Brian Zinn has tweeted in at RSL Studio during that. It's been a fun all weekend to see the superb effort put in by Park Place Motorsport in a car that last turned a wheel in October 2018 with Wolf Hensler, Spencer Pumpelly and Tim Pappas. The Patrick Lindsay and York Bergmeister and Fuji that weekend. And the last win for that car was at Lime Rock Park in 2018, it says here. It's an old car compared to the rest of the class, says Brian. Keep the good work, guys, and bring it home. Christopher Bradbury says, at RSL Studio, by the way, why do the lights flash on the COTA Tower? I think because they can.
Yes, and actually...
It's Texas.
Actually, kind of a fun thing. They set up a Christmas festival through the track where you can come and drive your street car and see all the different Christmas lights that they'll set up. So the Texas Tower, which right now is flashing the people flag because Texas, will get Christmas treatments. There will be Santa Claus figurines and Rudolph and snowmen and you name it all around the track, and it's open for families.
That was just being set it up one year when we came here.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. I was 17, yeah, absolutely. I remember that now you've mentioned that, because I wondered what that was like, Santa's Grotto being set up on the far side of the circuit. You should remember, of course, that if you live anywhere near Austin, easy place to get to, and some great hotels, bars and eateries as well as music venues here, that the Circuit of the Americas, apart from being a racetrack, is actually a venue for all kinds of things. Plenty of times that we've been here in the past when there's been full-blown concerts, there's an amphitheatre, there's outdoor spaces at various sizes, and a huge amount of car parking. I mean, from that point of view, complain about the track surface, possibly, which does need a bit of a refresh, and it's going to happen apparently in the winter season here. But as far as the planning of the venue itself is concerned, the shuttle buses run well, there's plenty of car parking in various parts of the area. There was a plan to, I think one thing that was missing was the crossover bridge from the outside of turns 19 and 20 in towards the media centre area, because the media car parking was is often outside the track, so the people can actually just walk across.
Used to be where the go-kart track now is.
Yeah, exactly.
And now there's obviously a go-kart track there. So it's a good thing that IMSA doesn't come run here anymore, because we would have so many media members going to park, old habits die hard, and then finding all these little go-karts right around their rental car, which would be amusing for some and not for others. But
Audi experience still here as well, of course, with a variety of full-ringed machinery, which was out on the track on Wednesday early on.
Still out on the track, I mean, during the safety car interventions that we've had.
Yeah,
not during this race, but during the Radicals, the pace car for all 3 races, and then what subsequently became the safety car, was Audi R8 number 2.
They have a fleet of them here. Certainly going back to 16 and 17, a few drivers signed on to do the Audi experience to get a bit of extra lappery around here. Really good facility, and clearly being used for all kinds of events, both motorsport on 2 and 4 wheels. The Coffee and Cars event this morning brought a few choice pieces of machinery in. We've had that the last few years as well.
Yeah, there was someone in a BMW M5 this morning who came blasting past us in our big Chevy but SUV Traverse, coming in, and then proceeded to drive at just above the speed limit right in front of me the entire rest of the way in.
Can't condone low braking here, that's absolutely fine. As long as within the margin of error on the speed run, that's fine.
No, it wasn't. It was just amusing that this person was then looking in their mirrors, seeing a Chevy Traverse turning into what they thought was Cars and Coffee.
Ah, yes.
It was, yes, wait a minute, your car doesn't belong here. There's a Ferrari driving in, there's a Porsche, there's a BMW, there's a Chevy Traverse. Are you lost? Out on the circuit, Elmer Grimm continues to go round and round of 1 hour and 45 minutes so far of his stint. He has 14 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and then he'll be outside of the rules. And we actually...
He's done his 10 extra minutes that we thought, so how many more laps do you think that 34 car can go, Shane?
Let me just test the bounds of limits to try and scroll over, because
she's using the walking mobile data center here.
I'm moving things I probably shouldn't be, but that's okay. Elmer Grimm is on the 27th lap of his stint.
So probably 3 or 4 more laps.
I would say, just to be safe, 2 to 3 and bring him in.
Because you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of the code 60.
Exactly.
And then spend 5 minutes going around the track going, oh my goodness, we're not going to get him before he runs out of his 2 hours.
Going, wah!
Yeah.
We've got...
Doing what?
Not going to do that again. I'm sorry, I probably have set dogs sleeping all around the world. Cooper McNeil should be in the pit lane within 2 laps if he's going to match the stint length that Jerome Bleekmolen did, not once but twice before he got into the car. We've just had the Herberth Motorsport Porsche into the pit lane, and the driver now is Alfred Renauer, so we have woken him up from sleeping on the ottomans in the media center, still in the same clothes as yesterday. Yeah, very funny.
Saw that earlier on, yes.
And Shane Lewis is still behind the wheel of the number 23 CP Racing Mercedes in 4th. He is completing his 24th lap, which is 1 more than Joe Foster did previously, but 8 short of what Charlie Putman did earlier on. So he's still got a bit of wiggle room to play too. Else are we expecting? Nope. The TCR cars look to be okay on their stints for the time being. So watch out for the 4, the leader, the 4 Mercedes, the 34 Audi in 3rd, and the 85 Mercedes in 4th to be coming in relatively soon. Looking further down the timing, our 991 class leader is still the number 906, David Ducati, behind the wheel of the Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche. He's been out for 1 hour and 10 minutes, so he should be coming into the pit lane here shortly. How about Alan Bettany? Still learning endurance racing, still getting into this, managed to radio into the crew, guys, there's been a note change in the exhaust, to find out that it was actually a completely sheared off broken exhaust pipe.
Yeah, very good.
That's what you want if you're a coach, to know that your Padawan is learning.
Dr. Alex is in the 980 MRS GT racing car, 3rd position for that car. Thoroughly enjoying his time here. So pleased that we managed to persuade him to come and do this event, and I think we've got a new fan of Hankook 24-hour racing. Should have mentioned a wee while ago that Lucas Stoltz was back out again, by the way, in the top sport car. The last pit stop.
Yes, we did.
19 minutes long.
That was the damage repair.
Correct. And that therefore dropped him from second in the race down to fifth, and just holding on to third place in A6 Pro. Both the first and second in A6 AM has gone by, being the car collection Elmer Grimm driven Audi and the Mercedes AMG GT3 of Shane Lewis, who has closed in to 33 seconds. It was 45 seconds. It's half a second, 3/4 of a second here, 3 or 4 tenths there. But Shane Lewis is gradually reeling in that car collection motorsport. But don't forget that car due shortly. Shane's only been in about an hour in that car, whereas Elmer's been in a good 45, 50 minutes longer than that.
That's even more impressive, because when I was talking to Shane Lewis earlier, he said that when it gets dark, they lose time because it gets dark, because it's so much harder to see.
Really?
And he said that the other, for whatever reason, the other A6 cars have stronger headlights than they do on their Mercedes, and so they all take it back a little bit. And last night they were losing up to a second in the dark. I know, but he said that they talked to the team, they agreed that the next time that they run a night race, they're going to need stronger headlights than what they've got on the car, because as it is right now, they're all being so cautious that they're losing time.
Dr. Alex Mara in the 980 car, he went to a local supplier in the early part of the week. He does some off-road Baja racing. Baja this weekend, actually. Glickenhaus have got the boot out for that. And he went and bought an LED light bar and got them to strap it on the front of the Porsche. And he said it's made a huge difference. And it really does. Anybody who doesn't think it matters, those additional lights, because you need the apex lights, the sort of fog light levelled or bad weather lights that you normally have on the front, but you need them almost at 45 degrees. Sometimes people cross them over, actually, and have the right one pointing at the left curb and the left one pointing at the right curb, but you need them low down, looking for the apex of the corner. Your normal headlights are fine, you can put them up onto main beam. A lot of them are LEDs themselves nowadays, or some kind of HID projector lights. But that extra LED bright white light that stretches out in front of you, really, really important.
It makes all the difference when you can see where you're going, because it gives you that little extra boost of confidence
yeah,
to know that the track that you were on 2 minutes ago is still right there.
Well, and of course, I mean, that is the thing you've got to keep telling yourself. When you get to turn one and you're turning for turn one, the drop to turn two, that hasn't moved since the last time you were there. But there is a thing in your head, it's, you know, it's self-preservation. It says, no, I'm not going to I can't see where I'm going. My lights are pointing to the sky. Into the pit lane comes the 464. This is the Black Falcon GT4 car. And that car running in, SPX car, running in second in SPX at the moment. Alexandra Perm has come in the Team Textile Black Falcon machine, and that car's been fairly faultless. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, the 388, also the BMW cars come in just behind it. It's a bit of action at that far end of the pit lane. Yeah,
that was the long-time leader in GT4, Andy Lazaro in that car in a minute, Nick, down in third.
Yeah, you were talking a while ago about the excellent comeback of the 450 machine, which obviously in GT4, which of course is the SHC car. Yeah, they had some, I think Shay was saying they had handling problems. I think their actual problem was, as many of the BMWs had, they actually got given more power overnight before the race in a BOP adjustment, and they then found out their setup suddenly didn't work with the completely different power delivery. Also, it was causing unforeseen knock-on effects to other parts of the car, including sending error messages around the ECU. So sometimes what seems like a gift from above is a poison chalice indeed. But a day on, the 450 guys, and I think the other BMWs as well, have sorted out that issue.
Yeah, good point. They needed that extra performance to pull the way back. They're in 12th position now in that car. We've coming up to 550 laps. The current distance record for this event here at COTA, the 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours of the Circuit of the Americas, is 608 laps. So 609 will be a new lap record. Coming up on 550, 547 completed now by Cooper McNeil. There he goes in front of us now, and that is his 500, and that is 48, isn't it? Yes, it is.
548.
Cooper just being closed in on a wee bit by Alfred Renard. The Porsche liking the cooler temperatures.
6 laps.
2 minutes and 10 seconds, 2:09 from Renauer last time around, 2:09.5 against 2:13 from Cooper McNeil. But of course, there are 5 laps between those two cars. But I think it's interesting to see the Herbert car with Alfred behind the wheel picking up the pace again as the darkness sets in. But they are clearly on attack mode. They are, 5-6 laps ahead of the next car overall, but that's an AM car. But they'll want to keep the second place in the overall standings and stand on the podium, I'm sure, for Herbert.
We do actually have a battle for the final step of the Pro Podium, John, because with the pit stop for the Volt Racing Porsche and Richard Heistand getting aboard that car now, Lucas Stoltz has re-inherited that final spot of third in terms of the class. So those two cars, which are separated by about 50 seconds right now, the positions will continue to seesaw until the end of the race.
That's all on the pit stop rotation,
exactly.
Isn't it? Yeah.
But I don't know which one is actually ahead, because Stoltz was in the pits for such a long time that it should be Heistand, and I think Stoltz is due to pit next, but it all goes to back timing in the race.
50 minutes for Lucas Stoltz, but wasn't he in the car when it came into the pits to have that repair? So we need to check. They filled that car before it came out. So how long has that car been out of the pits? The number 90 Top Sport Mercedes.
He did a 7-lap stint. He got in the car and then did 7 laps. Had the mechanical issue. Spent what looks like 30 minutes in the pits. 19 minutes in the pits. He's now done 14 laps on this stint, whereas Richard Heistand has done 8. Yeah. But Stoltz is averaging 2 seconds a lap faster than Heistand. So that's been a change too.
2:09 last time around by Lucas Stoltz, 2:09.2 against the 2:12.3, so that's 3 seconds in one lap, and that gap all of a sudden is up to 56 seconds. And of course, remember, we're all within seconds of each other. Into the pit lane from the lead of A6AM and third overall, Elmar Grimm took a little penalty to soak up before he heads to the pit lane and a driver change.
And it'll be Max Edelhoff who gets in, so they are taking it very seriously now, and it's going to be they're changing their 2 fastest driver, Elmar Grimm and Max Edelhoff, left and right. And we hear that from the track, the 991 leader, the 906, is also in trouble as we just finish this stop. But as Elmar, who had a knee replacement recently, hobbles away in, it looks like terrible pain. I think it's just, you speaking to us yesterday, just needs to kind of re-oil the titanium joint that now bends his leg in half. And yes, Simmons goes through, so we'll have a word with Elmar in a moment. But until then, John, what's going on the track?
Well, it's just off the track, actually, where the drama is for the 906 Porsche 991 Gen 2 Cup car, and the leader in class ensconced in the top 10 at position number 8. And David Dakota has ground to a halt in that car. He's out in sector 3 in the darkness, but I believe he's off the circuit. He seems to have found an access road there. And that is a real drama for that leader. A lot of people coming into the pit lane, so they may have seen that issue out on the circuit, including Roberto Ferri in the Autorama Motorsport by Wolfpaar TCE 4th position TCR car. It's the 112 car. So this is real drama in the top 10. Dakota late across the line now. and that car not moving. There seemed to be some vapour or steam or smoke, but something coming out from underneath the engine cover of that car when we first saw it moving slowly, Adam.
Grim is very close on his drive time. Bless you. He's either just gone over it or he was just under it when he came into the pit lane. When I looked at the time next to it.
No, he's well inside. He was only at 147 or something like that.
Was he? Because when we were talking about it, it was already getting close. So he's definitely stretched it a little bit closer than comfort. But for that 906 machine, the Kelly Moss Road and Race, I wonder if this has anything to do with that exhaust issue that we saw earlier on, if that could be causing or have caused more issues for that car.
Yeah, he was about, I remember when we were talking about Shane Lewis. So when Shane Lewis was on 56 minutes, so that's 10 minutes ago, he was on 1 hour 47. So he would have been within 3 minutes or so he had a lap to give. So that, I think he was okay on that. Shane Lewis, by the way, in the 85 CP racing car, has gone through, retaking the A6 AM lead, and it would appear that David Ducote in that Kelly Moss Road and Race car off the track. Now the question is, can he get recovered back to the pits? He's on lap 5:07. 485 is the Porsche Lorient racing car.
So
Jean-Francois Demarge behind the wheel of that.
22 laps?
So that's 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's call it 50 minutes.
And remember, that 911 Porsche Lorient Racing was one of the first Cup cars today to come into the pit lane with a substantial issue and has been fighting back all day long.
Yeah.
Again,
certainly has.
Another class that nobody wants to win without earning it. GT4 is exactly the same. Every GT4 car has had some sort of strife across the course of the race, and now every one of our 991 cars too.
Two different categories, talking about the GT runners there, but in TCE, Jean-Francois Herbert in the Red Camel Jordan, and their nearest competitors, Nick Damon, in for a pit stop.
Yeah, the 131, the top car by Bascouten Racing. This is the car which lost so much time in the first couple of hours. Well, they've run pretty faultlessly ever since, but now they've having a long stop. Now, it looks like they're having, it's a brake issue. They're bleeding the brakes. They're not actually replacing pads or discs. It's a brake bleed situation. I think they have the option of putting in some new dry brake discs. They're not taking it then. It's Bascouten himself who's pumping away. A couple of minutes ago, the 717, the Corsa Mark II car, that left after having repaired the collapsed rear right suspension that caused the code 60 about an hour ago, I suppose now, perhaps an hour and a quarter ago. And this 131 car, it's got a bit of a, because most of the TCR cars outside the Red Camels, they've had a slight problem, have had non-clean runs. They've still got a bit of a gap, and they're still scored second as they try to reassemble the car and get the 131 back out there again.
Yeah, this is not the time to try and do things, sort of jerry-rig them, because you want to get a car to the end here. A few extra minutes here may well pay dividends. You can't afford to get caught out on the circuit. We're hearing from race control that the 906 is coming back to the, in fact, it's in the pit lane. It's just gone past us. Fabulous piece of recovery. Nick Damon, the iFly car, Alan Metney's company, the indoor skydiving, that car with the sponsorship on the side, that is back with you.
And it has electrical power. The lights are working. The number board is illuminated. So whatever has caused it to stop, and don't forget the bane of these 991 Cup cars here at the Circuit of the Americas in 2019 has been the Circuit of the Americas 2019, with its extra subsidence, its extra bumps, and the way they've come onto the curb with the vibrations and the frequency. They've all been eating through drive shafts, and if your drive shaft stops, you just stop the car. So we don't know yet, but I'm pretty much sure that we're going to see some wheels coming off as they push the car into the pit lane. I'll carry on looking and see if it is more drive shaft failure.
Yeah, they're having trouble getting it into the pit garage itself. It now won't go forwards or backwards, Nick.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now they appear to have managed to actually, I think it's stuck on something, or is it just something's locked up? If it has locked up, given the fact that it was pulled on the back of a van or a truck the whole way around. It's a surprising thing to happen, but lots of shouting as ever as they put it on the dolly jacks, and they will now go to work and try and fix whatever the issue may be, and I will tell you what I think it is when I know.
I'm betting a pound to a penny, to use an old English phrase, that they'll go to work on the rear of that car and have a look at the drive shaft.
A man just picked up a drive shaft and picked up the bolts. Oh dear. So, yes, it's the drive shaft. It looks like it's the left-hand one. It's sheared more bolts. I would think there will be a report going back to Stuttgart after this race. And they'll be saying, boys, we're going to need to make an amendment to our cars. They have a weak point that has been discovered in an American endurance race.
Well, somebody was saying earlier on, Shea, weren't there, that, you know, this is unusual. It's not unheard of, but there was a bad batch of drive shafts for Porsche, I think it was Porsche, a season or so ago. And I just wonder if we've had the same again.
This many drive shafts going bad during the 12 hours of Sebring.
No.
Which is traditionally the track that'll beat you up and spit you out if you've got a car that's got
drive
flaws.
shafts. We haven't had a whole season. That's a cup car.
Yeah.
Right, that's a cup car. So, you know, it's not necessarily built as an endurance racing car. So let's put that there straight away. It's meant to race 50 minutes 2 or 3 times over a weekend. But even when we do that at Sebring, and there's a field of 40 of them, we're not seeing them going through drive shafts. I've spoken to, was it last year or the year, I think it was the year before, wasn't it, when we had some drive shaft issues on Porsche endurance cars. And I remember talking to the guys in the IMSA Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge USA, and they were saying we run them pretty much the whole season. Yeah. They're just a fit and forget item. And what we're seeing here is that the bolts on that single item, it's not as if you assemble that yourself. You buy it as a single item with the universal joint on them, and it's a red drive shaft itself, but the bolts on the UJs and the fixings are shearing off.
And that's a very important distinction, because it's not the drive shaft that's going bad.
No, it's not like you're snapping a drive shaft.
No, which in itself would be a much more substantial worry. It's just the things that are keeping the drive shaft where it should be that are failing. So maybe stronger bolts.
Well, the other thing is it's not pulling out of the gearbox either,
yeah,
which is the interesting thing. As Cooper McNeil will be due into the pit lane shortly in the leading black Falcon.
Yes, if you notice on Paul's computer, he can push a button now that then starts flashing box this lap, and I'm pretty sure it goes to the drivers too, to tell them.
Yeah, it comes up on Cooper McNeil's dashboard.
Yes.
See the big red flashing light now that says Paul says pit.
Yes, pit window open, box this lap.
Welcome back, Mr. Trustwell. How was dinner?
Very good, very good. Short and sweet, didn't need much. Funnily enough, as I was walking back, there was this Porsche coming back on the back of a tow line, which is the one that
there's a shock absorber as well to go on that left rear of that car, and they're doing a driver change in the pit lane. Chapman Ducati getting into that car. It was David Ducati who brought in. Nick's down there.
That's the shock absorber. Yeah, that's the shock absorber that came off. They've just undone that to give them better, quicker access to the drive shafts. Only 4 bolts actually to get 5 bolts, sorry, to get the shock absorber off. And that was the reason why, if you notice, you can't see this, they've actually managed to rip the window out of the side window, has been ripped out of the car, is actually down the floor. That was so they get the top bolts of the shock absorber to drop it through. So they have been quite violent with this car. It'll take the bashing and the beating up the mechanics will give it, but perhaps not so much the track. They're all these Porsche mechanics are getting pretty good now at drive shaft changes. They may be in serious demand in other series with their speed of drive shaft replacement.
Not overly happy to see that there's a trolley jack with a block on it holding up the... It's not holding up the car, in fairness. That is compressing the suspension. So, all right, I'll go with that.
If that breaks, then the suspension will just
leave
out. So
yeah.
It doesn't really matter, no, you're absolutely right.
But it's interesting to see that they've done this so many times, Paul and Shea, that they've got quick ways of doing everything. So the left-hand side rear windows come out, so that they can reach in and take off the top bolts to the shock absorber. They know that they've got to hold up the axle and things like that. And you know, that smacks of people have done this more than once, which they've done more than once.
Well, it's a bit like making mac and cheese. You just sort of know what to do because you've done it so many times over the years. You don't need the box to tell you, put the water to boil, then put the pasta in for 7 minutes.
Your first mistake is you mentioned a box. There's no box in mac and cheese. You don't buy mac and cheese in a box. You make pasta and then you make a cheese sauce. So you start with flour and eggs and a bit of salt and you rub them out and then you put them in your pasta machine.
Clearly you didn't go to a state university where you didn't have all that. It was a very limited kitchen where you took your box of mac and cheese into the kitchen, you took your pot in.
I think we might be on a bit of a tangent.
Just a little one. Do you think it's dinner time?
Box
Do you think?
and cheese.
Yes. So in any case, Chapman Ducati.
Cranberry sauce next.
Yes, because that's the way it should be. Chapman Ducati has clambered aboard the 906 Porsche, a guy with 12 ALMS podiums over his time, and he is still the CEO of Merchant Services. Good record at Circuit of the Americas. Second here last year in GT4. Didn't finish the year before that, but still not too shabby when it comes to COTA.
Right, let's pull ourselves back from the tangent then and swing us back in a nice chord back towards the points at hand. And as we head to just under 2.25 hours to go now, Cooper McNeil due in shortly. And he currently has a full 5-lap lead. Now we lose the better part of a couple of those, in fact a full couple of those, in the pit stop.
Yes, and there'll be no need to rush or take any risks in the pit lane to give McNeil there. So it will be a relatively straightforward pit stop for that car. I think he's just been overtaken actually by the hair-bear Porsche out on the circuit. So
that is correct. No, you're absolutely correct. Going through the end of the S's and on the back straight now, the Herbert Porsche has gone back through. And I'll tell you something that it's interesting. The lights on that black Falcon WeatherTech Mercedes are very badly aligned and cut off short, and they really aren't helping. It's noticeable how much more light there is from the Herbert Porsche than from that Mercedes-Benz. So Shea was talking earlier on about the guys having to take it easier during the night hours, and the right-hand headlight in particular is doing very little, and the left-hand headlight is over to the middle of the car, and it is very noticeable indeed that the lighting pattern on that car isn't good.
Were you listening earlier on, John, when Stewie Hall was up here in the box, and he was describing when he was out in the Monaco Competition car, and he was saying he's actually quite grateful for when one of the GT cars came up to overtake him, because it gave him a bit more light to see where he was going.
They come up very quick on you, the GT3 cars, and there's a couple of places around the track. Notably, there always used to be a lighting tower at turn 9. I'll have to keep an eye on that to see if it's still there, because pretty much every lap or every other lap as I went through there, as the BMW goes through there at the moment, it would catch my eye in one of the rear view mirrors, and I would be certain I was getting caught by the GT3 car, and then go, no, that's the lighting tower.
The lights are attached to the overhead gantries as well, pointing down the track, which is a great way of illuminating the track. But again, you're absolutely right. If your rear view mirror is slightly aligned, headlights of the car following you.
One of the things that we said that we'd do if we raced here again is we would have one of those decals on the back window that has slats in it, so you can still see through backwards, but it takes out a lot of the glare, because it was massively off-putting if you did have a GT3 car or somebody with a bigger light bar than you sitting right behind you. It can take the concentration. You've basically just got to forget about it, of course, and do what Stewie was saying and use their lights and look ahead of you, focus forwards, as you've heard many people saying down through the years.
Drive through your windshield, not through your mirrors.
And this is the last lap and you back them for a position.
In NASCAR.
Then put them in the wall.
Conversation held over dinner with Stephen Lickeridge from the 101 Red Camels team. they're still very, very nervous about making that car last. It really is a very fragile little Cooper, the 101 car. Still has a comfortable lead in the TCE division. What is it? Laps of a lead in the TCE division. So they can be gentle with the car, and they feel they have to be in these couple of hours of the race.
And is that just what we were hearing before, Paul, about the worry with the front wheels coming off the ground, over-revving the engine and over-stressing the driveline? As in comes the 107 Cupra, and it hasn't made it to its box. This is Monlau's car.
And still no lights on the front of that car, apart from the normal Cupra headlights which are supplied.
Actually, it's at its box, but Nick Damon is there and will explain.
Yeah, the car came in and the pit crew were not so much not ready, had no idea it was coming. And I think Stewie was getting out. He just parked it up, and therefore no one was pointing to him where the pit box was, so he's kind of right in the middle, overshot it as they now put on new front tyres to the car who's replaced him. So I assume it's a call. Possibly they called him and he was not in the part of the track they thought he was, as they hadn't set up for it, but they were able to get going quite quickly with a set of tyres. And there are no further issues. This car, which has been struggling on a number of occasions throughout this race.
That's Nick Damon in the pit lane reporting on the 107 Monlau car, and I'm Johnny Palmer returning to the booth for the run to the finish, which is very much in sight now. 2 hours and 7 minutes still to go. 6:53 local time, due for a 9 o'clock finish here, and still one or two doubts about some of the runners. 107 cars just come to a complete halt there. I think more of a case of not getting the turning circle that is sufficient to get into the pit lane, and one of the marshals sitting on a chair nearby has to move the cone in order for the 107 car to get safely into the fueling area.
Yes, Nick was absolutely right. That was Stewie getting out of the car. When he was up here earlier on, he gave us the impression that he wouldn't be driving it again, but he did, he has done, and he's brought it in, as Nick told us at the end of a slightly irregular stint, because the previous stop for Stewart was longer than it ought to have been, and Stewie doing a 27 lap stint altogether, perhaps not quite as far as it would be able to go on a tank for the fuel, but it may well be that at this stage of that car, down 50 in the TCR class, just timing stints to the end of the race. Talking with Michael just before you arrived, as to the fragility of potential fragility of the 101 Red Camel's car, which we were talking to Steve Licorice the fragility of the car is largely around the suspension, and particularly the oil sun, which is a bit exposed now. So I think what they're really trying to do is to just keep it very gentle. Away from the curbs and any bumps.
They had a shock fail,
Exactly,
didn't they, on the
yes.
front right corner? So so there's now concern that the bottom of the car's been catching the curb at certain times.
And the shock absorbers themselves having to do because of the amount of
Yes, but obviously the sump may have taken a battering, because there's some sausage curbs here as well, which are very easily caught, particularly around the 8 and 9 corners. So through the left-hander and just over that the yump. Probably won't help the sump for what either.
The Cooper McNeil Mercedes, I've been expecting into the pits for the last couple of laps. The leading car, the Black Falcon car, which has a 5-lap lead at the moment. Sorry, it's not quite 4-lap lead at the moment to Alfred Renaud, but that will come down to 2 laps, I reckon, by the time they come out of the pits following this pit stop. So Black Falcon, they've managed to get Cooper McNeil around 36 times on this stint so far. It's coming in his 37 laps. Black Falcon's still pushing to the limit of the refuel of that car. It's as far as cars want to race on a single tank of fuel.
36 laps, did you say?
Yeah.
Most impressive. I mean, Ben Keating told us earlier on that they're just driving it and just driving as hard as possible, but I still think there is a hint of fuel saving. Well,
yes, I mean, they got lucky with the previous pit stop because they came in just before we went to code 60, so they got a full tank of fuel. But most of it was put in the car whilst everybody was travelling at 60 kilometres an hour, so that gave them a bit of an advantage. And of course, then when Cooper came out, he had a couple of laps driving behind the safety car, driving at 60 kilometres an hour, which wouldn't have been full fuel usage. But nevertheless, he's done a very good stint. But he is now in the pits. Nick Heyman is there.
I am, and I'm going to see a full service. Felipe Fraga will take over in the driving seat. We've got a 7-inch difference in the two drivers, so I'm sure a seat insert has also got in Felipe. Cooper helps to buckle up the Brazilian, and they have finished the tyres. They're now waiting and down the weight, and it was about, well, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds, a little more than that now, it started again. They panic around, do all that work, the car drops down, everyone looks at it for a while before the new driver presses the starter switch. You think that's 5 seconds you've wasted just by staring at stuff. Hey-ho, they're off, they're winning, they're fine.
That's true. I don't think it's anything to do with the car being a little bit temperamental in starting up, but it is a bit strange that it does that seemingly most of the time.
There is a question which you could possibly ask Nick, or an answer that you could possibly give me, because sometimes on these cars they like to wait before they actually drive it off until the air jacks have properly disappeared, because even though they drop off the air jacks and when the air gets taken out, sometimes they want to cut the little block that pushes down to pull completely away, and of course that's done by springs. Now, Nick may have.
I've never seen that, to be honest. I've watched hundreds of cars dropped off the jacks. The jacks, you say, they're pneumatically powered, and then spring retracted. The car drops down onto its suspension, so it has compressed it again. That's interesting. I've never known that's why someone is doing it. I've never asked them. I think it's more a case that the car sits down and there's people waiting to get an okay. Now, it's possible there are people on the radio who are not actually at the front of the car, just checking a few things before they go. It does seem strange. It doesn't go drop, bang, fire. It often goes drop, bang, wait.
That could be your Christmas project. Check
fantastic.
out.
Well, I would do, but I'm out in 1 minute, and that's me done to the end. So I'll pass it to Joe, shall I? Joe can do the air jack project.
I was thinking you could possibly do it, say you're sipping your Christmas sherry or
I
something.
see. What you're basically saying is you're setting me a project for my winter holidays.
For your Christmas holiday, exactly.
So I can bring them to Professor Trustwell and try and get myself a master's degree in pitology. Well, it's unlikely. I always only aim for a B. Aim low, you can't upset yourself.
Surely you've done enough hours in a pit lane that someone will give you an honouring qualification now.
But I think I'm just pleased they don't run me out. But lucky that's because I wear trousers.
Very good point. There was a Porsche being pushed the wrong way up the pit lane. That was the 906, I think.
It's the car that still leads in the GT4 class, but that's been into the pits for a drive shaft to be replaced, right, just for a change. I think that was happening just as you came back. So it lost a few laps, but it still has a comfortable lead in the GT4 class, the Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche.
That's permitted, is it, to push a car backwards down the pit lane?
Indeed, if you're going to get it to go backwards in the pit lane, you have to push it. You're not allowed to drive over its own steam, but it is allowed to be pushed backwards in the pits.
Okay, the COTA 24 hours you are tuned to right here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Barner and Paul Trustwell overseeing things with 2 hours to go. Red Camel, Jordans.nl, the Cooper TCR continues to lead, although maybe susceptible to the odd reliability problem between now and the end. Certainly the team are paying close attention to that car and making sure comes to the end of every lap safely, doing a 2:28.6 last time around. And a milestone actually for the TCE race. We've just reached 500 laps completed for the 101 car. And not very far away in second place is the Audi RS3 LMS. It's not on the lead lap in that particular race, but the AC Motorsport car is second on the road. Matthew Taskinen currently at the wheel of that. Second, or rather third place in the TCE Series race is another Cupra, the top car sport by Bas Kutem example, with Fabian Dance having brought that car into the pit lane recently, car 131. Fourth position is the Autorama Motorsport by Power Racing, Volkswagen Golf, 112. Ahead of one-lap competition is Cupra. The other Autorama Golf is sixth, that's 114, and then the Zorg Rennsport 851 BMW is in the fueling area, with Johann Schwarz having brought that car in from its latest stint. And we're waiting for that car to rejoin in the Cup 1 division. Atlanta Speedworks did not, or were not able to take part in Sunday's part of the race, having suffered an engine failure early on Saturday. In the GT Series, it is Black Falcon now on an outlap, with Felipe Fraga doing the driving in car number 4 in lead. 559 laps completed, so this is lap 560. Herbert Motorsport about to cross the line now to put 557 in the books. And Herbert Motorsport Porsche therefore second place in the number 91. Third place is the 90 Lucas Stoltz Talksport WRT Mercedes AMG. Back up to fourth, Richard Highstand in the bright yellow Porsche 911 GT3R, the Gen 1 car from Volt Racing. And also gaining a place on that lap because CP Racing have been in the pits. Car Collection Motorsport. I know CP Racing, according to our graphic, is displayed in third position, but as it's just come into the pits, that puts the 90 and the 73 car back in front. But crucially, the 85 car, actually not crucially, the 85 car has also lost the A6 AM lead as well again. But they keep switching positions. So Max Edelhoff, the 34 car, leaps ahead of car 85, which drops to 6th. 7th position is the Lippert Motorsport 710 Lamborghini Huracan. 8th place for Mercedes AMG GTX from Black Falcon Team Techstar. And the Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche remains the 991 class leader, number 906. 10th place in GT4 is the R8C Jorgensen Strong BMW M4. That's car 450, which has led that class for a number of hours now. Of France, Porsche L'Oreal Racing's number 911 Cup car is in 11th place, ahead of Zorg Rennsport's BMW. Remember, there's one in the GT series and one in the TCE series this weekend, and sometimes they pit on the same lap and side by side. 13th position is the MRS GT Racing Porsche number 980. Porsche Racing 717 Mark II is back in the race despite that pretty substantial suspension failure up at turn 1 a few hours ago. ST Racing's 388 BMW is 15th. The Speed Lover Porsche number 978 is in 16th position. But beyond that, Marco De Leo's Racers Edge Motorsport Sin R1 is a retirement, as is the HB Racing Ferrari of Austria. We haven't seen the Top Sport or the Winwood Racing Mercedes for a good few hours. In fact, they both retired yesterday.
All day, in fact. Most of them retired during yesterday's portion of this 12-hour, this 24-hour race. 11 hours yesterday, 13 hours today, and so we've had 11 hours of today's race. So we're now moving beyond the length of time that we've been in the race so far. The last 2 hours to go, as you say, with a pit stop due from Lucas Stoltz in the fairly near future. That car having had that suspension failure repaired, the number 90 car, and back in third place, but it will lose the third place when it comes in for its pit stop. And we're also not too far away from the pit stop from the second place car, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Both of those cars, as I mentioned, second and third places, both of those cars will require 2 more pit stops to get them to the checkered flag, whereas our race-leading Black Falcon Mercedes, having just been in, only needs 1 more pit stop to get into the checkered flag.
The cars look great at night, don't they, with all their extra detailing, with lights down A and B pillars, sometimes around the nose as well, the snarling nose of the AMG GT3s. Some of them even have a light sort of on the underfloor of the car, illuminating the ground beneath. The number 91 Porsche actually has a section of the rear valance.
That's not an illumination, that's the exhaust.
Is it?
That's the exhaust pipe.
Oh, right.
That's why you don't touch an exhaust pipe. That's a red hot exhaust pipe on the back of the Porsche.
Yes, the two dots are, and I presume therefore that the way it snakes around the back of the car to get to the outlets is also glowing red. So you don't need to waste money on lighting on the Porsche. You just make sure the car is well up to temperature, and it looks very, very spectacular as we peer at the innards towards the rear of that car. Joe Bradley trying to find out how long this work's going to take for the number 906 Porsche.
Yeah, Chapman to Cordy. Chapman, you try to get the car at the pits, but another problem or the same problem?
Yeah, we thought it was, my brother was driving, we were about to do a driver change, about 3 laps before the driver change. Something went, so we thought it was a half shaft, got the car in, turned out the half shaft wasn't the half shaft, it's a differential, so now we got to pull that, and we might be in bad shape from here.
Right, okay. I mean, it couldn't have happened at a worse time, really, with only 2 hours remaining. Will the guys have time to replace the differential?
I think we'll get it in. Yeah, it takes, but I think it's about an hour fix.
All right, but it's all about finishing, isn't it? The challenge of 24 hours.
Yeah, it's upsetting because, you know, we literally have led 22 of the 24 hours, and the car's been perfect, no issues, nobody put a wheel wrong, no mistakes, and then this, it's tough.
People who don't work in motorsport call this character building.
Oh, it's definitely that.
Okay, mate, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah,
reckon it's about an hour. Reckon it's about an hour for this. You know what? A differential on a Porsche 911, that's pretty good going.
I don't think they'll do it in an hour, to be honest, Joe. I think that's very optimistic. If it is, they've got an 11-lap lead now in the class. It was at least 25, I think. It was only 22, the lead that car had in its class, so it's an absolute disaster for them. They don't have to necessarily take the checkered flag in order to be classified. 11 laps will take around about half an hour to complete for the competition, so that will give them some respite. But yes, it's character building in the greatest sense of the word. The beneficiary is likely to be the Zorg Rennsport BMW car number 451. Expect that one to take over the lead of the cars now to just 4 laps to get between the first two and GT4. So it's coming down all the time.
I know you don't have to cross the line, but relating this to something that Ben Keating said to us much earlier on in the week, in that spiritually for them, the sort of I don't know what the correct word is, but in their minds they were winners at Le Mans this year because they didn't put a foot wrong as far as they were concerned. At the same time, I could see that celebrating on the podium, if they did make the podium, would feel a bit hollow if they weren't able to cross the line as far as the Dakotas are concerned.
Very, very much so, yes. It's very much an emotional thing, and motor racing is driven a lot by emotion. Another car that seems to be having problems towards the end of the race, the Volt Racing Porsche. Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, he's completely taken the team by surprise. He appeared in front of the garage, completely missed his garage, because of course normally when he approaches his garage on pit lane, there's a full team of people waiting and waving him in. He couldn't find them. He did see them right at the very last. Now he stopped outside of the garage. The team come rushing out with tyres. He's now made his way down to, I think he's gone into refueling. I'm not sure what exactly the problem is. We'll try and dive in and see if the team understand what happened there. Jan, any idea what's going on?
I guess something must have happened on track, some kind of incident, and I guess we're just hoping for a lucky code 60 here. I think that's what's going on.
So he came in there, and the team just did have no awareness that he was actually coming in, I take it.
Yeah, I think it's something that the driver saw on track and kind of taking a chance. You know, we need some good luck here to to have it come our way. So we'll see.
A racing driver trying to be a race engineer. What will they think of next?
Well, we're new to the series, so we need we need a little bit of good luck here to make it go well for us.
Yeah, I was talking to Mike earlier about the vagaries of the different regs in relation to Code 60. How have you found it, just from the driver's perspective?
Yeah, I've done this race a couple of times myself. I actually like the system. It's pure racing, you got to make it all up on track. So, no, it's good. It's been a really good experience, I think, for all of us here. And who knows, with a little bit of luck, we can get on the podium.
Still not over, Jan.
It's true. Who knows what may happen to the 4 cars ahead of it on the road right now. They're going to get it filled with fuel, and that was just a risk quite possibly taken by Richard Highstamp, thinking there may be a code 60 called at any moment, darting into the pits, then going beyond the team, strangely.
Better men than Richard have missed their pit at the Circuit of the Americas. I remember the first time the WEC ran here, certain Mark Webber came into the pits and lost track of where his pit was. Ended up missing his pit on when he came in. So it's easy to do, and especially as a couple of people have said, it's a very wide open pit lane here at the Circuit of the Americas. Leader from the TCE division is also in the pit lane, and I'm sure they'll be ready for him because they're being run by property. Rick Broikers and Thomas there running the team. Is Evo still on the right rear wheel? No, it's not. It's Rick on the right rear wheel this time. Evo's on the left rear wheel. So the Broikers family changing the wheels at the back. That's why Evie is out of the car, and getting into the car will most likely be. It's not Evo. Could be Stephen Licorice or Jeremy Danielle. Yes, it's probably Jeremy Steve Pigner having had lunch with us.
It's a big guy. Whoever got in, he's quite tall and broad. Okay. It's certainly not Stephen Licorice.
Okay, it's Jeremy Danielle then getting in to have another turn behind the wheel. The 2 Canadians, I have to say, have done a good job for Red Camel here. And they can be very happy in that car, back on its way again, still in the lead of the class, still ahead of Matthew Taskinen.
No, the big guy. You've got the pit guy. This is the pit guy.
I thought Joe said the pit guy's getting in. So we've got the drivers changing the wheels, and one of the mechanics has gone, well, I'd like to do the next stint.
I've totally confused our booth guys, Evo. I said the big guys got in. They thought I said the pit guy. And they thought this team have had a role reversal because you're changing wheels, and they thought I said the pit guy got in. So I thought, no, not quite. Is it which of your teammates is now in the car?
It's Jeremy, and he will stay in until the end.
All right, okay. You and Rick changing the rear wheels. This is a complete family effort, isn't it? It's an all-round team effort.
I think I have to start a new career, and
well, you're better at that, I've got to say.
Actually, I think we are the smallest team on the grid. We all fit in one rental car. We have 5, so it's really tight. So we have to jump in. Our friends from Car Collection sometimes help us, but now I decided I want to try it as well. So it was my third wheel change in my career, I think, and it's fun and
pressure, isn't it? It's not as easy as it looks.
It is, and it gives you much more respect for the mechanics, what they're doing all the time, and keeping awake and doing the best to do it and to help the team as well. They are as important than the drivers. It is one team, and it's really very important, especially at the times it's so close and tight as it is now.
So final stint, not just of the COTA 24 hours for the Red Camels Cupra, final stint of 2019. It's been some season for Red Camels, Jordan, hasn't it? You've had some very big highs and also some very low lows.
Yes, we had some crashes, we had some wins. It's really a mix of all kind of emotions, and but that's what it's all about. If you feel emotions, you live. And we are enjoying what we're doing. We are fighting. We are doing our best, and we are one team. And this is endurance.
Absolutely. If I could ask you a high point of the season so far, what would that be?
That's clear. That's winning the Spa 500. Great race, very difficult conditions, rain and wet and changing tires. It was really, really very difficult, and we made no mistakes. So that was a high from this season for me.
I mean, even from where we were, it looked like a perfect run, and considering those conditions, that was quite an achievement. Was it as perfect as it looked?
In Spa, you mean? Or here?
Spa.
To be honest, it was rather perfect. We did a lot of things right. We had no bad luck because it's a mechanical sport. Things can happen as to a car today. I think we really took the best out of ourselves. I did a night stint of 3.5 hours. I think the longest ever. We just came out as that way with fueling, etc. So it was not really the plan because I'm not the quickest. But I was really proud. I am really proud of our team and the drivers. We had a great team, and it was really fun to drive in the Ardennes in the night and the rain, and I can recommend it to everybody.
Well, we're going to go back there next year. And talking of next year, is Red Camel Jordan's planning a full season starting in Dubai?
Yeah, starting in Dubai. We're still figuring out the crew, the team, which drivers we will have. And then we do the full season. I'm particularly looking forward to Monza. We've never been there, never driven there, so that's a new circuit for me and for our team. So yeah, let's go for that. I'm looking forward to the next season.
All very exciting, Ivo. I'm going to leave you to focus on what's remaining of this 24 hours of COTA. It's still not over yet, so I'll leave you to that. Hopefully no more tyre changes.
Thank you.
The 101 cars had many different drivers through the course of the year. Ivo Breuker's obviously doing some driving together with his sons Rick and Luke. This weekend, Stephen Ringley, Jeremy Daniel and Jean-Francois Evie. But I reckon another 5 or 6 drivers have all piloted the 101 at some point in 2019.
Harry Hilder's Guy Smith will drive with Baz Kuhn in their team, but they had an outing as well with Evo and the Red Camel team. So, as he says, he reckons that from here, the Canadian driver Jeremy Daniel will be able to get to the checkered flag. They are now on the same lap as the AC Motorsport Audi in second place, but that Audi, Matthew Taskin at the wheel, is coming right to the end of the stint. 5 laps or so. Matthew Taskin stop for the AC Motorsport car is going to be a little bit shorter, so it's not all in the bag yet for Red Camel. The question that Joe didn't ask you was whether the car was in good shape now, whether there was any little niggly things, and whether they were having to just drive it with a little bit more care. But into the pits comes the top speed Mercedes. Joe Bradley's everywhere.
Yeah, before I talk about the number 90 Mercedes, Paul, I've got to say, I didn't dare ask Evo anything about the car currently, because no matter what I was going to say, I would have X'd it. The number 90 Mercedes, Top Sport with WRT, already got its brand new tyres and already on its way to fuel. It's also got a fresh driver as well.
Okay, so Lukas Stoltz out, new driver in, and this is the car that lost a bit of ground whilst I was away, slipping down to 5th position. But Lukas Stoltz has driven well to get it back into the top 3.
Yes, it would be worth having a word with Luca, because he's driven the car for some 7, let's just have a quick look down, 5 hours and 15 minutes today. Yesterday, he drove 4 hours and 40 minutes yesterday, so in total Luca has driven something like 10 hours over the course of this 24-hour race, which is a fairly hefty percentage of the race. He's allowed to drive 12 hours in the 24-hour race, but he's driven over 10 hours in the 24-hour race. So he had a good night's sleep last night. Interesting to hear from Luke just how fatiguing he finds the format of the race, and the fact that he's been driving for as much time as he has, over 10 hours behind the wheel over the course of the last 2 days.
That's a lot of laps.
It's a lot of laps, a lot of laps. He's done 142 today, something like 250 laps. I would say. We've also got the number 91 Herbert Porsche in for its penultimate stop. This car will need another stop before the end of the race. So, Alfred Renauer comes into the pits. So neither he nor the new incumbent in the number 90 car will be able to get to the flag from here. Nor indeed will the race leader Felipe Fraga. All of the three leaders will need one more stop. As for the fourth place car, the 34 car collection Audi, and also will the fifth place car, which is Charles Espenlaub at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes, although whether they actually will take a driver change remains to be seen. Certainly Espenlaub could drive to the end of the race if he wished, but he will need a pit stop to get the car there.
Chance, of course, that the Renauers have switched places. If we're now, a stint and a bit away, I'd expect to see Robert Renauer in before the finish, but they may well stick Alfred in for the next hour and then Robert for the final 38, 39 minutes.
Yeah, I would think that Robert will be getting in the car now and will take it to the flag, and he will do one stop, and say he'll need one stop for fuel before the end, and he will do both of those stints.
Yeah, so that's probably Robert taking the car to the fueling area, therefore.
Yeah.
And we worked out who's going to be in the 90 when it re-emerges towards turn 1. Hendrick still?
No, I think it will probably be Axel Jeffries.
Yeah, okay. I know Nick was catching up with Axel the last hour or so.
Yes, it was a suspension failure on the top supports from Mercedes. Axel was describing to Nick that he didn't know what the problem was, which he didn't at the time.
Let's head back into the TCE series because Baz Coutin's top car, sport car, came into the pit lane nearly half an hour or so ago, Joe. This is the car that suffered terribly with issues yesterday. They got back up to second place in class, but this all looks a bit bleak now.
Always a bad sign when I pass the Baz Coutin garage and this man's got a beer in his hand, because that means the job's finished, the job's done. The 131 Coutin Baz, what's put the car out?
It's actually a quite small problem. The issue causes an injector what stays open, and it uses more fuel than necessary, and it's running on 3 cylinders.
And that's not worth even continuing on 3 cylinders, because you're going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you will damage the engine. You cannot run good proper lap times, and we need proper lap times to go back on P1. We were still fighting again for P1 after a very heavy first part of the race. To change this is too much work.
I suppose at this point, Baz, with you guys retiring, your thoughts on your season 2019? How good, how bad? What's the high point? What's the low point?
Yeah, we have had, of course, quite good results in the season, but also we haven't been at any race, and like this, it's not our best result in the year. We have had better results, and we go for that for next season. Let's say that.
Yeah, it's probably early to ask you about the plans for next season, but I would imagine you very much sorted for Dubai.
Yeah. We prepare this car again for Dubai, and we bring another one. And of course, we face for the rest of the season as well with several cars.
Great stuff. Talking of several cars, we're speculating whether this is the first time we've ever seen you just running one car. Is that right?
No, we've been to several races with one car, but then we have a focus on getting P1 when we stay out of troubles, and everything was new on the car. So sometimes you have to rely on new parts, but you can't rely on that.
That's all you can do. Attention to detail, all that. We've had a good season, Baz. I look forward to seeing you next year, and enjoy your beer, mate. Bad luck.
Brave face for Baz Coutin, who I'm sure there's no shortage of customer interest because of his past record of being able to run cars at the sharp end, but not the only TCR car that has suffered around here, possibly because of the wearing nature of the circuit in its current condition. When it was brand new, it didn't have the bumps that it's got now. Built on pretty soft Texas clay. talked about the track just moving underneath the asphalt, which has created yumps here and there, and also the curbs quite punishing after such a sustained long race.
It's a very tall order as well. I mean, we heard Gary Willems when right at the very start of the race talking to Nick Damon on the grid, and he was describing there how a number of the teams, how many of the teams, the majority of the grid, although we've got a number of local American teams here, the majority of the grid is European based, and that means they've all had to pack up containers full of stuff to get out here, get the stuff shipped over, and then operate the whole race basically off the back of a container, unloading everything from there. And that in itself poses its own challenge. It's not like putting your own truck across. Even if it means driving it across Europe, it's always a bit of a more difficult logistical problem doing it when you're having to pack everything up. And yeah, I mean, you can see the disappointment there in Baz Coutin's face. I mean, he's a racer who likes winning, he knows how to win. And it must have been particularly galling, having had all those problems, as he described, in the early parts of the race. They came back, and Antti Burri was going so quickly, catching up with the Red Camel car. Then the Red Camel car looks that it might be having its own problems. Actually, maybe Baz Coutin could turn this from a disaster into a success story. And then it doesn't happen for him. Oh, you know, the saga. Joe was so good at telling these different stories of every team has their own saga that goes on. But you know, it is a tremendous effort from these teams, and a epitaph to their efforts that they put in to try and get these cars not just to the finish, but they want to win. They want to be better than everybody else.
Yeah, so that we always talk about the spirit required to never give up, but you also don't want to start counting trophies before they're won either. So it is a question of keeping this balanced head, particularly when, you know, a big reliability problem strikes. But had that hit earlier on in the race, I'm sure they would have thought about repairing it. But with now only 91 minutes to go, it is just a question, I'm afraid, of packing up and having a beer.
It's Ralph Bone, not Robert Renauer. I think we both thought it was Robert Renauer going to be getting into the Herbert Porsche, but it's not. It's Ralph Bone who's got into it. So
I thought they'd either keep Alfred at the wheel or Renauer, Robert Renauer, either one of the two twins. So either Alfred staying in or Robert taking over. But is this perhaps just a short stint then for Ralph Bone? And they'll bring it in with an hour to go?
I wonder if Robert is feeling okay, because Robert hasn't been in the car for 4 hours. On the other hand, since Robert got out of the car, Ralph Bone, this is his third stint. So Bone did a stint that was, he was then replaced by Alleman. Alleman handed it back to Ralph. Then Alfred Renauer did a stint, and now Ralph is in it again. So I just wonder if Robert is actually feeling okay, if Joe is going to be able to head down to Herbert and find a Renauer and get the story there. But it's certainly a bit of a surprise, and nothing against Ralph. You'd expect Robert to be able to do quicker ones, so it would have made more sense to have Robert in the car if he's feeling up to it.
We're very close to having a lead change in the 991 division, because David Ducote's Porsche is out of the race, as described to us by younger brother Chapman. Unfortunately for the 5 guys who've been working incredibly hard at Kelly Moss, Metney, Wayne David and Chapman Ducote and Andrew Davis, they are about to see their car drop from first to second, and further down the screen in the 991 class.
Are they though? Because no, they are on. Okay, yes, no. I'm looking at my screen, and it doesn't say that the 906 car is in the pit, and that's because it wasn't brought in through the pit lane entrance. It was brought in through the back entrance. So I thought for a moment it might have managed to get out there already, but no, you're absolutely right. It's going to switch over in 2 laps' time.
Joe reckons it's been out and straight back in again. Joe, what do you know?
Yeah, well, they were repairing that differential. I'm pretty certain that they didn't have time to repair a full differential, so they've obviously done something. The car has then, out of my sight, gone out. I'm presuming that because I saw it come in. So for it to come in, it's got to have gone out. They came in along Pit Road and it's gone back to its garage. CJ and I are just going to head up there and see if we can see. Is it showing still in the pits?
Yes.
Right.
It is still in the pits. I think what happened, Joe, was they had a drive shaft go, or at least they thought it was a drive shaft. When they replaced the drive shaft, they pushed it out, they headed up to pit exit, and then before they got to pit exit, they realised that something else was wrong, so the car was then pushed back into its garage.
Yes, but subsequent to that, Paul, I'm talking about literally seconds ago, the 906 came by me on pit road in and back to its garage. Okay. So it's gone out, it's come back in.
It still says, the only thing that's foxing me and Paul is that it says 52 minutes in the garage, but it may be that it hasn't triggered some of the loops as it did that. We'll wait and see.
I think it can have done is possibly gone into the refueling area and then gone backwards around the...
I've misread the number, guys. I've got to have misread the number. Because the 906 is still on its high jack. It's having that differential change.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what Porsche I've seen.
Unless they've got two 906s and they're still trying to win the class with a broken differential.
I did notice that the gap has come down to only 2 laps. That's probably reduced even more, is it?
Yeah, down to 1 lap now. So the 911, the Porsche Lorient car, closing the gap all the time. And within range as well is the MRS GT Racing Porsche, the 980 car. So that car can still catch up and has time, depending how long this differential replacement will take, which could be still some time. And a very difficult race indeed then for the team from that 906 group, which had such a commanding lead in the field, and at one point we're up scratching on the door in the top 10. I think it might have even been in the top 10, was it? I can't remember.
Well, we had at one stage the 991 and the 991 class and the SPX class represented in the top 8.
Yes, it was 7th and 8th a little while ago. So yes, you're absolutely right. The 710 still in the top 8 in 7th place. And now in 2nd place in SPX, albeit 8 laps behind, is the Black Falcon Mercedes. But it's looking good for Lippert Motorsport, the Lamborghini leading class SPX and also in charge of the Championship of the Continents. And if they win the class, the SPX class, then taking the Championship of the Continents away from them in the GT Series 2019.
Talking an awful lot for good reason about Jim Briode throughout the course of this race at 75 years old. Well, the Ducote family, and namely Father Ducote, worthy of note, the New Orleans-based family, because he's 74 and has done at least one stint in that car with sons Chapman and David. So a real shame for that gang. I hope they've got a flavour again of the 24H series, having done the COTA 24 hours, actually with Korhäuser Racing in the past. I think that was COTA.
Yeah, that was last year here.
That was 2 years ago with Korhäuser. With Renntech Motorsports last year. A Mercedes AMG. Again, yes it was, with Carl Marcelli and Paul Barnhart Jr. GT4 Mercedes, in fact. So have done every single COTA 24 hours, but I'm afraid beyond this, it's already happened, because the little team from Brittany, Porsche Lorient Racing, now take up the class lead for the first time. I'm pretty sure, certainly for the first time in a long time anyway, the 911 car is now the first of the 991 class machines.
So I'm sorry, just haven't come back from dinner. What's the official cause of retirement?
It is a differential failure. So the drive shaft initially went, they fixed that, and now the diff's gone.
Well, possibly it has always been the diff. They
yeah.
just thought that it was
Okay.
a drive shaft, so they changed the drive shaft, but when they changed the drive shaft, they realised that it wasn't actually that wasn't the problem.
Gotcha. All right. So always the diff, and that is obviously far more difficult to get at, particularly with the time available now. Well, the optimistic line from David Ducote was it was going to take them an hour to fix, but I think they've officially written that off now. 73 in and out, Joe.
Yeah, pretty much driver changing tyres. But just continuing the chat on the 906, I've just been having a chat with Andrew Davis there, and you know what, he's been around this sport for so long now, and it's this sort of disappointment that gets you. 11 lap lead, and then a component on this 911 Porsche 911 GT3, the sort of thing that'll do 5 seasons without, and you don't even think about it. And it's just, I said to him, we both agreed that you've got to be kind of sadomasochistic to be involved in this sport because it's so cruel. And I suppose it's these moments that make when you go well and you actually win, that's what makes it special. Because you know what, I was told very early on when I started racing, to learn how to win, you first got to learn how to lose, because invariably you'll do a lot more losing than you will winning. Unless you're Lewis Hamilton, of course, I suppose.
That's very true. Lewis Hamilton, a useful name to refer back to as the racing here just a couple of weekends ago. So that's the great thing about coming to COTA, is it's still such a high-profile circuit, having held a number of World Endurance Championship events through the years, and of course now the home of the US Grand Prix. 978 is the speed lover Porsche heading out of turn 11 with the Lamborghini not very far away. Greg Gorski now, the Lippert Motorsport Super Chauffeur Huracan, and that car running as the lead SPX machine has an advantage of 8 laps now over the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes GTX, AMG GTX of Daniel Schwervelt.
I hate to say this, Paul, but we talked yesterday about a hypothetical of what if both cars still eligible for the championship win their class. Right now, SPX leader and A6AM leader are those two teams. So do we go to Countback?
No, we don't go to Countback. It goes to Lippert Motorsport because they have more points coming into this round. So Lippert are going to finish up with a points tally of 85 points against Car Collection 78 points. So the 7-point difference which we had coming into this round just maintains being a 7-point difference. So nothing really happened, unfortunately, in terms of the overall teams championship. In terms of the class teams championship, though, Car Collection will be able to salvage the A6 class championship as long as they can stay out there, unless Herbert can somehow get ahead and win the race overall, because A6 Pro is currently being led by the Black Falcon team, of course, with Herbert in 2nd place. So for the A6 in general, because there's actually 3 awards that get given in A6, A6 Pro and A6AM, and at the moment it's Car Collection winning in A6 overall and in A6AM. A6 Pro is going to have to be presented in a Tensia to Scuderia Praha, as the Ferrari team that had so much success before we got to this race. So the championship position is very much going towards the people who had the advantage coming into this round, not only in GT but also in the touring car class. The Autorama team will be able to, salvage enough points by finishing in 3rd place, if they can continue in 3rd place, with Yannick Mettler at the wheel of the 112 car, and that car is currently in 3rd place, albeit some 9 laps behind Vincent Rademacher in the AC Motorsport Audi, but the AC Motorsport Audi in 2nd place in the championship points, 14 points behind as they came into the championship in this round.
Black Falcon car back over the line. That's 577 laps completed now by Felipe Fraga. Well, they've actually still got a lap on the number 90 top sport Mercedes on that lap as well, which is being driven by Zimbabwean Axel Jeffries once again. Ralph Bone 572 completed as the second placed A6 Pro car, and the best placed A6 AM machine back into the top 3 in the GT Series race. TCE Series now with only 8 GT Series cars having covered more mileage, so that's mightily impressive to have the Red Camel's Jordan car now firmly in the top 10 when you combine both races in one.
And don't forget, of course, that car, the Red Camel Jordans, has had a couple of unscheduled stops. One to replace the shock absorber, one to deal with some damage underneath the front of the car. They've dealt with those, and still, as you say, probably gained a place or achieved a place for the moment in the top 10. And no pit stop still to come, we don't think, from the Red Camel car, whereas all of the GT cars ahead of it are almost certainly going to have to stop before the end of the race. So beyond the realms of possibility that TCE class leader might end up even further up the grid by the end of the race.
We've been hearing an awful lot, of course, about this fabulous venue, the Circuit of the Americas, home of the 24 Hours of COTA for the last 3 years. I think high time we hear from someone from the circuit, who Joe Bradley has managed to grab.
I've managed to grab the Vice President of Business Development here at the Circuit of the Americas, Mr. Eric Paradis. Mr. Paradis, fantastic, thanks for having us. Third running of the 24 Hours of COTA. It's becoming quite an event on the calendar, I would imagine.
It is, it's quite important for us, and mostly thank you to the teams, the drivers, the mechanics, and everybody at Creventic for being here. We appreciate having you guys out here. The spirit of the series is exactly what we're looking for. I think first and foremost, racing should be fun, and I think that's article number 1 of the rule book. So we're quite happy to have you here, and it's a privilege for us to be able to host such a great group.
It's got to be said, there's not just one of our drivers today and yesterday have said that this circuit, this place, the venue, has developed a character all of its own. It's got its own unique character, and personally I think this is perhaps the most technical racetrack in the world from a driver's perspective. You must be very proud what you guys have done in such a very short space of time.
I think the team has worked pretty hard at providing a racing environment that is challenging and competitive for all the teams. Of course, over the years, the circuit has grown to have its own character, but we're always working at improving and making it better and keeping it in the highest standard possible. So we'll be making some improvement this winter, and the competitors will be surprised, but next year when they'll show up, the circuit is going to be in a different condition, and as well, always a technical challenge for them.
Now we've got to remind ourselves that our penalty box that we're using just 2 weeks ago is where we crowned Lewis Hamilton's 6th World Championship. The Formula One guys were complaining that this is a bumpy track. Bumps are all what race circuits are about. You say there's going to be changes. Is that a concern of yours with regards to the attitude of the Formula One cars around here?
Obviously, the Formula One being the pinnacle of motorsport, demands are quite high, expectations are quite high, and our team is there to meet their expectations. So it's not major concerns. Those are things that, like any facility, we have to do some maintenance, and we have to look at it so that we can maintain the highest standards over the coming years. So we're quite happy that we had a successful Formula One event, and we're looking forward to a successful MotoGP, successful IndyCar, and a successful 24 Hours for 2020.
Well, we look forward to 2020 as well, and we'll look forward to coming back. Thanks for talking to us, Eric, and I'm sure we'll see you on the podium, because Mr. Paradis is going to be presenting one of our many, many trophies to our class podium positions. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Joe. Eric Paradis, the Vice President and Business Development man here at COTA, the Circuit of the Americas. And yeah, duties later on this evening for Eric.
We have already a date for a 24 Hours of COTA in 2020, because Gary Willems told you that earlier on, 13th, 14th and 15th of November 2020. I haven't even bought a 2020 calendar yet. So we must get around to it soon. Maybe I'll get it for Christmas. So, but yes, dates already being announced earlier on by Gary Willems, who was talking to Johnny earlier on, and some changes to the originally published ones, but nevertheless still being able to start the season, as we always do, in not so very many weeks' time.
Yes, that, as we spoke to Gary, was publicised, by the way, on the 24H Series Twitter feed, as well as other places too. So yeah, Dubai during the second weekend of January. It'll be Monza in the early part of the year in March, and then the readjustment comes because it'll be trips to Spa, which will actually contain a 12-hour and a 500 lap race. The 12-hour being the kind of standard GT Series event, and then the TCR 500, which happened this year as well, but in October 2019, whereas this is the opening weekend of May, where there'll, I presume, be a 12-hour race Friday, Saturday, sort of Saturday. It could be a two-part race, couldn't it? So late on Friday and the bulk of Saturday, and then the start of the 500 race, which will go overnight Saturday into Sunday.
To the end of Sunday afternoon, yeah, so it'll be a full day of racing on Sunday. You thought this has been a long weekend. You wait till you get to the beginning of May next year. That's certainly going to be a feast, I think it was, or a festival of motorsport, Gary Willems said.
The other change, I should say, though, then is we're going to go to Paul Ricard as the third event of the European season. That's going to be very special because it's going to be a nighttime into daylight race. Gary didn't mention specific times, but I'd heard a theory that it's going to be 10 p.m. till 10 a.m. Obviously the schedule will be decided much closer to the time, but the idea is that it'll be an evening race through the night and into the following day, and then there's the potential for a whole race meeting after that then at Paul Ricard. Barcelona 24 hours, the opening three I've already mentioned, Monza, Spa and Paul Ricard will be 12-hour races, but the 24-hour races at Barcelona is again on the calendar for 2020, and then a bit of a mystery to end the European season. Might be Nürburgring. The other options, because Gary mentioned we were talking to Imola and to Red Bull Ring, but the fifth race will be after Barcelona, with a location and a date still to be confirmed. But the championship, the continents, therefore, will be Dubai, Barcelona, and back here in COTA in a year's time.
It's not night racing today. It's one that I've reincarnate for a long time. Having you and I, Johnny, earlier this year spent some time at Reims. The Reims 12 hours used to be a race that started at midnight and then ran through till midday on the Sunday lunchtime, and then after that they'd have the French Grand Prix. It was kind of arrive in your camper van, or in those days you could then have the motorsport to the 12-hour race qualifier. Max Edelhoff is out in the car collection Audi. You mentioned him a little while ago, Johnny, in third place. He's on his 33rd lap at the moment. What it would probably gone for last time, 38 laps quite comfortably, and then on the 39th lap it all stopped. So hopefully Max is counting the number of laps, or somebody is counting them for him, and we won't get into that situation again. But Max will be the next of the leading runners, I think, to make a scheduled pit stop in the car collection car. It's been a great run for that car.
And Paulie's just set the fastest sector one time of the car for today. So
nothing wrong with that car then,
no.
Is there? And Max certainly enjoying driving out there. I do get the impression that the circuit is getting a bit quieter. We've had a few more retirements as the race has worn on, and so I think it probably does lend itself to some quicker lap times, but Max, I don't think is going to be going any more than 3 or at most 4 more laps on this tank full of fuel. The car collection car, one of the few that can get a full tank of fuel every time it comes in, so an opportunity there for them to be able to go just a little bit further and very efficiently And there is still a bit of a battle going on between that car and the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. They are on the same lap as each other, respectively 10 and 11 laps behind the race leader, but they're separated by only just over a minute. So Max Edelhoff at the moment lapping more quickly than Charles Espenlaub is in the Mercedes, but when Max gets out, inevitably that car doesn't go as quickly, and Max is going to have to get out before the end of the race because he doesn't have the drive time to take it to the end of the race from there.
In terms of the end of the race, are we still on pace to break the record?
We should. 612 laps I'm looking at the moment to be the number of laps completed, which would beat the existing record by 4 laps. So
wow.
Despite having had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 code 60 periods in 2017 when the record was actually set, we only had 4 code 60 periods which lasted for a mere 43 minutes. This year we've been under code 60 adding both sections together for some 50 minutes, so 10 minutes longer than we were in 2017, but at the same we should get 3 or 4 laps longer.
I don't quite know how to explain what might be about to happen, by the way, in the pit lane, because there are, well, for most cars in the GT class, one more pit stop to go, and, well, Joe Bradley can look after things. Actually, before we get to that, the 90 car with red-hot glowing brakes at turn number 1 has gone right over the sausage curbs, obviously getting bored of the normal route out of turn 1 and decided to spice things up a little bit. That was Axel Jeffries exploring the scenery a little bit there, and there are 3 sausage curbs that are at 90-degree angle to the direction of travel, and it would have felt that bouncing over the curbs, and I'm sure that's rather hurt the lap time as well. So Joe Bradley and his friends down in the pit lane are gearing up for something a little bit special. We'll get to that in due course as the number 90 car Axel Jeffries continues around its lap, which is number 571, and the Black Falcon car continues to lead ball.
It does. I mean, just picking up on what you were saying there about most of the GT cars having one more pit stop to make. We're coming up to 7 minutes to 8 in the morning, in the evening. Time of day, right? 7 minutes to 8 in the evening, an hour and 6 minutes still to go of the race, therefore, and any time with after an hour to go, you can pretty much guarantee that it will be the last pit stop of the race for the GT cars. Ivo Breuker suggested to us that they could actually get Jeremy Daniel to the end of the race from where he was, but I think he might just need a splash of fuel in order to do that. But just looking at the race leaders, as I said earlier on, Max Eberhoff will be the first one to come in, but once he's stopped, whoever he hands it over to will be able to take the car to the flag from there. Then we'll get Felipe Fraga coming in and all the other cars in the GT class, but all of the next stops will be the final stops for each car, barring unforeseen incidents or accidents or substitutes in the last hour of the race, because you don't quite know what's going to happen. Several times, several courses, a very grueling 24-hour race that's taken 33.5 hours to complete. And I mean, how many drive shafts say we've got through for Porsche? I have lost count, and I suspect Porsche may have lost count. It's been very grueling, isn't it?
It has been. It's been a long race, as you rightly point out, with 33.5 hours between the green flag and ultimately the checkered flag. But it's been a very difficult race on machinery in different ways than we expected, because we thought, okay, the pause overnight with the dew coming in, with the hot machinery being forced to just sit there in place on the front straight, completely left alone. Cars don't like that. It's been a 33.5 hour race for the race cars, effectively. But the physical toll, I mean, sparks coming up from an AMG that just barely clips those sausage curbs on the exit of 12. It's one of those tracks. Circuit of the Americas has become where you can come here to test a car because you're going to get beaten up.
Indeed so. Yes, and, certainly in the other aspect of it is the nature of the circuit. There are different types of corner. Yes, we've got tight hairpins. Yes, we've got short starts, top technical bits. But also these lovely S's and sweeps that, for my money, are the most exciting bits of the circuit to stand out there and go down through turn 2, and then kind of a bit on the edge of a bit of a valley as you swing right, left, right, left, right, left, right, up to the top of the hill, right again, and then down the hill again towards the hairpin at the far side of the circuit. It's in broad terms, it's a bit of a triangle-shaped circuit, but it's nowhere near as simple as that.
Yes, 20 turns to navigate instead of 3 for a triangle. So it's a very complicated triangle. Do we expect Jerome Bleekemolen to take over the Black Falcon Mercedes when it comes into pit here soon?
Yes, I would think. No, actually not. Felipe Fraga will stay in because Felipe got in just after the 11-hour mark in this part of the race, the 22-hour mark in the overall 24-hour terms. So he'll be able to come in, get new tyres, get fuel, and get to the finish without going over his 2-hour drive time limit.
But do we think they'll do that instead of putting a fresh driver in?
You'll have to ask Renault Dufour.
Okay.
He's running the car. He's in charge. I like to think I'm running it, but I don't. No, Renault is far more capable of doing it, and he's a lovely chap. So fingers crossed that he does get this one to the flag. But Renault's decision-making thus far in the race has been absolutely spot on. They've had a bit of luck here and there, but it's worked well for them. And I would imagine he'll leave Felipe in the car to the end. And in any case, Shay, as we all know, Felipe Fraga is quicker than Jerome Bleekemolen.
Yes, and as we should just keep saying until Jerome proves us wrong, because they sort of like throwing the gauntlet out for him. The only reason I'm thinking that, Paul, is that we know that Herberth Motorsport not going to leave Ralph Bowen in the car until the end. Well, we don't know it for sure, but we would like to think that Robert Rennauer will get back in, because that's what Herberth do at the end of endurance races. Max Edelhoff, is he good to go to the end of the race? No,
he can't. Max Edelhoff can't go to the end of the race because he'll be coming into the pits very soon, and he'll then go over his 2-hour driving limit if he stays in the car to the end of the race. I'm just trying to work out if Ralph Bowen has a similar problem. He has a remaining drive time of 1 hour and 25 minutes. So yes, he could take the car to the end of the race. Because the time he'll spend in the pits will be subtracted from the time he's been in the car. So I did I don't know if Joe was listening or if he was off doing some other project at the time, but I have my doubts about Robert Rennauer, whether he's actually fit. I think he might have caught something, or got a bug, or not feeling well or something, because he's not driven the car for something like 6 hours now. And I would have thought if all was well, then he would have been in the car in those last 6 hours. I think, as I say, this is purely speculative on the ground that he's not been in the car, but Robert, I may well not be feeling well.
How much driving did he do earlier on in the race, though? Because he's
got plenty of time left on his drive time.
He did a lot yesterday, though.
Yesterday he did 3 hours and 35 minutes out of the 11 hours.
Okay.
A lot, but he's used to it. In this race, he has done a total of 2 hours and 20 minutes. So in total, he's only done...
So he's done 5:55.
6 hours in total.
Yep, and he is a pro driver.
Yeah.
So how much is he allowed to do?
He's allowed to do 12.
Oh, of the race, in that category.
Because he's the only pro in the car.
Okay.
So, yes, it was the opposite or a different problem that that team had in Barcelona.
Yes.
Because they had Sven Muller in the car as well, and Sven Muller's time counted towards the pro driving time.
So semi-pro does not count toward pro driving time?
No.
Interesting.
It is a lovely rule book, the Creventic one.
It really is.
As you and I were saying, sometimes it's not enough just to read the rule book, but you actually have to kind of experience the rule book to work out how it works. I likened it to being like a sheet of music. When you're looking at a page of music, you can't really tell what it sounds like until you hear it with your ears. And it's a bit like that with the way the rules work here. You have to kind of get used to them and experience them before you can work out actually how they work. But no, so as I say, just a possibility that Robert may not be feeling well, purely because he's not done, in fact, his drive time in today's portion of the race. Daniel Alleman's done 3 hours, over 3 hours. Ralph Bone's done, so far, 3 3/4 hours. Alfred Renauer has done 2 hours, and Robert has done 2 hours and 20 minutes. So certainly the Renauers haven't been earning their keep for Herbert, but it may well be that they've just decided that because second place is secure for them, the lead is probably out of their range, that they're allowing Daniel and Ralph to bring the cars to the finish. So it's a theory at least. We've got coming up, in fact we've gone over the hour, haven't we? It's now less than an hour to run. It's we've gone more than 12 hours and a minute of this portion of the race, and so we have 58 minutes still to go. And Max Edelhoff is in the pits. Excellent, 37 laps completed. So Max is in. Joe Bradley might be there, is he? We don't know.
I don't think Joe's
busy
doing something else, I think.
Nick is in the other room.
In any case, okay.
What we're going to do is have a look at the standings, which, of course, we always do, or try to do as close to the top of the hour as possible. So Red Camel Jordans.nl, TCR, car 101, their Cupra continues to lead. At second position, the AC Motorsport 188 Audi RS3 is in second position, and the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Volkswagen Golf is in third. That's the 112 numbered Golf that has done all of the season. Top Car Sport by Baz Cooten Racing out of the race, the 131. Yes, and that was confirmed, of course, to us earlier on by Baz Cooten, who was unhappily sipping on a beer, but that's the reason why he would much prefer to have a race car still in action with 57 minutes left on the clock. Monlau Competition are fifth in the 107 Cupra TCR. The Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing 114 Volkswagen Golf is still a runner. And then the Zorg Rennsport 851 Michael Nielsen driven BMW is in seventh. We haven't seen the Speedworks, the Atlanta Speedworks Honda, since yesterday. In the GT Series, it is a Black Falcon Mercedes heading the way on lap number 588. Brazilian driver Felipe Fraga at the wheel of the Black Falcon Mercedes, therefore, and Herbert Motorsport is in second position. The gap 5 laps between first and second, number 91. CP Racing's Mercedes, number 85, is in third. That's the A6 AM leader as well. The Car Collection Motorsport number 34 Audi is in fourth spot, ahead of 2 more A6 Pro cars. Tok Sport WRT's Mercedes number 90, ahead of the Volt Racing Porsche number 73. Lightpep Motorsports SPX Lamborghini leads its class in seventh, ahead of the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes AMG GTX. GT4 leader up as high as 9th place in the GT Series now. That's the R8C Jorgensen Strom entered BMW M4. And in 10th position, another class leader and a relatively new class leader of the 991 division, Porsche Lorient Racing's number 911 numbered Cup car with Frederick Ansel at the wheel. Zorg Rennsports are 11th in a GT4 BMW. The MRS GT Racing number 980 Porsche is 12th. Koroyzer Racing 717 Mark is now with Einar Thorsen at the wheel. That car's 13th. Sadly, the 906 Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche is a retirement after it led for something like 22 hours, the 991 class. The ST Racing machine, though, is still circulating with Jason Wolf at the wheel. Where are we next? 978 is the next car in the GT Series, and that's the Speed Lover machine. But beyond that, they're all retirements. Racer's Edge Sin, the 401, out of the race. HB Racing's Ferrari gone. Tok Sport WRT Mercedes unfortunately expired yesterday, as did the Winwood Racing 433 Mercedes. That's how things look with an hour to go of the 2019 edition of the 24 Hours of COTA. And we're going to go straight to the pits now to hear from Joe Bradley. He says, I thought Joe was raring to go, but on this occasion, not the case. We'll get to Joe in due course.
Go, Jojo.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He said something in my ears during that rundown, so I thought, right, keep him in reserve on the back burner. And he's gone. Maybe he's gone to Baz Cooten's garage where he knows all the beer is. Here's Joe.
Can you remember, JP? You might not, you might be too young, but when cable telly and satellite telly came out, we started to get like German and Dutch TV channels that had really odd, obscure game shows. And right now, I feel like I'm on an obscure German game show because we've got the Herbert Motorsport team. They're going to do their final pit stop of the season in, well, fancy dressed as bunnies. I've got a pink bunny, I've got a white fluffy teddy bear, a reindeer, and what looks like, is he a crocodile or a dragon or a frog or something? I'm not really sure what that is.
Do we need to be seeing this? Are they
absolutely,
ready
absolutely.
Right, okay.
I don't know what Fabian's doing,
at the moment.
CG
right,
is all
okay.
over it.
Oh my.
There it is.
Now we know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I think I got it right, didn't I? I don't know what the green thing is.
A Ninja Turtle?
I don't know. What are you? What are you? Are you a dragon? Are you a dragon? I'm trying to think what you are. I think you're a dragon. I
Joe,
think he's a magic dragon.
He looks like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
No, he's not. A Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle didn't have these little horn things. I think he's a dragon. Look, there's his face.
Can he breathe
That's
fire?
definitely a dragon.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
We've been talking up here as to why Robert Renault hasn't been out in that car. And
I've got the answer.
Shed any light on that? Could you do that for us?
I've already done it.
Well, it might be that Robert's dressed up as one of those animals.
You know how Nick and I can't tell the Renault twins apart? Well, after all these years, I've sussed how to do it. They look different from behind. The back of their heads are different, and I got it right. So I was talking to Alfred, and I said, "What's up with Robert? Why hasn't he been in the car so much? Is he ill?" We're speculating that he's ill. And he looked at me puzzled, and he went, "No. He's done like 6 hours." And I said, "Oh, but he's okay. Yep, he's fine. He's fine. It's just how it's panned out to where that they've done the driver rotation," is what he's telling me.
Okay, fair enough.
He looks all right. I've been looking
fine.
at him and watching him eat his dinner and stuff, and he had a good plate full of chicken and rice. So he's fine, Paul.
Doesn't sound at all Stockhurst coming from Joe Bradley.
I'm fascinated that this ability that you have to tell identical twins apart from the back
of their heads.
That's ridiculous.
Who would have thought?
So their faces don't offer you any clues at all.
Not a clue.
But
just the way their haircuts are. At the
is
back.
it different haircuts? Okay. You'll have to tell me the difference at some point.
He's still cheating.
I'll try and learn that. Well, I do. I definitely agree with what Paul says. It's an attitudinal thing, certainly. I do get that. But if you see either one of them asleep, one of them's been, well, chilling
Alfred.
out almost all the time, and you've got to think that's mainly Alfred.
No, it has been Alfred.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense too.
Paul, if we are to ascertain that 6 hours is an acceptable drive time, 24 divided by 4 is 6. So have each of the 4 drivers done about 6 hours?
More or less, yes. Bear in mind, of course, that time spent in the pits doesn't count.
Yes.
And I must admit, from yesterday's race, I've only made a note of Robert Renault's time because he was the only one that really counted from yesterday's driving time. But in total, he's done 5 hours and 45 minutes, so just under the 6 hours. But it's close enough to the 6 hours. And so, as I say, I think he will. If you add the 4 drive times together, you'll find that they are pretty equal, which I'll do at some point in the coming weeks. While somebody else is preparing turkeys and having Thanksgiving dinners and things like that. The other bit then is to find out who's going to be getting into the Herbert Porsche for the final stint.
I think that was Alfred.
That's Alfred Renault then getting ready to get in. He certainly had the short straw yesterday. He did less driving yesterday and has done a little bit more of the driving in today's race. Robert today drove one stint right at the beginning of the race. Having finished the race last night, he was first in the car today and then did one very short stint of just 20 laps. And since then, hasn't done any at all. So as Johnny was running down the order a little while ago, and it was slightly in a state of flux, as often it is, because at the time that he was running down, we just had a pit stop from Max Edelhoff. So kind of at the top of the hour, Max was actually in 3rd place, but then as a result of coming into the pits, he's dropped to 5th, or the car has dropped to 5th, because Elmar Grimm has now taken the car over, the number 34 car. But both of the cars ahead of him in 3rd and 4th places now are due pit stops within the next 15 minutes. So every reason to suppose that Elmar Grimm will be able to certainly get back 5th place overall. Well, sorry, certainly get back 4th place overall, and in all possibility be able to get back 3rd place overall. But there is still quite a close battle going on in the A6 AM class. Charles Espenlaub currently leads the A6 AM class by just over a lap. 2 minutes and 44 seconds is a lap and less than 1 sector. But Espenlaub will be due into the pits very soon, around about 5 laps. When he comes in, it will be probably no driver change, possibly just tyres, because he'll have to do 15 or so laps to get to the end of the race. So very likely that Espenlaub will need a new set of tyres for that segment, and also some more fuel. Whereas the car collection car, Elmar Grimm, should be able to go straight through to the checkered flag from where he is at the moment.
They were planning on leaving Espenlaub into the end of the race, Paul.
Right, okay. So it'll just be not just a splash and dash, because I think you'll need to take tyres as well, but as short a pit stop as they can dare, and they'll hope that they can then get Espenlaub out ahead of Elmar Grimm, and then it'll just be a case of the two of them comparing their 2 lap times to the end of the race. The other advantage that CP Racing will have is that they will only put as much fuel in as they need to get the car to the end of the race, which won't be a full tank of fuel, whereas when Edelhoff came in to hand the car over to Elmar, they needed to put very nearly a full tank of fuel in the car, so it spent it a bit longer in the pits.
Elmar Grimm still working hard at the wheel of the car collection Audi, now just getting to the turning point at turn 3, 4, 5 and 6 that all have to be negotiated rather swiftly, back to back pretty much. There's a slight drop then in gradient as they head towards turn 7 and 8 and 9, again in quick succession as you head out of 9 over a massive bump and try and grab control of the car in time for turn 10. Hard onto the brakes, and steadily Elmar is catching one of the Porsche Cup cars as well, with the observation tower illuminated as it is at this time of night, way in the distance. Alexei Karashev crossing the line in his Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, still at the lead in the SPX category.
Felipe Fraga has been out there for 1 hour and 12 minutes, make that 1 hour and 13. I think that's matching what Cooper McNeil did in his last stint, so I would expect to see Fraga in fairly soon.
I agree with that, Shay, and just as you expected Espenlaub to stay in till the end of the race, I suspect Fraga will do the same thing. They'll bring him in, give him a new set of tyres, and send him on his way for the remaining 45 minutes of this race. So really getting into the final stages, and for Black Falcon, well, you certainly can't count any chickens, but it really has been an astonishing race for them. They took the lead of this race at about 5 o'clock yesterday evening, led the race at the intervention at 10:30 last night, led it off the line when we restarted at 8 o'clock this morning, and haven't been led for the whole of the rest of the race.
Second place car is in, and Joe Bradley's watching this bizarre pit stop.
Yeah, who would have thought? The Herbert Motorsport car 91 is being pit stopped. It's being serviced by a crew dressed as a pink bunny, a blue panda, I think, a white teddy bear, a green dragon and a reindeer. And the car has now gone off, and they've all going to gather together and go off into the woods, I would imagine, after they put these tyres away. But that was a pretty, for cartoon characters. They did pretty swift work there, and the car's already out towards fueling.
Almost like they've done it before, but not in those outfits. Yes, high fives all around, and they are set for their Christmas party now, aren't they?
Yeah, that's this. You know what? That's their final pit stop of the 2019 season. It's you know, pretty cool, pretty special the way they've done that. We're about to see another special moment as the 717 comes in.
You got the race leader in as well, by the way, Joe.
We're going to see Jim Briody, who was about to get in the 717, the Mark Haas V8, for the very final time in a 54-year career. This is his 100th 24-hour race, and team principal Cor Oyser will have the honour of strapping Jim Briody into the car. He will be doing up his belts, and Jim Briody will bring the car home. The 13th overall, second in the SPX class, and Jim's career spans the length of 54 years, as I've said, and his first 24-hour race was in 1981. It was in a Peugeot 505, and there's a great article in this current edition of the series magazine, which you can find online, and his wife Pat is somewhere, with a big round of applause for Jim. Where's his wife? Where's Pat? Pat's been his crew chief and engine builder, would you believe? We're gonna get a word with Pat. Let's find the emotion. Okay, Pat. Now then, do not cry, because you will have me crying. But that is quite a thing there, to see Jim get in that car for what will be his final race of this 54-year career.
Yes, it will be. It is. I'm overwhelmed.
Pat, I've got it. You know, you haven't been just his wife. You've been his crew chief. You've been his engine builder. Those big block Trans Am motors.
And his mentor, and before computers, his coach. Everything. I did everything that computers do now, but I did it here. No computer. The computer was here.
Pat, as a wife of a guy who drives racing cars, it's a dangerous sport. Have you ever worried about what Jim can?
I got over that the very first race he took me to. He spun out on the first turn of the first race. I vaulted this fence. It took 3 guys to get me back over the fence.
Pat, I want you to go off and enjoy, grab yourself a lovely cup of tea and enjoy this last stint of Jim. He's going to do a great job out there, and I've told him just to soak it up and enjoy it. I'm sure he will.
And he's been told, just stroke the car, just take it home.
And if anybody knows how to do that, it's Mr. Briody. Congratulations, Pat. Well done. Because you're part of this.
I know. Thank you.
Pat Briody.
Excellent. Thanks, Joe Bradley, for bringing us that moment. And of course, Jim's first job will be to make sure the car has enough fuel to get into the end. But yes, it's all about making sure that that big Mark II V8 with its beautifully sounding engine in the nose of that car makes it to the finish. And they've had their problems through the course of the 24 hours. Wheels sticking onto hubs and a suspension failure as well, but I'm delighted that Cor Oyser and the rest of his crew managed to get the car fixed so that Jim could experience the final stint of this 100th race.
What is it that every driver always asks for, Johnny? More power. You don't ask for that behind the wheel of the Mark VDS, because that car comes loaded with it. So Jim Briody ending a fabulous career in racing, one of the best possible cars.
In other news, the race leader is in. Felipe Fraga has brought the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes in, and I would imagine this is going to be a simple tyres, fuel, leave Felipe at the wheel and send it on its way. Whether it's been done by pink bunnies, fluffy elephants, or whatever, I don't know.
They didn't, Paul.
They didn't bring him in.
They didn't leave Felipe at the wheel. They put
driver.
Ben Keating back behind the wheel to bring this thing home to try and get win number 5 for Ben Keating at Circuit of the Americas. That's pretty cool.
Well, Ben could count it as a win, whether he was in the car at the flag or not. But no, I see your
point.
Yeah. So Ben Keating, then it was a quick, short stop. In fact, it kind of all happened whilst Jim Brioni was still getting the Mark V8 fueled up and on its way, so they certainly got on with that pretty quickly. On the subject of Herbert, while we're talking about them, it's not something necessary to dwell on, but certainly it has not been a great season for Herbert, and although they've entered into the spirit of the occasion by celebrating their final pit stop of the year, it's going to be a year very much to forget for Herbert. I can't think of a season where they've had less success, to be honest, certainly since I've been watching Creventic motor races. Indeed, Johnny, have they actually had a win this year? I don't think they have, because in all of the Creventic races that I can remember, it's been Scuderia Praha Ferrari winning, and the one occasion when Scuderia Praha had problems, we had a Barwell Lamborghini which managed to pit Herbert at the post. So I don't think Herbert had a win in the Creventic series. They've had a disastrous season in the ADAC series, so very much in a way it's been a season to forget for Herbert. But
yeah, no, you're right. What I don't know is, because I've got all the pro wins, the A6 Pro wins in a long list.
Well, they wouldn't have won as had an outright win as an AM car. They might have had a class win as an AM car.
Yes.
Do that whilst you're checking
Bruno.
out. It has been a terrible season for Herbert, and as I say, you can only sympathise with them, that it has been such a season full of disappointments.
They finished on the lead lap at Brno behind the Yuri Pisaric, Yusuf Kral, Matteo Malicelli Ferrari, but they did take the A6 AM win by doing that at the Brno 12 hours, and that's it. The other car was victorious at Barcelona.
Yeah.
Yes, because they were running in the AM class at Barcelona.
Yes.
That's right.
And in fact at Portimao, but that wasn't the Renault car. People like Klaus Bachler were driving that, along with Edward Lewis Browner and Stefan Aust.
That was the 93 car.
Shelko Dermich. Yeah, so Herbert as a team have taken AM victories, but if you're asking about the 91 car, it is a class victory at Brno, and that's it for 2019.
Yeah. So, as I say, it's not been terribly successful for them in the ADAC series either. So, sympathies with Herbert. Maybe next year will be a better year for them, and certainly no indication, not that we've heard anything to the contrary, that they won't be participating in next season's Creventic series. So we're down to 36 minutes of the race to go. We've got Jim Brioni taking the Mark 2 V8 to the finish. They're in third place in the SPX class. The front of the SPX class, there's 10 laps of a margin now between the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini and the Black Falcon Mercedes, the SPX class Mercedes. In A6 AM, we are still waiting for the final pit stop for... no, we've had the final pit stop for number 85, because Charles Espenlaub has been in, made his pit stop. He's done what he should have done. He stayed in the car. And so Espenlaub will be taking the number 85 car to the checkered flag, and the gap between himself and Elmar Grimm is 30 seconds. So that's something to keep us entertained for the final half hour of this race. A 30-second gap between Charles Espenlaub and Elmar Grimm in the car collection Audi.
Let's head to the pit lane to Joe once again, who is with Zorg Rennsport.
With Johann Schwartz out of the 851 BMW. Johann, firstly, if I would like to talk to you about your 24 hours of COTA. It's nearly over. Who would have thought? We spoke earlier in the week, and we still had a full week ahead of us, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, it's an awesome race. This is my first Creventic race, and I love the COTA track. You know, it's got character now with the bumps here, and this is my first time racing with Zorg Rennsport, and they are doing such a phenomenal job. The guys that I'm co-driving with are so much fun, so we're just having a ball out here.
Now, your name, if I was to Google your name, Johann Schwartz and BMW, I would not get anything to do with racing. I would get something to do with the Guinness Book of World Record. Now, to explain, it's the Guinness Book of World Record for what?
Well, it's a Guinness Book of World Record for keeping a BMW, the new M5, the F80, that comes up as an all-wheel drive car. We switched it into two-wheel drive and kept it sideways for 8 hours.
Hang on, just say that again. You kept it sideways, drifting for 8 hours.
I know, yeah.
That's crazy.
I have nothing else to do, right? So I might as well do that. But 232 miles, and we did 5 refuels while I was doing it too, so that was part of the excitement of it. Another car came up next to me, and we did the refueling 5 times, so we could stay sideways for the continuous 8 hours.
And it was I would imagine it was a controlled environment. Was it kind of like a skate pan kind of environment?
It was actually done at the BMW factory at the skid pad that we have down there, 300 feet in diameter, so it's about 6 laps to a mile, or is it 4 laps to a kilometer? So each time I did 4 laps, I would have drifted for 1 kilometer or so. And we kept it wet, so we kept the tires cool and the surface slick, and we kept it, and we did it on 1 set of tires.
Okay, so you were able to refuel the car. That's quite a feat in itself. But how did you keep yourself refueled? And more importantly, what did you do about the toilet break?
Well, we'll take the easy part first. I did drink and had the same diet that a bicyclist have on really long distance, so they don't have to go, to the Podium, right? And so I was equipped to go, and just like the astronauts are. Yeah. So that's how I did it.
That's incredible. Who came up with the idea? Was it you?
Well, first I did it in 2013 in the old F10 M5, beating a record that was set by Camel at the time. No modifications necessary. And then there was a little bit of competition amongst other manufacturers, Toyota being the one that had the most recent one, which was 89 miles. And then the new M5 came out where they wanted to demonstrate that you could still drift it even though it was an all-wheel drive car. So then corporate got behind it and then became so much bigger. So I think it's over 40 million views on YouTube and Facebook and all kinds of different channels.
That was my next question. Where can we go to see this feat?
So you could go Johan or BMW longest drift. There's several videos out there, some longer than others, and I promise they're not all 8 hours. One is 3 minutes, one is 7 minutes. The 7-minute ones kind of shows the construction of it with the feeder tank and the whole transfer system.
Fabulous. Any plans to break the record?
Maybe. We are working on something. It'll be fun to announce it when we're ready.
Cool. Great story, Johan. I'll leave you to just soak up the rest of this race. We're almost at the checkered flag. Have you enjoyed your race, I take it?
Oh, I enjoyed it immensely. The team is so much fun to be around. They're doing such a great job. We had an incident where the tire wall came a little too close to the car and came in here. There was 7 guys on it, fixed it right away and went off again. So this is what endurance racing is all about. And it's so much fun to be around it. I've done several 24-hour races, but not with this group, and it's a phenomenal job they do.
Hopefully we'll see you next year.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Johan. Great.
Hopefully I'll see you in Dubai.
Oh, even better. Yeah. Absolutely. That's not too far away.
We're already talking about it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Continue with the talks. Thanks for talking with Johan.
Yeah.
And rest assured, Joe, for Johan's next attempt, you have already been signed as the commentary team for that.
Have I?
Yeah. Probably just you on your own for,
8 hours.
10 hours?
Yeah.
Just reflecting on that, he said I think 230 miles to continuous drifting. It's less than that to Dallas.
Yes.
John Hindle's driving to Dallas tomorrow. Do you think you could try and
there's a challenge.
Try and equal it in something which isn't a BMW?
I can feel the responsible adult glaring at you from wherever in the world she is right now. I can feel the glare.
Over the top of the glasses.
Don't tempt him.
Yes, quite.
I quite liked that line about a tire barrier getting a little too close to the car.
Well, they
you know
do
those
sometimes.
things move.
No, they do sometimes.
Yeah.
They leap out at a perfectly innocent car and suddenly whack it in the side.
Oh my goodness. The visibility of the Mercedes headlights is staggering. We just saw the WeatherTech Ferrari going down the back straight, and Paul, we can see about 4 feet in front of the car. I mean, it wasn't much better than the headlights on the Chevy Traverse we've got.
The WeatherTech Mercedes.
WeatherTech Mercedes, sorry. Man, I almost made it through.
Because we lost the HB Ferrari earlier on, so I knew we must be talking about the WeatherTech Mercedes.
It is the WeatherTech Ferrari as I see it.
There is one car that every time it comes past the commentary box actually lights up the commentary box. As it comes out of turn 20, the light that's pointing at the out of the left-hand side, so that the driver can see where the apex is, kind of lifts up as he goes through the curve. We get this headlight coming into the to the commentary box on every.
Yeah.
Haven't yet worked out which one it is, but it certainly makes a brighter light when it comes past. Number 90, the car which arguably should have come second, the Top Sport Mercedes, was second for so long, but then it had that suspension failure and lost 30 minutes or so in the pits. Coming in for its final pit stop, Axel Jeffries. I'm going to say he's going to stay behind the wheel, but I might be proved wrong. Certainly it was Axel who brought the car in, and he is getting the last bit of fuel he needs to get to the end of the race, another half hour's worth of racing. So we've had the last pit stop for both the leader, number 4 Ben Keating, and the second place car, number 91, back to Alfred Renauer. The final pit stop already having happened for the 4th and 5th place cars. Elmar Grimm ahead of Charles Espenlaub. That's a tantalising battle. The two of them lapping in almost identical times and still 30 seconds apart, which they were 5 laps ago. So we'll can't see that one's going to change, and desperately frustrating for the CP Racing team, having had an overall podium here last year, to be just 30 seconds off winning the A6 AM class again here this year. But it's going to have to be a chase to the flag and test of character for both Charles Espenlaub and Elmar Grimm, both vastly experienced and quick drivers, but so far each of them proving the match for each other.
Yep, so it's somewhat of a, well, I was going to say stalemate, but only for Espenlaub. It's looking very, very good for Car Collection Motorsports, and they just can't quite find enough time right now. But every credit to both squads for being able to finish so close to one another, as with Axel Jeffries now rejoining, that car falls back to 4th place when you combine the A6 cars in one GT series.
Next up, Jan Halen at the wheel of the bright yellow Volt Racing Porsche. I think he does need one more stop. He's not going to be able to make it to the end from where he is at the moment. He's done 24 laps on his current stint. He might just get there. He came in with an hour and 10 minutes to go, so it might just make it if Jan can stretch the fuel out.
Well, it was a short second stint for Richard Heistand. It was only 10 laps, so I'm sure that Mike Johnson would have been back-timing to the end of the race.
Okay.
So I would imagine Jan's good to stay out.
Right, okay, so he'll have just, because of that short pit stop, of course, he'll have got the extra bit of fuel in, so 120 litres aboard.
Just 26.5 minutes left of this year's COTA 24, and indeed the championship of the continent. So many champions will be crowned in just less than half an hour, and Joe Bradley is with some of the people that are in a great position right now.
Johnny, I've got our 3 champions of the continent. It's the Sörgren Sport car. It's car number 451. I'm always very dubious to do this before a checkered flag, but there's nothing can take the championship off these guys. We've got Olaf Meyer, we've got Bjorn Simon, and we've got Simon Tibbett. All 3 guys. I'm going to be the first to congratulate you, champions of the continent. How does that feel, Simon? I'll ask you first.
Pretty unreal, actually, just because the past 2 years I ran here, and then Dubai came kind of as a surprise, and then we finished second there, so we had to go for the championship, so here we are.
And fantastic to clinch it on home ground.
Yeah, that's really special as well, especially with these guys and the whole Sörgren Sport team. It's been amazing driving with them, so I couldn't be happier to be with anybody else to do this, so it's crazy.
Bjorn, Olaf as well, you're representing a nation with BMW, aren't you? BMW winning the championship of the continent. It's like a world championship.
Yeah, we're of course very proud to present BMW as a German team with Sörgren Sport, and we started in Dubai In January this year, I got second place, and then in Barcelona in the summer, and now here in COTA. It's amazing to finish here at probably on second place now in the GT4 class, and first overall.
Olaf, when you come into a series of races, I would imagine the last thing on your mind is a championship, but it's very nice when it comes.
Excuse me, I didn't understand you.
I said it's when you first start, the thoughts of a championship is probably something you don't even think about.
What was it?
I didn't understand it.
When you start a series of races, the championship is not on your mind. You don't even think about a championship.
No, never. I mean, at the beginning of the year, we didn't have an idea to finish first here, and it's just amazing, and yeah, great achievement.
And it's an all-round team effort, isn't it? It's not just about you guys take the glory, but the guys that do the real work are on the pit wall and the crew, isn't it, Simon?
Absolutely. It's a big team effort for sure. Everybody here has done an amazing job all season long. And driving with these guys all season long as well, I don't have much words to say right now about it.
Great stuff, guys. I'll see you on the podium. And you were actually not just the first in the Championship of the Continent, but you're the first to announce as champions of the continent. So well done. We've just announced that live on TV. Well done. So Grensport, car 451.
Yeah, and the as it stands table has been available on the 24hseries.com website from the start of this event. It's confusing a little bit because Bjorn Simon is at the top of that, and at the moment Simon Tibbett and Olaf Meyer not being scored any points. I believe that's an error though, because they have been here quite clearly, and the table doesn't take into account anything as complicated as drive time, and I'm sure they're absolutely fine in that regard as well.
Yes, the only ones which they're filling out properly are the teams championships. So
right.
It's the GT4 teams championship which Zorn Grensport are winning.
Yes.
So, yes, Joe interviewing those drivers, and indeed they are going to be the drivers' champions.
But Bjorn Simon's getting all the points right now for this race. He's getting 26, and poor old Simon and Olaf get a big fat 0. But as I say, I think that's a glitch of the system which will right itself come the end of the race.
I'll put a feature of the way that they do this online timing thing. But yes, that's why they guide you towards looking at the teams championships rather than the drivers' championships, because they don't score all the drivers in the car when they're doing that. But no, hats off anyway. And of course, part of the opposition in that GT4 class has been the Pro Sport Performance Aston Martin, the GT4 car where Pro Sport Performance switched into that class. And they don't really feature in that championship, in the GT4 championship at all.
No, that's true. I just wonder whether the standings system probably just selects one driver from each individual team. But the crucial thing is that Zorn Grensport on course then for GT4 championship status, as are the 3 gentlemen that Joe Bradley has just spoken to.
The video stream right now is on board with the number 34 car collection Motorsport, and that's relevant because Paul was just talking about a car with very bright headlights that seems to illuminate the booth every time it goes by. I'm fairly certain it's this car, because the last time it came through, there was a flash of light in the booth and then the roar of a V10 going up the street. So it either was the Lamborghini or the Audi, and I'm watching on board for the Audi to come through turn 18. There he goes now, open his hands back up, let the car drift out a little bit to the left, set it up for the left-hander 19, pull the car back in across the curb, and get set up for turn 20. And if we stare generally around the room and wait, should be right about now that there's a flash of light.
Well identified, Shay. Yes.
I had a 1 in 20 shot, Paul, in fairness.
Well, no, I mean, well done for working it out, but it's something that was kind of occurring to me, that there was this one car which seemed to be headed towards the booth, and the first time I noticed it when it started going dark, I panicked a bit because I thought there was a car heading towards us, and then as it's carried on happening, I thought, well, it's obviously just one car's headlight alignment, because a lot of the cars, and it's a normal thing to do when you're configuring the lights for a 24-hour race. They do have 2 lights which point out almost at 45 degrees from the front of the car in order for the driver to be able to see the apexes of the turns as they go into the corners, and they're not going in completely blind. So certainly if you've got the headlights focus fully straight ahead. It's great when you're going in a straight line. It doesn't help you terribly much when you're going around a corner.
And there are just a couple of them around this track, so 20 times you're going to be looking out the side of the car, and it has proven to be a good setup, the headlights for that Audi. The visibility from that car significantly better than other onboards that we've seen.
Interesting theory to that, because one or two of the drivers in the car collection car are, shall we say, over 50, and from personal experience, your eyesight isn't as good when you're over 50 as it is when you're young and beautiful like you are, Shay.
Great.
So they may well have decided, look, we need to put good lights on these cars so we can have the old blokes driving the car and still being able to see where they go.
Yes, so much to look forward to. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, that's right. Growing old is grossly overrated.
Oh.
So
well,
we've gone 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes to go now. 10 laps perhaps in the books for Ben Keating, and he still has not quite 5 laps as was at the beginning of the hour when Johnny went down through the list. 4 laps of an advantage it is between himself and Alfred Brunauer driving the Herbert Motorsport in Porsche in second place. Car collection with Elmar Grimm leading A6 AM, and as last year when we had an A6 AM car on the podium, so it seems we're going to have this year with the car collection car 6 laps further behind the Herbert Porsche, and then CP Racing still tantalisingly just over 30 seconds now, 33 seconds between Elmar Grimm and Charles Espenlaub. The Audi versus Mercedes battle there, very finely poised indeed after 24 hours of racing and very few code 60 periods. Also to note, we're now on 602 laps completed. At this point in last year's race, it was the last lap. 603 laps is what we got through in last year's 24 hours. And I think within the remaining 18 minutes of the race, we're going to be able to complete the required laps to get us up to 609, which will be a distance record for the 24 hours of COTA.
Alberto Vescovi was just overtaken in his Volkswagen Golf by a missile-like GT3 car, and then I realised it was a TCR with Stuart Hall at the wheel.
Aha!
He just absolutely shot by poor old Alberto, who gave him plenty of room at turn 1, but Stewie Hall, who we had in the box earlier on, pretty downbeat, is now making up for lost time and truly revved up with just 20 minutes to go, which is a sort of standard TCR race length, isn't it? So he's driving the wheels off that thing. Still, though, only 4th place in class.
And he's still got no extra lights on the front of the car.
No.
He's just got the main, the main 2
point.
headlights. There's no extra lights on the front of that car. So he'll be enjoying this through gritted teeth, no doubt. Yes, enjoying it, but making the most of the situation. Good old Stuart Hall then.
Has that smear on the windscreen of the 34 obstructing the passenger side, is that a result of damage to the windshield, or is that just somebody putting on the tear-offs poorly?
I think it's the tear-off not having come off cleanly.
Oh, that would drive my OCD nuts.
I think if you were sitting in the passenger seat, it probably would, yes. But for Elmar, he's doesn't worry about such things, and he's on the right side of the car or the left-hand side of the car anyway, so it's not too bad.
Well, I mean, he's able to look out the roof anyway, isn't he? You know, the windscreen's not a problem.
I don't know, Johnny. I think we should pit him and go fix it, don't you think?
Yeah, it needs smoothing over.
Yes.
I agree, but thankfully not on the driver's side. I would imagine, though, the amount of tyre pickups out that is out there, the amount of aerodynamic. The factor, of course, of these cars going so quickly as well. I just wonder whether some air has got between the tear-offs and just created the odd bit of bubble here and there, which means, thankfully, the windscreen wipers haven't been necessary all weekend, but that won't have helped matters if the wipers needed to be switched on. And the last thing you want anyway with a smeared windscreen is to stick the blades on, because it 9 times out of 10 makes it worse. So down the hill through turn 10 and into 11 goes the 4 lights on the front of that Audi, and meanwhile extra lights strapped onto 1 or 2 other cars as well, including, well, the Mark II carries those extra lights anyway inside the grille. Jim Briodi with perfect vision out front, a flame licking from the side of the 717 mark as well. And Jim circulating in 13th position in the GT series. 3rd place in SPX, though, should mean a podium for his outgoing race.
And a massive vote of thanks from Jim, no doubt. I'll do the thanks on his behalf to Cor Oyser and his team, because Cor, I gave him a big rev up yesterday, is the hero of the team, and especially, I mean, he's a hands-on kind of team manager as well. We've seen this in the Red Camel's team. Ivo Broiker's getting out and working the wheels. Well, Cor is always in there as well. Whenever there's a problem on the car, whether he's in the driving seat or not, he's always out and about trying to get on, engineer a solution, and is really the heart and soul of that team. And without his enthusiasm, I'm sure Jim wouldn't have been able to get to this race and complete this tremendous milestone of 24-hour races completed. Or not completed, competed in. He's not completed every one of those 24-hour races. Inevitably, you don't do 100 24-hour races and complete them.
No.
But
that would be crazy.
Certainly competed in them.
Well, this is looking like a finish for the 75-year-old, and Cor Oyser Racing deliberately keeping this final stint vacant for Jim to step in. So racing through till 9 o'clock tonight, and then there's the opportunity to celebrate a fantastic racing career, but he's got lots more planned yet, and I'm sure Pat and Jim will be spotted at a racetrack sometime in the near future, whether he's taking active part or not. Down through the gears, into turn 11 he goes. Ben Keating, meanwhile, in another snarling front-engined car, leads the way overall in the GT series. 4 laps to the good over Alfred Renauer for Herbert Motorsport. Elmer Grimm 3rd, and the A6AM leader ahead of Charles Espenlaub. 36.8 seconds is still the margin. Espenlaub quite a bit quicker on the previous lap, but he's going to need many of those, and the time available not sufficient to challenge Elmer Grimm for the A6AM victory.
And Espenlaub's been at the wheel of the car for an hour and 42 minutes, Johnny, so he's not fighting as if he would if he had just gotten in the car, if you see what I mean.
No, indeed. And we've heard from several people that it's hard work to get a car around here, particularly if you're looking at a 2-hour stint. OK, Charles will have had 1 break for new tyres, potentially, and a fuel stop. There's a slow Porsche heading down the hill between turn 1 and 2. That is the 980 MRS GT racing car of David Roberts. Currently 12th in the GT Series division and 2nd in class. So Porsche Loriot Racing lead the 991 division, but this is again a potential drama for one of our podium finishers. Now, how far ahead is the 980 car?
25 laps.
Oh, that should be okay then. And actually, the 3rd place car is no longer running, so it's a drama, yes, but even if the car doesn't reach the finish, it should still reach the podium. We're going to go code 60. I think
it's smoking, Johnny, from the left front. So if that might be a brake that's gone.
Yes, that's not something simple like a drive shaft, is it?
No.
Having seen so many of the 991 classes come grinding to a halt in the race with that problem, that's something else that's afflicted David Roberts in the MRS car.
The code 60 not confirmed just yet. Little message in my ear to suggest it was already out, but maybe the clerk of the course is just giving David Roberts the opportunity to get going again. But the amount of smoke, or no, that is smoke, I think, from the left side of the car, emanating from maybe the wheel arch or just behind. It's concerning, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not black smoke, it's white smoke, which is typically oil smoke, but could be brake disc overheating, perhaps something.
Yep.
Maybe the brake disc exploded, because that was a very heavy braking portion of the track going into turn 12. But either way, David Roberts, not a very experienced racing driver, has realized that there was something wrong with the car and pulled it over. Very heads-up action.
Yes, we went code 60 last night with just 5 minutes of the session still to go. We haven't gone.
We have gone code 60 now, haven't we?
We have now gone code 60. It was inevitable.
Just wondering whether there's been some contact actually for that car, and I may be able to describe that to you in a moment for David Roberts, who was able to limp away from the scene. But the question is whether the focus is actually the curb. So maybe David's caught the apex curb, and that has done damage to the front left. Very tricky for me to tell from my viewpoint, but there's no doubt some damage on the left side, and now a pickup truck recovery vehicle heading to the scene of the crime.
That was the curb at turn 1, Johnny. So he stopped just after 11, I thought it was. I thought he was a lot further around the track. Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah, it was heading out
Very
of turn 1 and
strange.
down the hill, and clearly David Roberts going nowhere fast now. And as I say, the other 991 cars in the field, we know the 906 Kelly Moss Road and Race Porsche is out. The Speed Lover car is still running, but it's only completed 484 laps, whereas David's car's done 535. So still should be secure for a second place on the podium. But this is never a nice way to finish a race. It might also, have an impact on how we finish the race full stop. I don't think this recovery will take much longer than a few minutes, but there are only 8 3/4 left on the clock. And the flatbed's just gone right past the scene, so this car looks like it's going to be towed.
Flat tow, which is a good sign.
Yeah, but the flatbed call for maybe another machine that's stranded somewhere out on the track that they can recover at the same time. So the strop put through the towing eye, and that car is about to be pulled the safe side of the barrier. And it looks very much like the 980 car is going to complete this race and will still be classified, but it'll complete it, sadly, in the garage.
Sigh of relief for me as the Nissan pickup truck started to pull away, and I was worried that it was just going to pull the tow hook completely off the Porsche. It was quite some gusto, but no, the Porsche started rolling too.
Good, yes. There is a danger of that, lurching too quickly ahead, and a rough old ride for poor old David as well.
Does this compromise our distance record, Paul?
It'll possibly tie it. We're on 6:07 at the moment. We've got 7 minutes remaining. We will complete the lap we are currently on. The leader is just coming up now to complete 6:07. That's him going past us now, so clicking over to 6:07. So we'll certainly get 6:08. We'll get 6:09 then, regardless of whether we go to green before before we go, whether we go to green before the checkered flag or not. We will get to at least 6:09 laps. Whew, just. So somebody was trying to make it, maybe somebody's just trying to make it easy to get the distance record again next year.
Yeah. Well, you only want to increase in small steps.
Yes, quite. 6:08 last year, 6:09 this year. That'll do nicely.
Deal yourself in slowly, right?
That's quite. The 10th code 60 period, and we're already back to green, so might even get an extra lap in because of that. So didn't take long once we got the car out of the way to go back to green flag racing.
Have to give a nomination of Spirit of the Race. I know we're not doing it, but the track service officials have been phenomenal today. They have gotten us back to green so quickly, and they've been so efficient. Serious round of applause to all you ladies and gents out there doing that for us. We couldn't go racing without you, and we really do appreciate that. Ben Keating leads the way. Overall, 607 laps complete with 6 minutes to go. Means we could get 3 more laps, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe?
I was trying to work it out based on the number of purple flag laps we were going to get, because a purple flag lap around here is going to take over 5 minutes, whereas we're already back to green, and Ben Keating is just coming down the back straight at the moment, coming into turn 12. And so he'll certainly get through and complete 608 laps, and when he does so, we'll still have time for 2 more. So yes, we'll get 610 in under those circumstances. In terms of other impacts, well, there haven't really been any. If anybody was really close on fuel, it would have helped them, but I think everybody was comfortable on their fuel anyway. And the gap between Elmar Grimm and Charles Espenlaub, I can't tell you at the moment because the time that's being shown on my screen is the time it was between them when they went through at 60 kilometers an hour, and the time would be a lot less if they're doing proper speeds.
Ben Keating has already won one 24-hour race this year. That was the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which he crossed the line, he stood on the top step of the podium, but he doesn't have that trophy anymore. How sweet would it be for him to get a win in his home state in a 24-hour race at a track that means more to him than just about any other? I mean, his top 3 would be Le Mans, Daytona, and here. And he frequently talks about Daytona and winning the Rolex and driving around behind the safety car, smelling the barbecues of people in the infield. It's a much different environment here at Circuit of the Americas, but this win wouldn't mean any less to him.
I think what's especially nice about that little story is that along for the ride again this weekend, Jeroen Bleekemolen and Felipe Fraga as well. So all 3 that did taste the champagne on the top step of the podium, but for it to be taken away, and quite rightly so, because their car didn't meet technical regulations afterwards, but they do get a second chance of it later on in the same year to experience it once again. And it is, this time, an overall victory in the GT Series too, so an overall 24-hour trophy.
And I think, well, talking about Bleekemolen and Felipe Fraga, they've done a great job. I mean, they've really nailed this race. They've been the fastest 2 drivers in any Mercedes. They've not saying that Cooper McNeil and Ben Keating haven't played their role. They certainly have, but the really quick laps for that Black Falcon team have been done by Fraga and by Bleekemolen, and they've really driven a faultless race into Sean Paul Breslin and Renault GT4 who've been running the team. They've absolutely called every single shot right. I thought early on Saturday when they lost practically a lap because of having to come in early for that first pit stop, thought that might be something that they would live to regret, but they stuck with the program. They made very good calls on the Code 6s afterwards, and if anyone, it was the Herbert team that later got flustered and made a couple of I wouldn't say bad calls, but they took risks which ended up being bad choices, and so the Herbert car, it didn't lose them those 4 laps. That was largely a question of pace, but the Herbert car then finishing a deserved second place, deserved in the sense that they didn't deserve to win, but deserved because they did better than everybody else.
And not to take anything away from McNeil, I mean, he's had a difficult year for him. I mean, he won the Ferrari Challenge Championship again for the 2nd year in a row, but he was pushed until the last round by a new kid on the block, and in IMSA went the whole year without a win, and that's the first time in a while for Cooper.
This could be the last lap for Ben Keating, heading down to turn 2 at the moment, up to 10.3. We've got 1 minute and 53 seconds left on the clock at the moment, so it's going to be absolutely touch and go as Ben Keating comes around, whether he'll get another lap in if I should say if Renault is on the radio to him. I know that Renault will be on the radio to him, and he will slow him down in order that he doesn't have to complete another lap. He has the Herbert Porsche lined up immediately behind him on the road, so it's a great photo finish with the 2 class teams of this field, indeed of this season, Black Falcon and Herbert Motorsport. They're going to bring the cars through nose to tail to the checkered flag now. There's 4 laps between them. There's no point in Alfred trying anything silly here. And in 3rd place, not that far behind the 2 of them, Elmar Grimm with the Car Collection Motorsport Audi is also doing a great job there.
We've got 1 minute to go. They're coming down the back straight right now. Alfred Renault is actually helping Ben Keating because the headlights on the Porsche are blinding, and the Mercedes, you can just see this little black dot coming down in front of this bright white light, a halo worthy of E.T.'s finger, actually.
Yeah, it's great performance then from those two. Charles Espenlaub does have to be careful here because Charles is closing in on Elmar Grimm, so Elmar can't lift off too much if he comes up behind these two. Elmar's going to have to push on. Where is Elmar on the circuit? He is...
just in the middle of the S's.
So that's not a problem.
No.
Elmar Grimm will be able to press on, and Charles Espenlaub can have their battle because they're in a proper battle for the win as far as A6 AM is concerned. Less than 30 seconds separating those two.
This is going to be pretty tight, you know, bearing in mind the finish line is immediately after turn 20, but this is the last lap because now appearing into turn 20 in a great gaggle of cars for the second year in a row. Black Falcon take victory and Ben Keating and Jeroen Bleekemolen take victory after they did it in 2018, but together this year with Cooper McNeil and with Felipe Fraga. So that is, well, job done in 2019 regarding Ben Keating, Felipe Fraga and Jeroen Bleekemolen in terms of achieving a 24-hour victory. It might not be Le Mans, but it is the COTA 24 hours as part of the 24H series.
The third car in that little gaggle that came across the line was Jim Briody. How special is that? He was the one who was coming up on the inside as they went across the line there. And so we had three cars crossing the line together, and I'm sure we'll be able to see that on some photographs. We couldn't see it from here because all we could see was the headlights coming straight towards us. But Jim Briody was the third car there in that group as they crossed the line.
And the TCE series winner goes across the line as well, which is the 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra. So congratulations to Ivo Breukers, Stephen Licorice, Jeremy Daniel and Jean-Francois Eve. Let's head down to the pit garages now to Black Falcon and get some reaction with Joe Bradley.
Well, the only winners I haven't got is Ben Keating because he's in the car. Felipe, Cooper and Jeroen. Congratulations, guys. Third running of the COTA 24 hours. I'll start with you, Felipe. Thoughts? Third running of the COTA 24 hours, and here you are winning it.
It's very good. We did a really good job. I think the car was very fast. We did a pole position and win the race. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Just very happy. It's for my first time here in COTA, and it's good to win 24 hours with those guys. Really good.
Cooper, winning a big race like this on home soil, that makes it pretty special, I would imagine.
Yeah, pretty cool. Our WeatherTech Black Falcon Mercedes was phenomenal all weekend. But big hats off to these two guys right here for driving the wheels off the thing. Yeah, this one's really nice. My first 24-hour overall win, so really thrilled with that and looking forward to the next one.
Well, I hope you do come back. Jeroen, congratulations. From where I was standing, you guys looked like you had a perfect or near perfect win. Am I right?
Yeah, totally. Nothing went wrong really. The car went perfect, and we hit so many code 60s right. So in the end, we had a big gap to the rest, and we could just cruise it home. But it's great. It's always hard to win it, even to finish a 24-hour. So to win one overall again, it's really special.
It really is. Congratulations, guys. The number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes wins. We'll see you on the podium. Brilliant.
Yeah, awesome job by everybody involved there. We'll try and obviously get you some reaction as well down at redcameljordans.nl. But congratulations too to Lippert Motorsport, who become the champions of the continents, which is the Dubai 24 hours, the European leg, either Portimao or Barcelona, and here at COTA as well. 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing become the winners. Also in the continents, the three-pronged event after having a cracking season in the European Championship as well. So Autorama, true consistency in their Volkswagen Golf, finishing third in this particular race, and Alberto Vescovi, the Italian driver, bringing that car home, much to the celebration of the 112 squad. We'll get confirmation of the finishing order after 24 hours here at COTA, with Black Falcon, who do make it 2 wins in a row at this event. With the number 4 car on this occasion, it was number 3 that took victory last year. Herbert Motorsport finish second, again good for points, but it's been a trying year in 2019 for the previous champions. Car Collection Motorsport win A6 AM in their Audi R8 LMS, ahead of the CP Racing Mercedes number 85. Talksport WRT's number 90 Mercedes AMG finishes 5th, ahead of Volt Racing's Porsche. Lippert Motorsport, a championship for the continents, and they win their class as well in SPX ahead of the Black Falcon Team Techstar Mercedes 464. GT4 honours going the way of RHC Jorgensen Strom, and the 450 BMW, well done to Darren Jorgensen, Brett Strom, Danny Van Dongen and John Miller. And Porsche Laureate Racing get the 991 class here at COTA in their car from Brittany. Jean-Francois Demorge, Eric Muez, Dominic Bastien and Frederick Ansel. And outside the top 10, it was a Zorg Rennsport BMW that finished second in GT4. The MRS GT Racing Porsche number 980 finishes 12th ahead of Corroiser Racing's Mark II. Well done to Jim Briodi in his final and 100th 24-hour race, but also everybody else involved in that team. ST Racing 14th ahead of the Kelly Moss Roden Race 906 Porsche. Wait to see whether that's been classified. Sadly, though, a drive shaft, in fact, a differential failing on that car, and it meant it didn't get to the finish. Speed Lover did. Racers Edge Motorsport did not in the Sin R1. Likewise, HB Racing's Ferrari expired with hours to go, and sadly, we lost the 70 Talksport Mercedes and the Winward Mercedes yesterday. Likewise, the RHC Jorgensen BMW only did 4 laps, and the Kelly Moss Roden race car didn't even take the start, but that was a decision by the team. The TCE series, as we first of all get some reaction, so we'll give you the standings in a moment or two, but I know Joe Bradley's working incredibly hard down in the pit lane to try and dive in to grab one of the red Camel Jordans.nl guys, but also Ben Keating, who has just clambered out of the race winning in the GT series Mercedes.
A very special win for Ben Keating, I would imagine. The Texan has won in Texas. Ben, I've just said the Texan has won in Texas. I've already spoken to your teammates. It was fantastic that they allowed you to bring this car home. What a finish.
Well, they have a lot of faith in these old eyes to be able to see these corners at night. But, you know, the whole team did such a great job.
Cooper McNeil has just lifted Ben up now, if you can imagine. Cooper's about a foot and a half taller than Ben, so Ben's feet were literally off the ground.
So, I mean, the team did such a great job. No mistakes, and, well, let me take it. So, and I was a small cog in a big wheel.
Oh, you're being too humble, mate. You were great job.
It was the whole team. It's a team sport. It takes, yay! You know, all it takes is one mechanic to miss a lug nut, and it's over. So, you know, there are a lot of people on this team that got us here up front. So many laps ahead. We created our own luck, and everybody drove flawlessly. This is a bumpy track. As I said, it's got a lot of character now. It's hard to get a car through a 24-hour race here.
Well, you've got another 24-hour race after Christmas in a Mercedes. That would be 3 in a row. Is that a bit too much to ask for, Ben?
Absolutely not. Now we're on a roll. 3's a charm.
Congratulations, man. The Black Falcon WeatherTech Mercedes there. Faultless run. Great job. I'll leave you to cheer on with your rest of your teammates. Let's have a... Where's our Red Camel guys? Follow me, CJ. And where's Red Camel, Peter? They've gone. They've got no... I've got no TCE guys here at all.
Evo must be somewhere about.
No, I know. I would have thought that. But they're not. They're not.
Okay, well...
yeah, they must have been... Yeah, they've been taken up to the podium. Hang on, I've got Evo. Evo, where are you, man? TCE winners, TCR winners. Not just class win, but an overall race win, the TCR. The TCR class and TCE race.
Yeah, it's amazing, and such a small team and good job, and everything went, no, not everything went well. We had some problems, but still we keep on fighting, and it was very close. To be honest, we were very lucky with the Code 60 when we had a shock absorber, but yeah, I can still not believe it.
It was a great run. Stephen Licorice. And Stephen, it's not about it's how you overcome the adversity in these long races, and the Red Camel's car and the team really did that.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely amazing team.
Great work from Evo's son, Rick, and all the drivers really put a fantastic performance together, and a small family unit can win, so yeah.
Jeremy, your thoughts?
It was an awesome race. I mean, Rick did an awesome strategy. All the drivers did their work. At the end, I just had to bring the car back home, which is what I did. It was pretty long, 2-hour stint, but it was awesome.
It was quite an honour. Jean-Francois, your thoughts? Are we going to see you back in this car?
Maybe Abu Dhabi. I hope, but the team is really nice. Car was amazing, so probably yes.
And I suppose a first win for Rick on the pit wall.
Yes, I think so. He's used to winning, but yeah, he should do it often. He was a very big supporter of us, and he helped us very much with his right strategy. Yes.
Congratulations, guys. Red Camels Jordans, car 101, the Cooper of Red Camels Jordans, the winner of the 24 Hours of COTA.
Yeah, and the 4 drivers there extremely happy with their 2 days of work. RedCamelJordans.nl then taking victory. Well done to Evo, Stephen, Jeremy and Jean-Francois. AC Motorsport, they were battling all race long for the Championship of the Continent, actually, with the car that finished behind them. But the Audi RS3 of Belgium, the 188 machine, makes do with second place in this individual race, and unfortunately second place in the championship. The 112 Volkswagen Golf is the Championship of the Continent's winner, though. Congratulations to Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing. Monlau competition, a bit of a race to forget at times, but they did muscle their way back to 4th position in the 107 ahead of Bas Kuiten Racing's Top Car Sport Cooper, which eventually retired. The 114 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Golf, and the Cup 1 Zorg Rennsport BMW, the only car in that particular class, but it gets a race finish, number 851. So, obviously the podium presentation is moments away, and results to be finalised as well. And Joe Bradley and Nick Damon will be hot-footing their way to the podium as we speak. But a dramatic race. I love the fact that we work our way into the sunset on 2 days running. And it also means, John, that we finish in nightfall, where naturally the venue becomes even more emotional.
And dramatic.
More atmospheric, yeah.
Yeah, and dramatic as well. A fantastic finish. Might say that's an old-school kind of endurance race. Was there door-to-door battling all the way through? No. Was there the sort of race we saw at Barcelona in the previous 24-hour race, where the 2 leaders, other than when they were in the pits or the fuel station, were never more than about 65 seconds apart? No, but it was nonetheless very interesting all the way through, and a pretty nigh on perfect run by Black Falcon in the WeatherTech car. And they needed to do it, because the 4 laps at the end, that's 8 minutes. That is 8 minutes. That's a spin. That's a puncture and driving back. That's catching a code 60 at just the wrong time, or having to do a little bit of extra work on the car when you come in to a pit stop. That's all we're talking about there after 24 hard-fought hours and a new distance record, beating the old one by a couple of laps, so some 11 miles longer than we've gone here before, on a race that lasted longer. And I don't mean it was any more longer than 24 hours, but it was spread over a longer period of time. We had a longer rest break than before. Yeah. And I think that really showed this morning, Johnny, if I'm honest, because the pace that was set early on in quite difficult conditions as the sun was coming up was, for me, extraordinary. And some of those early stints really set the tone for the day and the result here. If you look at the 34 car Collection Motorsport, Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff took the first stint this morning and was outstanding. If you look at Black Falcon, it was Blakemolen. Blakemolen set off like he was rocket powered this morning. Of course he did. And that in some ways set the tone for the day. Even in the TCE competition, the 101 Red Camel Jordan's car, 2 laps. They said they were going to be conservative. They managed that gap. They had 2 laps at the start of the day. It ultimately did extend, but at one point, the second place car was back on the lead lap and barely a minute and a half behind them. So, you know, I thought it was stunning stuff. The guys at Creventic have done brilliantly well, as have the marshals around the circuit, particularly the recovery crews that I know Shea mentioned. And thanks very much to Shea, Joe, and to Nick, as well as Johnny and Paul here in the studio. It was Kerry, Tim, Rob, back in the UK over the weekend, making sure we got the world. Of course, we can't do any of it without Natasha and Fabi and Flip and everyone else at 022 who provide us with the great television pictures.
Indeed so, yes, and thanks for doing that, John. It's very much a team effort, as all the guys up and down the pit lane will say as well. So, as the podium is being readied for a big celebration, not just for trophies for this event, but indeed for the full year, let's go back to Joe Bradley and to Nick Damon, who can look back on this year's race.
Another 24-hour race comes to a conclusion, third running. This one, Nick, of the COTA 24 hours. I think what I'll take from this one is an almost perfect, if not a perfect run for the winners, the number 4 Black Falcon WeatherTech Mercedes. It was pretty much spot on. Nothing ever went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing, isn't it, Joe? Because you kind of they turn up, and you think, oh well, pretty much they're going to win. Perhaps with the 91 car, the Black Falcon team done so well in other events, both within the Creventic series and without. But then they kind of point out, well, no, we haven't won. We've had problems before. We had disappointments. But this time, absolutely, I think they took the lead about hour 4. Next 20 hours just slowly drew away. Great teamwork. Used a lot of Jeroen Bleekemolen and a lot of Fargo as well. And then, of course, just slotted in the 2 Americans when they needed them just to make up the time, really, and it's a great performance.
I mean, strong driver lineup, you know, 2 World Championship drivers, Cooper McNeil, Ben Keating, Bleekemolen 3, Felipe Fraga 4. I mean, where's the weak link? Where's the weak link?
Well, that's always the way. The whole point with endurance racing is eliminating those weak links. Yeah, be it a problem with the car, be it a problem with the team, be it a problem with the driver. And they use the rotation very, very well. They selectively went fast driver, Felipe and Jeroen, just to get those extra laps, certainly towards the end of the first half of the section last night. Let's make sure we get ahead. And despite obviously losing some time with that sort of semi-puncture sort of thing they had, they still managed to start this morning a lap ahead and then just drifted away.
I'm quite puzzled why the Herbert Porsche hasn't been as competitive, not just for this race, but pretty much the whole season. And you could argue that because of that lack of pressure, that allowed the Black Falcon team just to kind of keep a pace that wasn't really too much stress on the car and the car's components.
Yeah, I think so. I think there was no real solid attack. We had the Tok Sport team. They faded away with that one area you can't make in these races these days, with a coming together accident which gave them some rear suspension damage. Yeah, Herbert slightly just off the pace slightly. I mean, not like hours, but a second here, a second there. And in many ways, I think you saw the Renaults. Even the Renaults were quite at the top, so they need to go away and have a look at their package, have a look at the way the team's put together, have a look at the cars. Are they getting the most out of this new generation Porsche 911 GT3 RS? And perhaps think about, okay, well, again, with the Hankooks, because that's another variable compared to the other series they work in. So yeah, it's a lot of work for them to do. They'll be back.
Now, on a personal level, I kind of like these split races, and this one, it's the third running, but again, we've run it in a completely different way than we have the first 2 times. This one, 11 hours yesterday, 13 hours today. I kind of like to go to sleep, but it makes for a very long weekend. What's your thoughts on the sporting aspect?
It's the longest 24 hours in the world, isn't it? It's 24 hours that actually lasts 38. Love the idea of a sleep during a 24-hour race. But yeah, it gives a full value of time to the drivers and a chance for Kip. And as Gary said, actually, I'm not sure if you were there when he was talking about it, he said one of the great things is it means that everyone now can celebrate because they're not all completely knackered. They're not all tired. They've had a sleep. They just had a normal working day. Obviously, some of the drivers quite an active working day, and they can celebrate here with the rest of us on the podium and late into the night with the beers.
And as ever with the 24H series, we have 2 races in the one race. TCE, not as big a grid as I would have, as we were hoping for, but once again, the TCR class, which is predominantly TCE, again, a very competitive race. And at some points in the race, it didn't look like it was going to go the way of the 101, the Red Camel's car. It was going to be something of a race of attrition.
But yeah, I mean, you had the Monad competition car with Stewie Hall that took pole. You had Antti Birdie in the 131 Bas Koten car. They did particularly well. You know, and then you had the American TCR teams here, including that fabulous Honda, which unfortunately had problems so early on. So it's great to see some local TCR teams kind of building from the strength they have in the Michelin Pilot Championship. But yeah, finally, back-to-back wins for Rick Camel's Jordan with different suspension systems, different drivers. Rick Broiker's proving he's just as good a team manager as a driver. Talented kid that, but Dad won.
Well, we're getting very close to our podium presentation, so let's have a recap and have a look at the highlights of this year's 24 Hours of COTA.
There were many of them, and a fabulous venue that we travel to every year. The 24 Hours race has been truly welcomed to the United States, and a great grid lined up yesterday for an 11:30 start. 2 races in one, and the GT cars powered their way up towards the hill. There was a little bit of contact actually between a Mercedes and a Porsche into the first corner, but then everyone settling into their stint. Max Edelhoff rather dramatic in the early part of yesterday's race as well. There was a problem for the HB Racing Ferrari with fuel spilling from the overfill cap. There was then the issue for Autorama Motorsport. This is the car that, remember, eventually wins the Championship of the Continents for the year, but that must have been a heart-in-mouth moment, colliding with the barrier up at turn number 11 and slapping the barrier in dramatic style as all Rensport BMW as well. Some contact for Will Neal in the AC Motorsport Audi, and as we headed hour after hour through the event, cars getting more and more patched up, dents stitched together as well, and some real big stories, including Jim Briodi, who has now competed in his 100th 24-hour race, his first one in the early 80s, his last one in the late 2010s, and Korreuser Racing gave him the final stint. Congratulations, though, to the WeatherTech-backed Black Falcon Mercedes, who take victory. P1 illuminated on the side of the car, and the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra taking victory in the TCE series. So many stories, P1 flashing on that car as well, but I'm going to need several days to kind of wind back here to realise fully what we've experienced, and only got 7 weeks, of course, before we get kick-started again for the start of the Championship of the Continents in 2020 with the Dubai 24 Hours.
Yeah, we're ready. I've got the other microphone now.
Ja, ik zou even
Ready to go,
van het circuit de hand. Die andere heb ik weggenomen.
I'm going to introduce
We're moments
you to
away
Mr.
then
Ollie
from the
Donovan,
big
all
podium
Creventic.
presentation. Joe Bradley is in position,
Participants in our crowd here.
and the
Hello, good
GT
evening,
series, I'm sure, will be first, along with the TCE series, and then fireworks promised for all the
Have we
big
had those in
trophies.
the race already?
Welcome
I think we've had plenty of those,
the
particularly
finish
at
of
night,
our
with those
2019
big
season.
Mercs creating
We're
all
happy
those sparks
that
over
all of
the
you
yachts
are here
at
together with
Circuit of
us.
the Americas.
We started
But,
our journey in Dubai
the party will
this
start.
January. Just 10 months later, we end up in Austin, Circuit of the Americas, and we couldn't have imagined a better venue, a better setting for the finish of our 2000. So please give an applause to yourself for being here. Give an applause to the drivers. Come on, guys, give a short applause for everyone being involved in this beautiful event. Thank you. For some, this was the first 24-hour race of their career. Some of them have done a few. One of them even does 100 with this exact race. Jim, thank you for being here with us, and thank you for celebrating your 100th endurance race together with us. I want to take the moment to do a little toast to you, to us, to everyone here, volunteers involved. And let's raise our glasses of champagne all together. Cheer to the end of the season. Look forward to 2020. Cheers!
Okay, Natasha, are you getting this now? Sorry, Natasha, I'm not hearing you. Can you repeat? I don't need your mic. Okay, I'll put it down again then. So that